Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Had Dissociative Identity Disorder and Becomes No.1 Vigilante Spiderman Part 1. Before we start, please go support Luis on 2234V for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Izuku Midoriya, a boy with a double personality, one happy and one serious and super shy, becomes the #1 vigilante in Japan, but one day the top 10 arrest him and give him two options: go to jail or go study at UA. Which will our hero choose? Clarifications. 1. Izuku will have a double personality. When he is Spider-Man, he will have a cheerful and comedic personality like him, and when he is Izuku Midoriya, he will wear a mask because he does not like his face. 2. Izuku will have a sister who doesn't know what Spider-Man is. 3. Izuku at his request will be taken to Class B. 4. Izuku's appearance with mask. 5. When Izuku shows his face, which he obviously won't do so quickly XD, he'll be super shy, even more than the original version, hiding his face with his arms. 6. Here the OFA has it Mirio, but it will not be either he, nor the OFA, nor All Might relevant to this story. The boy with two masks. There are already UA dormitories here. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm a normal guy, within reason. We live in a society where 80% of people have some kind of power, whether strong or useless. I was given some spider powers. At first they told me I could only climb walls. That made me be called useless. Every day they told me I would never be a hero, that I would be good for nothing, and even my best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, gave me a nickname. Deku's nickname means useless. How original, right? Every day everyone told me that I should stop going to school because my ugly face bothered them. The only thing I could do was start wearing a mask, but that didn't stop the teasing. This is how I lived for 11 years of my life, full of mockery, mistreatment, and bullying without even showing my face. I cut my unruly hair, now leaving me with a shorter cut. I grew to approximately 1.85 m tall and had a well-defined abdomen. Oh, I didn't tell you all this. I have a sister, right? Her name is Izuku Midoriya. She and my mother were the only ones who helped me endure all this hell. They thought that my power only allowed me to climb walls, but that did not matter to them, and they supported me on my path to being a hero. But even so, I do not have enough confidence to show them my face. My mother and Izumi have already forgotten what I was like. They do not even remember it anymore. Izumi occasionally tries to take off my mask, but I do not let her, and she only gets upset. But what they also do not know was the evolution of my power. Flashback. We can see an Izuku playing with his skateboard at a pier in the city at the age of 13. Izuku, gosh, if I keep going like this, I'll fall into the water, he said, laughing as he got up from where he fell. But when he got up, he felt like he was suspended in the air. But what? He said, very scared. Izuku was falling from a height, and he resigned himself to accept his painful fate. But when he fell fully to the ground, the only thing he felt was how the floor was sinking. But he only felt a few slight bumps. Izuku, but what's happening? He said, opening his eyes, but was surprised to see the crater beneath him. Did I do that? He said, surprised. Izuku, a little skeptical, decided to try again, and would be surprised since when he jumped, he rose to a height of approximately 8 meters. What is happening to me? This is part of my quirk, he said, confused, starting to mutter. If my power allows me to do everything a spider does, and not just climb walls, he said, exalted. Wait. I have to try, he said this to start thinking about what he could do. But conveniently a beam had come loose from one of the ships that were there without Izuku noticing. The beam was going to hit him right in the head when he felt a tickling in his head and a massive need to step back. Izuku, what the hell was that? He said, confused. If I remember correctly, spiders have a sixth sense that alerts them to danger. Thinking. I have spider sense. He said, surprised and very happy. I'll be able to shoot spider webs. He said, confused, and began to make movements with his hands. Jutsu. Nothing happened. Shazam. Nothing happens either. Cataphyxia. Neither. Izuku, who am I kidding? He said, scratching the back of his neck, but felt a web coming out of his neck. When he pulled it and took it out, well, he realized that it was spider web. he said confused and began to think I cannot get it out through the arms but it can secrete it. Maybe I can make a launcher, he said confused, but for now, he said looking at some chains that were in the place. How about I practice? He said excitedly. Minute 205, imagine that it is Izuku and that he wears his mask at all times. End flashback. Well, where do we continue? At that time I was also very impatient to use my powers, so I decided to become a vigilante. Although at first I thought it was a stupid idea, little by little I thought better of it until I decided to go out into the streets, but not before creating my launchers. At first I realized that my webs did not come out as I thought, so I opted for another plan, and thanks to Oscar Industries that created some mini capsules that could hold up to meters and meters of cable, which would be ideal to be able to move with them, and I knew a little about robotics and physics. So I bought a prototype and started putting it together, and also a suit, since I didn't want to be recognized since what I was going to do was illegal. Flashback. Imagine it's Izuku with his mask except for the parts where he has his Spider-Man suit. At first I didn't believe what I was doing. I'm very serious with people. I can't let them gain my trust so easily. But with the mask, I felt like a different person. I felt like I could do anything. I felt like a different me. End flashback. After that I spent 5 months becoming a vigilante, getting the name Spider-Man. At that time my sister had entered the UA. She had a fire quirk that allowed her to spit it out and control it. I always bothered her saying that she was a dragon, and instead of bothering her, she liked it, so I stopped bothering her since it was useless. But anyway, she and Bakugo entered the Heroes 1. course, the best course at UA. As for me, I continued to make a name for myself as a vigilante. Although on the streets I was very loved, they asked me for photos, and even among the police they wanted me. But with the heroes it was another case. The heroes married me. I was even in All Might's Vista. I know it's weird that he's excited, but he's my idol, what can I say? But back to my other life. I'm just Izuku Midoriya, the strange boy with a mask that can climb walls. My mother told me not to think about it too much, but it always hurts when people call you useless. Although for a long time I cared less because I know I'm not, and I'm even one of the most beloved heroes in Japan, above and ever. I think that's why she dislikes me so much. And I even managed to save Bakugo and Izumi even though they didn't know it. Flashback. We see our beloved wall crawler swinging through the buildings when in the distance he began to hear screams. Izuku, what's going on? He asked himself as he arrived at the scene. When he arrived he saw something that made him a little angry, and that is that Bakugo was being suffocated by a sludge villain, and Izumi was trying to burn him but couldn't, so I quickly went down with the heroes who were there, and luckily they were the ones who didn't want to arrest me. Izuku, Twigs, what's the situation? He said, angering Kamui. Kamui, well, that boy was caught by the sludge villain and now he can use his quirk and that's why I can't get close, he said, a little annoyed. Izuku afraid? He said, bothering him. But Kamui began to point up and down, implying that it was wood. Izuku, oh yes, you're right, he said, laughing. Kamui, just do something, he said angrily. Izuku, okay, but don't get angry, he said in a childish tone, making everyone sweat. Izuku entered the battlefield walking along the walls, seeing how the sludge villain was going to attack him with an explosion, but he quickly threw a spider web at his eye, blinding it for a moment, enough to get Bakugo and Izumi out of there. The sludge villain angrily removed the spider web from his face but was confused like everyone else when he didn't see anyone. Empty lady, where did he go? She said, confused. Everyone turned around when they heard a sound like a march, and a drop of sweat came out when they saw Izuku in a firefighter suit with a hose next to more firefighters behind him. Izuku and the firefighters arrived at the scene. Izuku, ready. Aim. Fire. He said, releasing the great jet of water that dissolved the villain of mud and put out all the fire. Well done, guys. Come those 5, he said, shaking hands with all the firefighters. Firefighter 1, Spider-Man, would you give us a photo for the memory? He said while positioning himself next to the other firefighters. Izuku, okay, he said, this one to throw a spider web at the camera, leaving it hanging so that everyone could be in the photo. The fireman and Spider-Man with the fireman's suit. The fireman thanked Spider-Man and went back to work. Wow, that was difficult. No twigs, he said this one looking at Kamui. Kamui, my name is Kamui, he said this annoying. But he couldn't finish it when he heard Bakugo start screaming. Bakugo, hey shit bug, I didn't need your fucking help, I could do it alone. Who do you think you are to help me? He said while Izumi didn't try to calm him down. Izuku, shut up, he said while covering her mouth with a spider web. Hey girl, are you okay? He said, pretending the voice. Izumi, yes, we are fine, she said, a little blushing. Izuku, well, duty calls, he said. He was going up a building but a camera caught him. Reporter, wait, who are you? He said, shouting at her. Izuku, I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, he said this before leaving. End flashback. And well, that is my story of how he started being Spider-Man. He said this with his normal mask on. Izuku was in a police station in front of All Might and director Nizu, and they wondered how that happened. Well. Flashback. Izuku was patrolling as he always did when he heard a woman's screams in the distance. Help! She screamed desperately. Izuku arrived at the alley as quickly as he could, only to be confused because he only saw the woman. Izuku, miss? Are you okay? He said, taking the girl by the shoulders. I'm fine, but you're under arrest, he said while smiling. All Might now, he shouted, only for Izuku to see a fist coming towards his face. Izuku, oh shit. End flashback. Izuku, hey buddy, that was playing with my sense of heroism, he said, annoyed, looking at All Might. All Might, yes, I know, and I'm sorry, I felt bad too. Nizu, so young Izuku, that's why you always wear a mask, he said, a little sad for the boy. Izuku, yes, I don't want them to see my face, he said in a serious tone. Nizu, that's what I thought, that's why I didn't let anyone take off his mask, and we saw that he had another one on his suit, so we put that one on him, don't worry, only I saw his face, he said, smiling. Izuku, did you see me? He said, scared. Nizu, yes, young man, and don't take it the wrong way, but how handsome, bro, he said in a tone that made himself seem cool. That's what young people say, right? He said, making everyone's sweat drop. Izuku, but well, I don't like it, and it's going to stay that way. I'm like the boy with two masks, he said, crossing his arms. So, what's going to happen to me? He said with a little fear. Nizu, well, you have two options, young man. Either you are sent to jail, or you join the UA. He said in a happy tone. Izuku, really? He said, confused. All Might, that's right, young man. Your heroic acts are more than enough to let you into the UA, since you have defended people without asking for anything in return. He said with a proud smile. Nizu, so what do you say, do you accept? He said, giving the green-haired boy his paw. Izuku, I accept, but with one condition, he said, this confusing Nizu. Nizu, what condition, young man? He said, confused. Izuku, I want to enter Class 1B, he said with a smile. Nizu, it's okay, no problem, he said with a smile. Izuku, it seems I can fulfill my dream of being a hero, huh? He said this so that the two of them smiled. Nizu, yes, young man, come to your hero academy, he said with a smile. One day later. At Izuku's request, Nizu invented a lie so that his mother would let him go to UA. After Inko agreed, Izuku packed his things, said goodbye to his mother, promising that he would visit her, and left with Nizu and All Might to UA. After arriving, we met Izuku and Nizu heading in when they heard the door open. Vlad, why did you want me, director? He said as he entered the office, looking at Deku strangely because he had a mask on. Who is he? He said, pointing at Izuku. Nizu, he is the new student, Izuku Midoriya, and he will be in his classroom, he said, looking at Vlad, and if you are wondering about the mask, it is because he doesn't like people to see his face. Vlad, okay, follow me, brat, he said, taking Izuku by the shoulder. Izuku, well, Director Nizu, I'll see you later, he said, but stopped abruptly. Don't forget the other condition, he said, smiling. Of course, young man, it's more of a thank you for everything you've done so far, he said, smiling. After that, Vlad and Izuku headed to room B, passing through A, where he saw Izumi, who was surprised to see him there, but he was going to ask her later. Vlad, okay boy, wait here outside while I explain, he said, this to gain a feeling from Izuku. Inside the living room. Vlad, good morning, brats, he said, entering. Kendo, guys, salute, he said this so everyone would bow. Vlad, well, I just wanted to tell you that we have a new student, he said, confusing everyone. Setsuna, a new student? She said, confused, but we are already 20, she said, confusing everyone. Vlad, well, this is recommended by the director, he said, surprising everyone. Kendo, what? For the director? He must be strong, she said in amazement. Vlad, but there is a slight problem with him, he said, confusing everyone. He doesn't like to show his face due to personal problems, so he is wearing a mask. I hope they don't bother him, he said this to earn to. Yes, Professor! From everyone. Okay, boy, you can come in. That said, Izuku passed by, causing an aura of fear and respect towards men and awakening interest in girls. Izuku, hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I can stick to things and I hope we can be good partners, he said, bowing and with his mask on. Everyone was confused and had many questions about what the boy who had just entered would be like. Vlad, okay boy, sit next to Yui, he said, pointing to a desk next to a serious black-haired girl. Izuku proceeded to walk to his desk while being greeted by everyone, and he cordially returned the greeting until he reached his place. Yui, hello, she said dryly. Izuku, hello Miss Yui, nice to meet you, he said, extending his hand. Yui took his hand but instantly blushed when she felt the boy's hard hand. Why yes, the same, he said, stuttering a little. Vlad, well, let's start with the class, he said, sighing. You discovered it. We meet on Izuku's first day in room 1B. The class had already finished their period and they were just waiting to be able to go out to lunch. Everyone was talking to each other, except for a green-haired boy who remained very quiet watching everyone talk. Monoma, hey new kid, why don't you talk? He said, somewhat confused. Izuku, oh Mr. Monoma, nice to meet you, and to answer your question, it's because I don't know anyone in this room, and I'm not very good at making friends, he said in a calm tone, making those who heard it feel bad. Monoma, well, come with me, I'll introduce you to some people, he said, pulling Izuku. Izuku, okay sir, I'll follow you, he said, making Monoma a little uncomfortable because of the gentleman. After Monoma took Izuku, he took him to where there were 3 boys. One of them had silver hair, the other was completely black, and the other had a ribbon on his head. Monoma, hey guys, I want to introduce you to Izuku, he said with a smile. Izuku, nice to meet you, gentlemen. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I am 15 years old. I said this in a calm tone. Aways, hello, nice to meet you, my name is Aways, he said with a big smile. Tetsu, a pleasure, Tetsu, mine, he said, hugging him by the shoulder. Kawaro, my name is Kawaro, he said in a boring tone. Izuku, nice to meet you, gentlemen, Aways, Tetsu, Kawaro, my name is Izuku Midoriya, he said, bowing. At this point everyone had noticed the new boy, as he was very polite, and even more so than his beast-like companion. Just as they were about to continue talking, the lunch bell rang and Izuku went out to eat without saying anything. But he passed by classroom 1A where everyone looked at him strangely because of the mask, but an angry Bakugo jumped on him. Bakugo, hey you damn nerd. How dare you set foot in the same school as me, he said, trying to hit Izuku, but he dodged it masterfully. Izuku, hey Bakugo, calm down please, we're in the hallways, we could get punished, he said in a polite tone. Bakugo, very conceited, huh? And without that mask, you are just an insecure bastard with an inferiority complex who can only stick to walls, he said, yelling at him. Izuku, you're right Bakugo, that's why I used the mask, so as not to be that, he said in a calm tone. At this point, the entire Class B and Class A were watching the outcome of the event. Bakugo, oh yeah, very cheeky, he said, preparing an explosion die. He said, throwing an explosion at the green-haired boy. When the smoke from the explosion dissipated, everyone became worried when they didn't see the green-haired boy and thought the worst, but a voice brought them out of their thoughts, and it was Izuku who was standing on the roof. Izuku, hey Bakugo, calm down, you burned a part of my uniform, he said angrily. At this point all the girls blushed deeply since the green-haired boy had a body carved by the angels themselves, no homo. Bakugo, and what the fuck do I care, nerd, he said angrily, even though you are here, he said, shouting. Izuku, the director recommended me to enter, he said, impressing Class A. Momo, hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, she said with a slight blush, but it is true that the director recommended you because you are in Class B, she said confused. Izuku, nice to meet you, Miss Yaoyorozu, he said, kissing her hand, making her blush. To your question, I am in Class B by my own decision, since in this classroom there is my sister, and this animal, he said, pointing at Bakugo. Bakugo, what did you say, fucking nerd? He said, annoyed. Izuku, shut up, he said, giving Bakugo a blow to the back of the neck, making him faint. Everyone, thinking never make him angry, they all thought with a shiver. Shuka, and who is your sister? She asked with doubt. So Izuku just proceeded to stroke Izumi's hair, making her blush a little. Izumi, brother, I'm not a child, she said, making a cute pout. Izuku, for me, yes, he said, stopping rubbing his head. Well, since the problem is over, I'm going to eat. I'm hungry, he said, leaving. Izumi, wait, I'll eat with you, she said while shouting at him. Izuku, don't worry, Izumi. Have fun with your friends, he said before leaving. Already in the dining room, we find an Izuku quietly eating alone. Those in the AYB class saw the boy eating alone. They were going to approach him, but some bullies did it first. Bully 1, hey, weirdo, he said this just so Izuku would ignore him. Bully 2, hey, don't you see that we're talking to you? He said this just to hit Izuku. Those from Class B would approach to help their partner, but he told them not to. Izuku, please, I just want to eat in peace, he said, sitting back down in his chair. Bully 1, well then take this, he said, to throw Izuku to the ground and start giving him repeated blows to the face, but for some reason his mask did not break. Those from Class B would come to help, but Izumi approached first and would slap the Bully 1. Izumi, hey, you moron, leave my brother alone, she said as she went to where Izuku was lying. Bully 1, hey bitch, he said, grabbing Izumi by the shoulder, this won't stay like this. The bully tried to touch Izumi's breast, but in a matter of seconds Izuku stood up and took him by the hand, squeezing it. Izuku, hey, you moron, he said, starting to squeeze the bully's hand even harder as he started to yell, if only one more time you tried to touch one of my classmates, or my sister, he said, starting to unleash a killer instinct that made almost everyone fall to their knees from the pressure. Bakugo, what is this pressure, he said between gasps. Shuka, this is pure killer instinct, she scared said. Izuku, you got it, moron, said this annoying guy. Bully, why yes, I understand, he said, shouting, but let me go, he said, shedding tears. Izuku, weak, he said, to take his tray and leave. After a few moments, and after Izuku left, everyone was able to get up because Izuku had turned off his instinct. After that a few boys arrived at the roof only to see Izuku lying on the roof. Izumi, brother, are you okay? She said worriedly. Izuku, if Izumi is just that, I couldn't let anyone touch my little sister, he said calmly. Momo, but Midoriya, what was all that killer instinct? She said scared. Izuku, oh no, nothing, I just released a little to scare that idiot, he said with hatred in his words. Kendo, and Midoriya, why are you wearing a mask? She said confused so that Momo, Izumi, and the other two girls would pay attention to what she was going to say. Izuku, personal problems, he said, downplaying it. They were about to continue talking when suddenly the bell for school rang. Izuku, well, it was nice talking to you ladies, but I have to go back to my classroom, he said as he left the rooftop. The girls also left. When they arrived at the living room, all the others cornered Izumi to ask her what her brother's face looked like. Kyuka, and well as it is, she said with a smile. Izumi, well, I don't know, she said nervously. All, what do you mean you don't know? They all said, annoyed, thinking that Izumi was lying to them. Izumi, I haven't seen your face for over 11 years, she said, a little sad. All what? They all said in shock. Mina, he has been wearing that mask for over 11 years, she said in shock. Tsuyu, but why? She said confused. Izumi, since he was little, his power was considered useless, and that's why many bothered him and mistreated him to the point of messing with his physique, telling him that he had a hidden face even though it wasn't like that. But Izuku, he began to develop an inferiority complex, and even began to cover his face with a mask, and since that day, I have not been able to see his face. He hasn't even shown it to my mother, she said this so that everyone would feel bad. Mina, Poor Midoriya, she said sadly. Momo, I can't imagine everything he must have been through, she said the same way. In room 1B. Monoma, oh Midoriya, that was amazing, he said, shouting. Not only did you beat up the arrogant of Class A but also a third-year bully, he said, proud of his partner. Everyone nods. Yui, you are strong and you love your family, she said in a dry tone. Kendo, I was very surprised when you released all that killer instinct, she said excitedly. Setsuna, you're right, by the way, my name is Setsuna, she said, shaking the green-haired boy's hand. Izuku, nice to meet you, Miss Setsuna, he said, giving her a kiss on the hand with the mask on, making her blush. Tagaru, and why do you wear that mask? By the way, I'm Tagaru, said a boy who looked like a mantis. Izuku, it's because I don't want to show my face, he said in a calm tone. Well, let's sit down, classes are about to start, he said, looking ahead. After that, the school day passed normally. When it was over, everyone headed to their bedrooms and Izuku went straight to his room. It was already 10 at night, and everyone was in their rooms watching the streamer Spider-Man, since after saving so many lives he also dedicated himself to playing video games by doing streams with his mask and his suit in the background. Everyone was so immersed on their phones that no one heard what Izuku was doing, except Yui, the serious girl who is his roommate. Yui was going to go and tell the green-haired boy to shut up because he wouldn't let her watch her streams, and she saw that the green-haired boy's door had a slot, so she went over to see what he was doing, and what she saw left her surprised. Izuku's room. Izuku set up. Yui looked at this in surprise, but what surprised her the most was that in the Spider-Man streams it was exactly the same. Izuku made the same movements and was playing the same game, and speaking the same phrases and with the same voice. Yui, Midoriya is Spider-Man, 0, she said, surprised. I'll wait for him to finish and I'll talk to him, she said, determinedly going to her room. With Izuku on stream. Izuku, Juan, you are an idiot, I shouted while watching Juan answer that the Eiffel Tower was in France and not in Paris. Dead, you're an idiot, Juan. Eri, you should Juan. Roberto, what an idiot, my friend. Barca, hey Spider-Man, he said, calling Izuku. Izuku, what happened? This animated guy said. Barca, and the lame dog, he said this so that everyone started dying of laughter. Izuku, you're going too far, Barca, he said, laughing. Juan, hey Spider-Man, he said, getting Izuku's attention. Izuku, what's up, Juan? He said, laughing. Juan, the chat says that we should ask you questions, he said this so that the other 4 would say Jallo. Izuku, go and then throw them, he said this determined. Dead, first question of the chat, who are you? He said this so that Izuku turned around in his chair. Izuku, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, he said, clicking his tongue while pointing his fingers at the camera. Eri, if it happens, it happens. Barca, let's see Spider-Man again, how old are you? He said this so that everyone would watch the stream attentively, and the 5 of them would anxiously wait for the answer. Izuku, seriously? He said this. Roberto, seriously, kidding, asshole, he said, laughing. Izuku, I'm 15 years old, he said this, shocking everyone watching the stream and its participants. Juan, damn, you fucking kid, you don't want us to adopt you, he said sarcastically. Dead, what's up, baby? He said, making fun of Izuku. Barca, really, you are 15 years old, he said, surprised to earn a nod from Izuku. Damn, he said with surprise. And so they continued asking Spider-Man questions until it was time to turn off the stream. Izuku says goodbye to his friends. Izuku, well friends, then we play the tournament next week, he said, this one looking at Juan, take care of your videos because at this time the one that says Rubia comes out, don't be bad, he said this so everyone started laughing. The call ends. Izuku, well friends, I hope you like this stream. Remember that this is your neighbor and friend Spider-Man speaking, and we'll see you tomorrow with another stream. Goodbye, he said, turning off the camera. The stream is ending. Izuku, wow, that's really tiring, he said, taking off his mask, leaving only his face. Izuku was going to sleep when suddenly he heard a knock on the door. Izuku, I'm coming, he said, putting on his mask. Who is it? He said without opening the door. Yui, it's me, Midoriya. I need you to open me up, she said seriously. Izuku, I can't do it, he said, scared because they would discover his room. Yui, Midoriya, If you don't open the door right now, I'll reveal your secret. She said this seriously just to see how Izuku opened the door. Izuku, you found out, he said, scared. Yui, yes, I heard you doing it, since I'm your roommate, she said, shrugging her shoulders. Izuku, please, Miss Yui, I beg you not to tell anyone, he said, kneeling with that mask on. I feel so free. I feel good about myself and I feel happy, he said so that Yui would nod. Yui, okay, I won't tell anyone, but with a slight condition, she said while looking at Izuku. I want to see your face. She said this just so Izuku would get scared. Izuku, Mikara, said this super shy guy. Yui, yes, she said in her dry tone. Izuku, Uki, he said this to proceed to remove his mask, making Yui blush to abysmal levels, even taking smoke out of her head. Yui, how beautiful, she said without thinking. Oh, I'm sorry, she said so that Izuku would put his mask back on. Why do you wear it? If you have a very beautiful face, she said with a blush. Izuku, maybe you think about not using it, but Yui, please look at me, he said seriously. Anyone who knows my identity is in danger. Please, I need you not to tell anyone, he said seriously. Yui, it's okay, I won't tell anyone. Get some rest, Midoriya, she said as she left. Izuku, thanks, Yui, he said calmly to take off his mask and give her a smile. Thanks for not judging my face, he said with a smile, making Yui blush heavily. Yui, don't worry, hiding her blush. Izuku, rest well, he said this one to go to bed. Yui, likewise, Midoriya, she said this to leave. After that, Yui went to her room with one less doubt about what Izuku's face looks like, and the answer to that question made her blush a lot. Izuku, on the other hand, was happy because he finally found someone who wouldn't make fun of his face, although he had a feeling that soon everyone would see it. But it's just a feeling, right? Those things don't happen, he said to sleep. Combat training and a chupa stream. We are in room 1B. The classes passed very quietly and everyone was in their seats. Yui was talking more comfortably with Izuku and he was just being as polite as possible with everyone who was there, when suddenly Professor Vlad entered. Vlad, okay brats, today get ready because we will have combat training, he said, showing a paper that said the same thing, but you will not do it alone, you will do it together with Class 1A and also together with. But Professor Vlad couldn't finish because All Might came in a weird way. All Might, I'm entering, like a normal person, he said, making a strange pose. Class B, Izuku, it's All Might, they all said excitedly. Izuku, Mr. All Might, don't take it the wrong way, he said, drawing everyone's attention, but that's not entering like a normal person. You look like a sea snail in salt, he said, so everyone let out a small laugh and All Might stood in a corner making circles on the floor. All Might, okay, let's continue, he said with a depressive aura. They are going to use this, he said, pointing to the wall from where some briefcases came out. Class B, Izuku, our hero costumes, they all said excitedly. All Might, a young Midoriya tome, he said, giving him a physical education uniform. Ibara, but Midoriya, why don't you have a hero suit? The religious girl said to Izuku. Izuku, I just haven't decided on a design, so for now I'll wear the uniform, he said this so everyone would understand. After that they arrived at the training camp where Class A was. Izuku went to greet his sister while ignoring Bakugo who was bothering him. After that All Might arrived. All Might, okay. Young people, what we will do today will be 1 versus 1 combat tests, he said, taking out a paper that said the same thing. Then they will be fights of participants who will be chosen at random, he said while showing 2 boxes. In this box there are numbers from 1 to 41. Each one chooses a number, and with that number you will be called for the combat. They all proceeded to take out a number from All Might's boxes, leaving it like this. 1. Mineta. 2. Melissa. 15. 3. Ibara. 4. Kendo. 5. Yui. 6. Izumi. 7. Oyama. 8. Tsuyu. 9. Lida. 10. Denki. 11. Kurishima. 12. Ojiro. 13. Shuka. 14. Kyuka. 15. Shuka. 16. Uraraka. 17. Momo. 18. Bakugo. 19. Shoji. 20. Zero. 21. Tokoemi. 22. Sato. 23. Mine. 24. Hiria. 25. Juzo. 26. Shishida. 27. Komori. 28. Kojiro. 29. Tsuburaba. 30. Fukudashi. 31. Monoma. 32. Shota. 33. Pony. 34. Reiko. 35. Izuku. 36. Kaibara. 37. Setsuna. 38. Kawaro. 39. Tetsutetsu. 40. Tagaru. 41. Aways. After listing them All Might proceeded to name the fights. I'll skip to the last fight, which is Izuku's. All Might, and well, the winner of the penultimate fight between young Kaminari and young Ibara. Young Ibara won. He said this to pronounce the last fight, and well, the last fight will be between the 18th and the 35th, young Bakugo of Class A versus young Izuku of Class B. Bakugo would just put on a superior smile thinking he could humiliate Izuku, and he was just calm waiting for the fight to begin. All Might, ready, begin, he said, shouting. At that, Bakugo started to run towards Izuku, generating explosions while Izuku just stayed still. Izuku, seeing that Bakugo was going to start with a right hook, he crouches down, puts a hand on his chest, lifts him up, and drops him to the ground roughly. What he did impressed everyone, since he was able to leave Bakugo on the ground with just one hand and without using his quirk. Bakugo would get up very upset going against him, throwing explosions which he dodged all. But Bakugo would not let himself be humiliated so easily, so he opted for his last card, take off Izuku's mask. Then Bakugo, with the last ones he had left, gave Izuku an explosion that he dodged. But what he did not count on is that the explosion was a feint, and gave him a powerful explosion, destroying his mask. Izuku, seeing how his mask fell, was grateful that there was smoke, and the only option he had was to put his face on the ground while covering it with his arms. Bakugo would see this with a proud smile as his plan worked. Then he began to kick Izuku and throw explosions at him, which he did not defend himself from. Everyone was confused as to why he did not defend himself until Yui spoke. Yui. His mask broke, he said, so that they could see how Izuku's mask was lying on the ground, split in two. Everyone was upset with Bakugo at that moment, doing something so low just to win, and they watched helplessly as he laughed while hitting Izuku. But the straw that broke the camel's back was when they saw some tears falling. They were Izuku's. I don't want them to see his face. He thought they would make fun of him. So Bakugo noticed and started to tease him. Bakugo. Hey, how about we show people your hidden face? He said this just so everyone could see how Izuku got firmer on the ground. Oh, you don't want to? Well, I'll force you, kicking him, trying to move Izuku, but he didn't give in. Hey, you piece of shit, move, he said this one angry because Izuku didn't move from the ground. Everyone was upset with Bakugo, especially Class B. They were about to go up to save their partner, but All Might didn't let them. All Might, you must solve your problems, he said this seriously so that everyone upset would resign themselves. Bakugo, hey, what's wrong with you? You're nothing without that mask? He said, bothering Izuku. Oh, I know, he said, grabbing Izuku's hair to try to lift it up. But he couldn't. What the hell? Everyone was scared to see how a crater had been made in the ground, and it was Izuku who, by putting so much pressure with his face on the ground, opened a crater. Kirishima, leave it, Bakugo. That's not for men, he said angrily. Bakugo, shut up, damn it, he said angrily. Let's see you. You're not that macho. I'll take off your mask and you're just a weakling, a pebble in my path. Izuku, I know it, damn it. He shouted angrily, astonishing everyone. I know I'm shit, useless. I already know that. You've been repeating it to me since I was 4. Please, he said, shouting. I just wanted to be calm. I did not even do anything to you, he said angrily without lifting his face from the ground. I just wanted to continue being your friend. And what did you do to me? You hit me non-stop just because I shared my food with you and you still took it from me, he said angrily. Bakugo, well, that's what you are, a piece of shit. You must always be below me, he said with a sly smile. Everyone was upset with Bakugo and felt bad for Izuku. He just wanted to be calm, and Bakugo arrived. Class B wanted to go up to help, but All Might wouldn't let them. Izuku, because of you, that stupid mask has been on for 11 years. 11 years, Bakugo, he said angrily. Not even my mother is able to see my face because I don't want her to see it, he said, sobbing. But not now. I'm fed up, he said, to take his shirt and cover his face with it, causing the girls to blush at the green-haired boy's well-defined body. Bakugo, So you're going to fight blindly, he said angrily. Don't underestimate me, you damn nerd, he said, approaching with an explosion. Izuku just stood in a karate pose waiting for the right moment to attack. Bakugo approached at full speed, and when he was going to hit Izuku, he unleashed a kick that knocked him out. Just imagine the scene described. After that, everyone was surprised because Izuku was able to beat Bakugo blindly. Then Izuku, realizing his shirt was turning to dust, quickly tried to find something to cover himself. His partner Reiko took off the mask from her suit and quickly gave it to Izuku while he covered the upper part of his face with his arm. After Izuku thanked Reiko, he went to the director to ask for his backup mask. He gave it to him, and then he headed to his classroom, passing through classroom 1A, running into Bakugo, who would try to burst his mask again, but he did what he had to do from the beginning. He released all his killer instinctive strike. The entire classroom, including Eraser, fell to their knees feeling such pressure, and some were already completely lying on the ground. Izuku just approached Bakugo. Izuku, you know Bakugo, I've always wondered what you would look like if you had to wear a mask, he said, taking out a knife, scaring everyone. Shuka, dude, don't do it, you could get expelled from the UA, she said. She is worried, not for Bakugo but for Izuku, and she doesn't know why. Melissa, yeah, just leave it, she said, trying to calm Izuku down. Izuku just deactivated his instinct, leaving. Hey, Izuku, next time you won't be saved, Bakugo, he said in an annoying tone. Izuku went to room 1B where he was greeted by all his classmates, but he only went to where Reiko was and hugged her, blushing the girl. Reiko, Midoriya, what's wrong? She said, blushing. Izuku, thank you very much, he said, this in a sad tone that Reiko noticed. Reiko, don't worry, that's what friends do, he said, confusing Izuku. Izuku, friends? He said, confused. Reiko, yes, people who help you, she said, smiling. Izuku, then I guess you're my first friend, he said, this so that the whole class would feel bad because Izuku didn't have any friends. And so the class passed, but the boys were very curious about what Izuku was like, but unfortunately their doubt could not be fulfilled, but they still felt bad for Izuku for everything that had happened. After that, the whole class passed, the day was over, and Class A went to apologize for Bakugo's attitude. After that, both Class A and B went to their rooms to watch today's Spider-Man stream. Izuku prepared everything and got into the call with his friends. Stream. Juan, hey Spider, what's up, he said happily. Izuku, what do you mean, Juan? He said, confused. Dead, no way, you're only 15 years old, kid, you're a child, he said in a mocking tone. Izuku, a child, but I have it bigger than Barca, he said, annoyed. Barca, you want to fight? I'll swing my swords right now, he said, so that everyone started laughing. Izuku, well friends, leaving that aside, what are we going to do today? He said enthusiastically. Barca, Chupi? Roberto, go ahead. Deadpool. Juan, but damn Spider dude, how is he going to drink if he's 15 years old? It's illegal, he said sarcastically. Izuku, as if we hadn't had sex before. Roberto, nah, you're right, he said, downplaying it. After some good games, laughter and giggles, everyone was already drunk and Izuku was hungry. But what he didn't know was that everyone was in the living room watching his stream on TV. Izuku, hey, wait for me, I'm just going to get food, this drunk said. Dead, go fuck your mother, he said the same thing. Izuku, well, I'll be right back. Wait for me, chat, he said, coming out of his room. After Izuku left his room, he arrived at the common room where he saw all his classmates who saw him strangely because of how he looked, but they all ignored him thinking it was because of sleep. After that, Izuku went up to his room and locked the door. Ibara, what will happen to Midoriya? She said, confused. Monoma, he's probably just tired, let's keep watching the live show, he said excitedly. In the stream. Izuku, hey dude, is it just me or are you fatter? He said, laughing at Dead. Dead, is it me, or are you more of a faggot? He said mockingly. Izuku, it's your fucking fat that doesn't let you see well, he said so everyone would laugh. Juan, hey Spider, the chat says we should ask you questions, this said drunk. Izuku, come on, pull it, he said with emotion. Juan, first, what is your name? He said so that everyone would wait attentively for the answer. Izuku, they don't give a shit, he said this so everyone would laugh. Barca, Let's see, second, do you have a girlfriend or do you like someone? He said this so that everyone who saw the stream would be expectant. Izuku, well, I think a girl is beautiful, but I don't think she likes her, this drunk said. Roberto, but tell me how stupid he is, this drunk also said. Izuku, from what I've seen, she's very calm, she has green hair, and she's religious. He said this so that everyone would be surprised. In the common room, everyone would see Ibra surprised, thinking that she knew Spider-Man. Kendo, Ibara, how do you know Spider-Man? She said, surprised like everyone else. Ibara, but I don't know him, she said, moving her hands. Kinoko, but there is no one with those qualities except you, she said, surprised. Ibara, well, maybe I know him, but I don't know who he is, she said, blushing. I think I'm pretty, she said, happily, causing a little jealousy to the others. But one girl was boiling with jealousy, which was Yui, and she didn't even know why. In the stream. Juan, so the little spider fell in love with us, he said mockingly. Izuku, you don't give a shit, Ari's husband, he said this so everyone would laugh. Well, I'm already very drunk. I think I'll leave. Bye friends, he said this one to leave. After Izuku turned off stream, everyone went to their room except a brunette who went to Izuku's room. Yui, Izuku, it's me, can I come in? She said in her serious tone. Izuku, I'll open the door for you now. Yui, he said to open the door. What's wrong, this drunk said. Yui, go into the room and close the door, idiot. How can you drink when you're 15 years old, she said with a bib. Izuku, my system being like that of a spider, like an animal itself, takes away the effects of alcohol very quickly, he said, speaking more fluently now. Yui, so you like Ibra, she said this jealous. Izuku, not only do I find her cute, like you, he said, blushing at Yui. Yui, fool, he said with a blush, why are you still wearing your mask, he said, taking off the mask while letting out a few light giggles seeing Izuku's blushing face. Izuku, BBB, well, it's BS, let's not go to sleep already, said this super shy guy. Yui, you are very cute, she said while rubbing the green-haired boy's face. Well, see you tomorrow, she said before leaving. Izuku, yes, see you tomorrow, he said with a smile. Yui, by the way, stop wearing your mask, you're more beautiful without it, she said a little blushing. Izuku, more beautiful, huh? Maybe I'll think about it, he said with a smile. Time to return to the streets. A new day in dorms 1B. Kendo, oh great, everyone is here, eat quickly, there are only 30 minutes left until class. Ibara, but President Midoriya is missing. At that point they heard someone coming down the stairs, and it was Midoriya, who was only in pants and had no shirt on, making everyone in the classroom blush, and he came in humming a song. What Izuku hadn't realized was that his classmates were there. Izuku, oh shit, when I see Bakugo I'll kick his fucking ass, he said this, impressing everyone with his vocabulary since every day he was very polite. Oh shit, Saturdays are for resting, relaxing, and telling his mother to go fuck herself with her homework, he said this one leaving with a lot of food, realizing that everyone was there. Good morning, gentlemen. Excuse me for asking, but why do you wear uniforms on Saturdays, he said this one confused. Yui, Izuku, she said this seriously but with a blush. Ibara, hey, you're a friend of God, said this curious person. Izuku, no, why? He said confused. Ibara, well, your body seems carved by him, she said without measuring her words. Oh, I'm sorry, she said, realizing what she had said to Izuku. Izuku, no problem, he said in a calm tone. Yui, Izuku repeated this. Izuku, oh yes Yui, what did you want? He said with a smile that it was not noticeable because of the mask. Yui, today is Tuesday, she said this so Izuku would facepalm. Izuku, oh you're right Miss Yui, he said looking at his phone. Thank you very much for letting me know, I'll be right back, he said leaving his phone on the table. Kendo, he left his phone, he said this. Monoma, and if there are photos of his face, said this curious person. Kanoko, let's find out, she said. She is looking at Izuku's gallery. When they checked Izuku's phone they first wanted to see his social networks, but he didn't have any, and what made them the most sad is that Izuku didn't have any contacts or friends other than his sister or his mother. Then they checked their gallery, and what they would see would make them worse. There were only 10 photos. The first photo shows a child Izuku without his mask next to his family. The second is almost the same, but Izuku looks sadder, and so the photos continued where from the third photo you could see how Izuku started to use that mask. Ibara. So it's true that he's used that mask since he was little, she said sadly. Setsuna. But why would you use it? She said curiously. Reiko. Maybe he thinks we'll judge him by his face, she said, shrugging her shoulders. Pony. Maybe we should tell him that we won't judge him and maybe he'll show it to us, she said curiously. Kendo. Maybe he this said in the same way. Always, here he comes, he said, leaving the phone in its place. Izuku calmly walked down the stairs already in his uniform and mask. Kendo. Hey Midoriya, a question, he said, this is getting this guy's attention. Izuku, tell me, Miss Kendo, he said in a polite manner. Kendo, what are those vulgarities we heard you say while ago? She said this to earn a nod from everyone. Izuku, oh look, we're late at night, he said, evading the question that didn't go unnoticed by anyone. Yui, Midori, but this one couldn't be finished because he had already left. Monoma, what secrets will it keep? This curious man said. Ibara, I don't know, but it's better not to pressure him, she said calmly but also with doubt. All, you are right, they said to leave too. They all headed to their classroom, but it was strange not to see Midoriya there, but they let him in, thinking he had gone to the bathroom. In direction. Nizu, so why did you want me, young Midoriya? Said the rat with a happy face. Izuku, well, Director Nizu, I wanted to ask your permission to return to the streets as Spider-Man. I know what I'm doing is illegal, but I still can't leave people unprotected, he said, bowing. Nizu, I knew you would ask me that, so I took it, he said, giving him a hero license with the name of Spider-Man. Izuku, how did you know, Director? This curious man said. Nizu, please young man, I am the most intelligent being in the world, he said, laughing. Izuku, oh yes, you are right, thank you very much, Director, he said this to say goodbye. Now out of direction. Izuku, what a good Honda, he said as he left. Izuku arrived at his classroom under the gaze of everyone who asked him why he had left, but he masterfully evaded their questions, saying that the teacher was coming. And so the day passed where Izuku would evade questions left and right, spending the day where everyone would be in the common rooms, since today there would be no stream of our favorite Arachnid, but everyone stared at Izuku when they saw that he had come out with a backpack. Kinoko, where are you going, Midoriya? She said curiously. Izuku, oh Miss Kinoko, I'm going out for a walk, nothing out of this world. But before anyone could say anything, he was already gone. Izuku quickly found a public bathroom, made sure no one was watching, went in and changed into Spider-Man to go on patrol. Spider-Man was walking through the streets of the city greeted by everyone until he saw several police cars heading to a specific place, so he got into one to ask. Spider-Man, what's going on, my cop? This one asked. Police, there is a terrorist threatening to explode a bomb in the shopping center, thousands of hostiles, he said, frightened. Spider-Man mall? He said, scared. Flashback. Izumi, brother, my friends and I are going to the mall, don't you want to come with us? She said in a loving tone. Momo, oh hello Midoriya, she said with a small blush, since she had accompanied Izumi to ask her brother if he wanted to go with them. Izuku, oh hello Miss Yayorozu, he said politely, and answering your question Izumi, I can't accompany you, it will be next time, he said, rubbing Izumi's head. Izumi, brother, you never go out with me anymore, she said with a cute pout. Izuku, someday, but right now I'm very busy, he said before leaving. Fin flashback. Spider-Man, okay, cop, I'm on my way, he said, coming out of the patrol car. After Izuku went at full speed across the roofs, arriving at the shopping center, he climbed the wall and found the assailant, but what bothered him was that he had his sister and her friends as main hostages. Izuku stealthily lowered himself with his web from the ceiling to position himself behind the thief. He was able to take the bomb from his hands and throw it to the side, since the bomb was activated manually and not by a control. Spider-Man, hey buddy, don't waste my time, he said, laughing while holding the thief by the hands with his webs. Come on buddy, don't stay stuck, he said, trying to make jokes while all those who were being held hostage were relieved to see that Spider-Man had arrived. After that, Spider-Man tied up the terrorist and went to where his sister was. Spider-Man, it's okay, miss, he said, his voice deepening. Izumi, why yeah, I'm fine, she said with a blush. Spider-Man, and you? He said, looking at Izumi's friends only for them to nod. Well, I'm glad you're okay. He stands on the roof, and remember, he said, getting everyone's attention. If you need help, just call your friend and neighbor Spider-Man, he said to leave. Izumi, Spider-Man, she said with a blush. It was already night. Izuku was returning from his patrol, and in order not to wake anyone up, he decided to enter through the window of his room. But in a miscalculation, he ended up entering Ibara's room. Izuku, being very tired, decided to lie down in his bed, but when he felt a lump and decided to see what it was. But Izuku couldn't articulate a word because at the time he saw it, the only thing he saw was Ibra blushing super watching him. Izuku, hey, what are you doing in my room? He said, confused. Ibra, SS Spider-Man, she said, blushing. This is my room. Izuku, what? He said, looking around. Shit, he said in a low tone that Ibra heard and recognized that voice. Ibara, Midoriya? She said, surprised. Izuku, double shit, he said, trying to escape, but Ibara held him with her vines. Ibara, oh no, you're not leaving, Midoriya, you're Spider-Man, she said, surprised. Izuku, Miss Ibara, please, I beg you not to tell anyone, please. With this mask I feel like I bring out the best in me. I'm not afraid. Since no one knows me, I can be who I want. Please don't take that away from me, he said sadly. Ibara, don't worry, Midoriya. I won't tell anyone, she said with a smile, but with one condition. She said this. Izuku, which one? This unsure guy said. Ibara, I want to see your face, she said this so that Izuku started to sweat. Izuku, my Kara, he said, stuttering. Ibara, yes, she said determinedly. Izuku, okay. But let me go, he said while Ibara put him down. Izuku, at that moment super nervous, was taking off his mask little by little. Ibara saw this expectantly, since she expected Izuku's face to be like some phenomenon, or something like that, but what Ibara never imagined is that Izuku's face was so beautiful. Izuku, 3 Ibara, said this super shy guy to whom Ibara thought it was cute. Ibara, I can touch, he said, bringing his hand closer to Izuku's face to earn a nod from him. Then Ibara started caressing his face and continued playing with his hair while Izuku blushed and looked down. Ibara, you don't have to feel that way, she said this so Izuku could see her. Come lie down, she said, slapping her thighs so Izuku would put his face there. Izuku, NNNOTT doi disgusting, I asked this super nervous. Ibara, you're joking, your face is very beautiful, she said with a blush but a sincere smile. Izuku at that moment couldn't help but shed a few tears, as he thought that Yui had said it out of politeness thanks to his lack of feelings, but the fact that Ibara had said it to him made the green-haired boy very happy. Izuku, thank you, really thank you, he said, clenching his fists. Ibara, you don't have to thank me, you know, I think you don't need to wear that mask anymore, she said with a sincere smile. Izuku, but how do I know you're not just saying that to make me feel good? He said, confused. Ibara didn't think twice and gave the green-haired boy a kiss on the lips. Ibara, that's why, she said, a little blushing. Izuku, then I guess I won't wear that mask anymore, he said more calmly. Ibara, you'll see that everyone will tell you the same thing as me, she said with a smile while continuing to play with her hair. Izuku, well, I'm going to sleep, he said, leaving through the window so as not to cause misunderstandings. Ibara, he said, calling her attention. Thank you, he said in a whisper that she could hear. Ibara, you're welcome, Izuku, she said with a smile, but Ibara started thinking about the Spider-Man stream. Wait, she said, putting the pieces together. Izuku thinks I'm pretty, she said with a smile. I think I'll talk to him tomorrow, she said excitedly. To sleep, I got to meet Spider-Man, who turned out to be my partner, who is super handsome, a good person, and besides I think I'm pretty, she said with a big blush. What more can I ask for, she said, happy. Izuku, hey Ibara, he said, knocking on the window of this one. Ibara, yes Izuku, he said, he is opening his window. Izuku, well, I left the door locked and my window too. I wanted to know if you would let me sleep here since the janitor is not here at this time, he said in a pleading tone. Ibara, okay, come in, she said with a smile. Izuku, well, good night, he said, throwing himself to the ground. Ibara, Izuku, why are you on the ground? Izuku, I'm going to sleep, he said, implying as if it were something obvious. Ibara, oh no, you will sleep here in the bed, You can catch a cold, she said in an authoritative tone. Izuku. But he couldn't finish when he saw Ibara's face. Ibara, but? Izuku. Nothing, he said, getting on the bed. I hope it doesn't bother you, he said, but was hugged by Ibara. Ibara. Not at all, you're as comfortable as a pillow, she said, snuggling into the green-haired boy's chest. Izuku. Well, let's sleep, he said, this to fall asleep with an Iberian rabbit on his chest. Ibara. This is perfect, she said, this sleeping girl with a smile. Izuku. Ibara, I know I told you before, but thank you, he said in a whisper that Ibara heard. Ibara. Don't worry, Izuku, but I think that from tomorrow onwards many women will follow you, she said, a little jealous. Izuku. Why, he said in an innocent tone. Ibara. Wow, how innocent, she said, stretching Izuku's cheeks. Not for nothing, she said with a smile as she began to play with Izuku's hair. Izuku. Rest, Ibara, he said this, but he didn't feel when Ibara cuddled him in her chest. Ibara. You too, Izuku, she said with a smile and a blush. Izuku didn't say anything and just fell asleep. That's Midoriya and he's Spider-Man? We are in room 1B. Everyone was asking where Midoriya was, since he hadn't arrived, and no one knew why, when they heard the door open and it was our protagonist, but now he had his hair in a ponytail that made him look more handsome, even though he was wearing a mask. Izuku. Good morning, gentlemen, he said, sitting at his desk. Kendo. Midoriya. What happened to your hair? He said while Ibara laughed a little. Izuku. Well, someone did it for me like this and I like the result, he said, laughing a little. Flashback. We found an Izuku waking up, but he felt an extra weight, which was Ibara who was hugging him. Izuku. Ibara, we have to change to go to the classroom, he said, moving Ibara. Ibara. I don't want to, she said, pouting and hugging Izuku more. Izuku. Please, Ibara, I need to get ready. I'll do whatever you want, he said, this so that Ibara would wake up suddenly. Ibara. Whatever I want, she said excitedly. Izuku. Why yes, this insecure man said. Ibara. I want you to let me try your hair, she said, grabbing a spray and a brow. Fin flashback. Kendo. Oh, and who is that someone? She said curiously. Izuku. A friend, he said, this so that everyone would be impressed. Monoma, do you have any friends? Said this curious man to receive a kendo strike. Kendo. Monoma, don't be rude, he said this. Izuku. No, it's okay. I don't have any friends at all, he said with a slightly sad tone. Ibara. How is that, Izuku, she said, a little upset. Izuku. Well, apart from you, he said with a calm smile. Yui just hit him on the shoulder. Izuku. And also apart from Yui. Setsuna. And why do you consider them your friends? She said, a little sad. Ibara. Because we already saw your face, she said, a little blush, leaving everyone in shock. Izuku. Lee, said the super nervous guy. The girls, how cute, they all thought in unison. But no one could continue their conversation as Professor Vlad entered. All good morning, Professor, they all said in unison. Vlad. Good morning, guys. Well, I want you to put on your hero suits because we will go with Class 1A to have battles again. All yes. They all agreed in unison. Izuku, Ibara and Yui were chatting until they separated to go to the locker room. We met in the boys' locker room where the boys' Class 1A was. Mineta. Hey guys, he said this, calling everyone's attention. Look at this, he said, pointing to a hole in the wall. Always, that's it, he said, blushing. Mineta. The gift from our superiors, said this one, drooling. Just imagine Yayoro's Yao tits, the blessed tits of the religious girl. Aiza's ass, but Mineta couldn't finish speaking as he fell to the ground suddenly, along with everyone in the room and the girls next door who had heard everything. Izuku. Look, you fucking shorty, I'll only say it once, Izuku said, having activated his killer instinct. You try to touch any girl, no matter who it is, I'll hit you, but if you try anything with Yui, Ibara, or my sister, he said, putting on a deep voice, I'll kill you, he said, making Mineta shit himself. The girls were just blushing because Izuku had defended them and jealous on the part of the three that Shuka mentioned, so Izuku removed his killer instinct. Izuku. Understood, Mr. Mineta, he said in a polite tone. Mineta, yes. He said with fear. Always, he said, calling his partner. Always, why yes? He said with fear. Izuku. I need you to weld that hole, he said this so that Owaze agreed. The girls felt more comfortable with someone who was anti-perverts and had their hole closed. Dash. After that event the girls only looked at Izuku with a blush until they gathered in a kind of ring. Aizawa, well, today will be like the previous training, it will be fights, he said, attracting everyone's attention. All yes, they said, obeying orders. Aizawa, well, the fights will be between the two classes one-on-one, he said with his bored tone. And so all the fights went by where few had won the B class, and due to the lack of a student, Shuka had to battle against Bakugo. Vlad, and well as the last fight we have Melissa from Class A against Izuku from Class B. Begin, he said, giving the warning. Izuku quickly saw how Melissa was going to charge her finger with one for all and was going to break it like in the previous training. Izuku, Miss Melissa, stop, he said, this confusing everyone. Melissa, what's wrong, Midoriya? She said, confused. Izuku, are you going to break your fingers again? He said in a sarcastic tone. Melissa, sorry, but I don't know how to use my power without hurting myself, she said sadly. Izuku, I already know how I can use it without hurting myself, he said, impressing the entire Class A who had not been able to figure out how. Melissa, how? She said hopefully. Izuku, you release all your power at once at a specific point, he said seriously. Why don't you distribute a small percentage throughout your body, he said seriously. At that moment, the light bulb went on. The idea was as simple as that, so Melissa tried it, and to her surprise yellow rays began to emerge from her. Now she noticed that she was more agile and faster. Melissa, Midoriya, thank you, she said, super happy. Izuku, okay now, let's start the fight, he said seriously. The fight began. At first glance it was seen that Melissa was faster, but Izuku began to take the lead. Melissa, why don't you use your quirk? Do you underestimate me? She said, somewhat upset. Izuku, not at all, Miss Melissa, but my power is not for fighting. I can only stick to walls, he said, lying basically at this moment. As you see, there are no walls, so I'm practically a quirkless, he said. Melissa, oh I see, sorry for badly thinking, she said apologetically. Izuku, no problem, miss. Shall we continue? He said, recomposing his guard. Melissa, yes, she said, activating the OFA again. So these two got into a fight again where Izuku couldn't get any punches, but Melissa was already tired and beaten. Izuku, Miss Melissa, I advise you to surrender, please. I can't hit you anymore, he said, worried about Melissa. Melissa, he worries about me, she thought, blushing. I'm sorry, I can't give up, she said, activating the OFA again, and in a moment of carelessness she manages to punch Izuku so hard that she managed to destroy his mask. Melissa, realizing what she did, quickly apologized and said it was not her intention, but Izuku already had his head on the ground. Aizawa, well, the winner is, he said this but was interrupted by Melissa. Melissa, wait, I can't win like this. It would be cheating, she said sadly. I'll talk to him, she said as she approached Midoriya. Hey Midoriya, she said as she played with her hair, making Yui and Ibra jealous and surprising the boys. Why are you wearing that mask? She said in a calm tone. Izuku, why, my face is horrible, he said sadly. Melissa, but I think you're wrong to wear a mask, she said, confusing Izuku. Izuku, why? He said confused. Melissa, because it means you're not proud of who you are, she said this for Izuku to reflect on. Flashback 1. Inko, Izuku, you don't care what others say, you should be proud of who you are. Flashback 2. Yui, what a beautiful face. Flashback 3. Ibara, you shouldn't wear that mask, she said with a smile. End of flashbacks. Izuku slowly began to remove his hands from his face. Everyone looked expectantly but all, and when I say all, even Shuka, Izumi and Melissa blushed because of the green-haired man's face. Kendo, that's Izuku, she said blushing. Momo, but he is very handsome, she said the same. Izumi, that's my brother, said this red one. Kinoko, you attract me more than a mushroom, she said with a silly smile. Setsuna, how hot, he said with hearts in his eyes. And so were everyone's comments except for Shuka, who just turned her face away so they wouldn't see her blush. Mineta, damn machine of women, he said this crying blood. Bakugo, what the fuck? You weren't a fucking freak, he said angrily. Melissa, wow, you are so beautiful, she said without thinking. Oh, forgive me, she said, blushing. Izuku, Miss Melissa, thank you, he said with a smile that made all the girls blush because of his beautiful smile. But you're right. I won't be ashamed of who I am anymore, he said, taking something that looked like to watch out of his pockets and putting them on. Melissa, what is that? She asked, curious and still blushing. Izuku, miss, have you heard of the Vigilante Spiderman? He said as he took off his mask from his physical education uniform and put it on. Izumi, no. Reiko, seriously, he is. Bakugo, Spider-Man, he said, this amazed and annoyed. Melissa, TTU, you're Spider-Man, she said in shock. Izuku, yes, thank you, Miss Melissa, for making me see reason, he said with a smile that made everyone blush even more. And I'm sorry, he said, confusing Melissa. Melissa, why? But she couldn't finish when she felt how they grabbed her with the web and threw her out of the arena. Aizawa, the winner is Izuku Midoriya, he said in his bored tone. Everyone go back to the locker room. After that, everyone went back to their locker rooms, put on their normal uniforms and went to their classrooms, with the only difference that now all the girls who passed by him were staring at him in amazement and blushing at how the boy looked without his mask. And so the day passed, where Izuku had to do a stream with his friends. He told everyone that if they didn't mind if they couldn't make too much noise, and everyone said it was no problem since they understood the reason. And so Izuku told his friends that he was almost ready. He just turned on his computer and entered the stream. Then Izuku turned on his computer, went to Discord and started talking to his friends. In the stream. Juan, hello Spider, he said happily. Dead, how cool, my friend, he said the same. Barca, those 5 finally reunited, he said while showing his fist to the screen so that the other 4 could match the action. Roberto, hey, I see the little spider is sadder. What's wrong, my friend? He said, worried. Izuku, more than sad, Roberto, I'm happy. I'll make an announcement at the end of the stream, he said this. And so they played. Although the classes knew that Izuku was Spider-Man, they still watched his streams since the character they invented when he was Spider-Man was very witty. And so the stream went on, everyone had fun, and even Airi had joined in to play. It was already the end of the stream and it was time for the speech. Roberto, okay, friend, tell us. Dead, what is your speech? Airi, what a speech, said this curious person. Juan, the little spider has something to tell us, he said happily. Izuku, okay, here it goes, he said seriously. First of all, I wanted to say it here. Since you are my friends, you accepted me into your group when I started in streams, and you have also become my friends. He said this so that everyone would say ah and pay attention, chat, because I think it's time for this. Since I was little I was bullied because my power was useless because they thought I could only climb walls. That's why since I was little I started wearing a mask hiding my face even from my family, and when I was Spider-Man I was a completely different person. But today a friend of mine opened my eyes and told me that I have to be proud of who I am. Melissa just smiled from her room. So chat, friends, he said looking at his friends while taking off his mask. Izuku, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I've been practicing as Spider-Man since I was 13 years old. Right now I'm a student at the prestigious UA Academy, he said with a smile that made all the women watching the stream blush. Juan, friend, we support you, he said with a smile. Roberto, we are here for you. Barca, let's see those 5 feet. Airi. Dead, wow, my friend, that is a revelation, he said. Amazed. We are with you, my friend, he said, putting his fist on the screen. Izuku, thank you, he said happily. Barca, damn machine to attract women, dude, he said this so everyone would start laughing. Juan, damn, I'm not the only one who thinks that, he said, laughing too. And so the stream went on, full of jokes, and until it finally ended, Izuku went to sleep, but someone knocked on his door. Izuku, who is it? He said, opening his door. Oh, Ibara, what are you doing here? He said, confused. Ibara, well, the boys and girls decided to have a movie night, and we were just waiting for you to finish your stream, she said with a smile. Izuku was going to reject the offer but felt bad since they waited for him. Izuku, okay, I'll just change and go down, he said with a smile that made Ibara blush. Ibara, okay. We'll wait for you, she said as she left with a blush. Izuku changed, put on some pants and a sweater, and went downstairs. Now he was sure to show his face to his friends, since they didn't criticize him. "Hello?" he said, going downstairs and blushing at the girls. "Ibara, Izuku, come sit down," she said, stepping aside, making the girls jealous, but they calmed down. And so in room 1B they spent the night watching movies until late, where everyone fell asleep, but one couple in particular caught their attention, and it was Ibra, who had fallen asleep inside Izuku's sweater. In another place. "Empty lady. Well, Director Ryoka, we need a male presence in this school so that the women of the CI Academy know how to live with them," she said seriously. "Mirko, she's right, Director, the girls don't know how to do it." "Ryoku, I know, and I already have the perfect candidate," he said, showing the stream where Izuku reveals his identity. The next morning, the girls watched the scene with great jealousy. Ibra was sleeping well, hugged to Izuku inside his sweater. Then Ibra was the first to wake up, and seeing what position he was in, she decided to snuggle up to his chest while sticking her tongue out at the others who were boiling with jealousy. "Ibra, what's up, girls? Let me enjoy my Saturday morning," she said in a mocking tone. "Yui, what are you doing there?" she said, jealous. "Ibra, don't you see, I'm with Izuku," snuggling into the chest of an already awake Izuku. "Izuku, oh hey Ibra," he said, looking at Ibra inside her sweater. "What are you doing?" he said with a slight blush. "Ibra, nothing, let's just go back to sleep, okay?" she said in a pleading tone. "Izuku, it's okay," he said this to go back to sleep too, but he couldn't because Vlad came through the door. "Vlad, what are you doing?" he said, looking at Ibra and Izuku. "Izuku, sleeping," he replied without further ado. "Vlad, oh okay," he said, downplaying it. "The director wants you in his office now," he said in an authoritarian tone. "Ibra, what did you do?" she said, worried. "Izuku, I don't even know," he said. "The same, you could leave," he said, a little blushing. "Ibra, but it's warm," she said. This is making all the girls jealous. "Izuku, okay, take it," he said, taking it from her and giving it to her while he stayed in a tank top, making everyone blush but getting jealous because he gave it to Ibra. Then Izuku was guided by Vlad to the director's office. In the office, "Nizu, young man, you already know why I brought you here," he said seriously. "Izuku, they sent a fake video of me giving information to the League of Villains, but for some reason you believed it, and now you're going to send me to Tartarus where I'll get a huge blowjob?" he said, this making the teachers confused. "Nizu boy, I think you watch a lot of comics, but anyway, I just wanted to tell you that you're going to be sent to the CI Girls Academy for a week." "Izuku, ah okay," he said, this one to leave. "Wait. What?" he asked in shock. Izuku and Ibara. Remember that here it's been a while since Izuku entered the UA and started getting along with everyone, especially Ibara. Only I forgot to say it in the previous chapter. If not, Ibra wouldn't have even let Izuku sleep with her XD. Ibra's appearance is the one above. "Izuku, what?" he said, waking up suddenly, scaring Ibra. "Ibra, Izuku, what's wrong? Are you okay?" she said, worried. "Izuku, I had a dream. Very strange, but at the same time so real," he said while looking at his hand. "Ibra, would you mind telling me?" she said in a calm tone. "Izuku, I dreamed that for some reason you didn't want to wake up, and I said I would do anything to make you do it, and you decided to make me a ponytail," he said, making Ibra smile. "After that they asked me why I had it, and all that. Then Professor Vlad came to say that we had fights against Class A and I had to face Melissa's shield, and I managed to get her to use her quirk without hurting her bones, and after that we fought, and for some reason that I don't remember my mask fell to the ground. And after that Melissa apologized and convinced me that it was a mistake to wear that mask and managed to get me to take it off, and for some reason everyone accepted me, and then I decided to reveal that I am Spider-Man, and not only that, but I also revealed it through a stream that I made, and after that we together with the class started watching movies all night, and you fell asleep inside my sweater," he said, blushing. Ibra, after that the director called me to his office without knowing what I wanted, and it turns out that the director of the CI Academy saw my stream and that I was Spider-Man, and asked me to go to that academy for a week so that women would know how to deal with a man. But it felt so real, he said, looking at Ibra. "Ibra, maybe if you take it off they will accept you," she said with a smile. "Izuku, maybe," he said the same, but well, It's time to change, he said this, but Ibra hugged him tighter, saying that she didn't want to. Izuku, are you serious? Ibra, just smile. Izuku, okay, do it, he said, turning his back while Ibra brought a spray and a bra. After that, Izuku and Ibra went talking to classroom 1B, where they opened the door, and there were all of Izuku's classmates, and they asked him why he had a ponytail. Izuku, it's like in a dream, he thought. No, nothing, just a friend did it to me, he said while Ibra laughed. Monoma, you have friends, he said, surprised only to receive a kendo strike. Izuku, asterisk like in the dream, asterisk, he said, amazed. Yes, of course I have friends. They are Yui and Ibra, he said near the girls. Setsuna, and why do you consider them friends? She said somewhat sadly. Izuku, please don't say it, he said, scared. Yui, because we already saw his face, he said, impressing everyone. Oh, what? They said in amazement. Izuku, oh, you Natinius ppy'd say it, he said, stuttering, super shy, playing with his fingers. All the girls, seeing that, only had one thought. But no one could continue the conversation as Vlad arrived to tell them that they had a confrontation with Class 1A. At that moment, both Ibra and Izuku looked amazed as everything was happening like a dream. On the way, Izuku was talking to Ibra and Yui. They didn't bring up the subject because they didn't know if it was a simple coincidence. So then they separated to go to the locker room. Mineta, hey girls. Izuku, if you do this, Mineta, I'll hit you, he said, confusing everyone. Kirishima, but what are you doing? He said, confused. Izuku, do you want to see the girls getting dressed through the hole in the wall? He said, surprising Mineta with how he knew. Mineta, oh come on, just imagine Iba's ass, but he couldn't finish because he felt a killer instinct and such a cold look. Izuku, what were you going to say about Ibra? He said angrily. Look, Mineta, if you touch a girl, no matter who it is, I'll hit you, he said seriously, but if you try something with my sister, with Yui or with Ibra, consider yourself dead, he said with a cold tone. The girls on the other side had blushed except Izumi. Shuka, it's good that your brother is not a pervert, she said with a slight blush. Ibra, that's why Izuku is my best friend, she said proudly. Yui, yes of course, he is my best friend, she said in a whisper that no one heard. After that, everyone went to the battlefield, where Izuku was still surprised because it was a ring like in the dream, and the worst thing is that Aizawa said exactly the same thing. The fights went on, and what surprised Izuku the most was that everything happened exactly the same as in the dream. He told Ibra about it, and she just told him to calm down, that sometimes dreams were premonitions that the human being had. She said this so that Izuku would calm down a little. Izuku, it's okay, he said seriously. After that, everything happened like in the dream. All the fights were the same, Shuka against Bakugo, in which Bakugo won. And the penultimate fight was between Ibra and Denki, in which Ibra won. Aizawa, well, the last fight will be between Melissa from Class A and Izuku from Class B, he said in a boring tone. After that, the two got into the ring and got into a battle pose. But Izuku remembered something that he decided to apply. Izuku, Miss Melissa, he said, attracting her attention, I've noticed that you hurt yourself a lot because of your quirk, and I think I know the solution, he said, impressing Melissa. Melissa, seriously, said this hopeful. Izuku, yes, I realize that you use all the power in a specific point. Why don't you distribute it throughout your body? He said, clicking on Melissa. Melissa, how did I not think of this before? She said, slapping herself in the face. Izuku, then we begin, he said, seeing how Melissa was surrounded by yellow rays. Melissa, yes. She said excitedly. Thanks, Midoriya, she said with a little blush. Izuku, you're welcome, Miss Shield, he said in a calm tone. After that, the fight went on like in the dream, where Melissa accidentally punched Izuku, who broke his mask, and he took his face to the ground so that no one could see it. Aizawa, well, the winner is, he said this, but was interrupted by Melissa. Melissa, wait, I can't win like this. It would be cheating, she said sadly. I'll talk to him, she said as she approached Midoriya. Hey Midoriya, she said as she played with her hair, making Yui and Ibra jealous and surprising the boys. Why are you wearing that mask? She said in a calm tone. Izuku, why, my face is horrible, he said sadly. Melissa, but I think you're wrong to wear a mask, she said, confusing Izuku. Izuku, why? He said confused. Melissa, Because it means you're not proud of who you are, she said this to make Izuku a little upset. Izuku, well, you're right, he said, shouting, surprising everyone. I'm not proud of who I am. I'm a freak who has no friends, and the only thing he has is his sister and his mother, who are only with him because they feel bad, he said, making the others sad. Izumi felt bad for what her brother thought of them. I'm sure that if they saw me they would kick me out of my house, he said, just for Izumi to go up to hug him. Izumi, that's not true, bro, she said in a calm tone. Me and Mom love you very much. We don't care what you are like, and besides, you have many friends. She said this so that Izuku would only say thank you. I love you, she said this in a loving tone. Izuku, Miss Melissa, I'm sorry to yell at you, he said this so Melissa would smile. Melissa, no problem, she said with a smile. Izuku, Miss Yaoyorozu is there. Momo, here I am, she said, somewhat sad for the boy. What do you need? She said in an empathetic tone. Izuku, excuse the inconvenience, miss, but can you create a mask for me? He said in a pleading tone. Momo, of course there isn't, but this one couldn't finish because it was interrupted by Bakugo. Bakugo, don't give anything to that useless guy, he said, bothering everyone. Momo, why not? She said, upset with Bakugo. Bakugo, that useless guy doesn't deserve anything. He doesn't even trust you enough to show you his face, he said, hoping his plan would work. Momo and the others thought. Momo, you're right, she said, impressing Izuku Midoriya. If you want me to give you a mask, you'll have to show me your face, she said, while everyone agreed except 5 people: Ibra, Yui, Izumi, Melissa, and strangely Shuka. Ibara, hey, he doesn't want to do it, annoying. Yui, you can't force him, she said the same way, while the other 3 agreed. Kendo, Ibara, Yui, I'm sorry, but we need to have mutual trust to be able to help him, she said, desperate to know what her partner's face looked like. Izuku, wow, I who trusted you, he said this, attracting everyone's attention. Thanks, Bakugo. Another thing in my life that you ruin, he said this so that Bakugo smiled amused. I never thought it would be like this, Miss Yaoyorozu. Nor all of you, he said, referring to the others in Class A except his sister Shuka and Melissa and the rest of Class B except Ibra and Yui. I thought we could even be friends. But I see that's not the case, he said this in a sad tone, making everyone feel bad. Reiko, no Izuku, we didn't want to, she said, worried. Kendo, we just left each other, she said this but couldn't finish speaking. Izuku, they got carried away by the person they know has been bullying me since I was little, he said seriously. I'm sorry, but I have to go, he said while covering himself with his shirt. Aizawa, where are you going, kid? He said, confused. Izuku, you already know, he said, to leave. Everyone felt bad. They had betrayed the trust of a colleague who considered them almost friends. Bakugo, ha ha ha, he said, laughing, bothering everyone. I really thought they wouldn't do it, he said mockingly. Momo, this is all your fault, she said angrily. Bakugo, my fault? I only gave the idea. You betrayed him, he said with a sly smile. Even though it hurt them to admit it, he was right. They had betrayed a friend, but now they would do everything possible to apologize. With Izuku, he was wearing his Spider-Man suit while touring the cities, when a giant robot attacked him. Izuku, now what? He said angrily. Rhino, hey little spider, did you miss me? He said with a smile. Izuku, not at all. Seriously, you don't get tired of me sending you to prison, he said, impressing people because today he didn't have his happy attitude. Seriously, damn it, with you go to hell already, he said, throwing a spider web and taking out the one who controlled the robot and slamming him against the ground, surprising everyone with his brutality. But a child approached Izuku and handed him a toy. What's wrong, kid? He said, confused. Everyone was worried. They thought that Spider-Man had had a bad day and would take it out on the boy. Child, this doll helps me when I'm sad or upset. It can help you, he said with an innocent smile. Izuku, you know, kid, you're a very good person, he said, carrying his head and relaxing everyone, but you can keep your doll. It's obvious that you like it a lot, he said with a smile that couldn't be seen because of the mask. Child, yes, he said with emotion. Izuku looked at the people while bowing. Izuku, I'm sorry for my brutality, he said this thinking that they would hate him. Izuku was already very marked at this point. Even if he doesn't admit it, it hurts him. He had never had companions, much less friends, and those he had preferred to listen to Bakugo and betray him rather than help him. that made him feel bad even if he doesn't admit it. Person 1, don't worry buddy, we all have bad days, he said this so Izuku would smile. Person 2, be proud boy, at 15 years old you are already a hero, he said this so that Izuku would feel proud. Person 3, you will be the #1 hero, boy, that's for sure, he said with a smile. Izuku, thank you all, he said to leave but not before catching the villain with his webs so he couldn't escape. At the UA. The whole room was sad since Izuku hadn't entered the classroom since he finished training, but they just took advantage of their teacher leaving to have Kendo speak. Kendo, okay guys, he said this attracting everyone's attention, what we did to Midoriya was not right, and we need to apologize, he said this to make Yui and Ibara angry. Ibara, what are they going to apologize for? That they betrayed him, she said angrily. Kendo, I know we went a little too far, but we ask you as his best friends to help us reconcile with him, she said sadly. Yui, we don't promise anything, she said in her typical serious tone. Elsewhere. Empty lady, Principal Ryoko has already decided which UA student she will bring to school, she said seriously. Ryoko, yes, I've already made my decision, he said, showing a photo of our green-haired boy with his white mask. Returning to the UA. The entire classroom 1B was in the common room. They were waiting for Izuku. Everyone had been worried since he hadn't arrived until they saw someone look through the door, and it was our green-haired boy. Izuku, gentlemen, what's wrong? He said in a more serious tone than usual. Class B, Ibra and Yui, forgive us, they all said bowing. Izuku, he said confused. Kendo, please Midoriya, forgive us. We were overcome with curiosity and believed the idiot from Class A, she said sadly. Setsuna, we are sorry to see you disappointed, you are our friend, she said the same. Reiko, forgive us, she said this in the same way. Izuku thought about it for a moment, but noticed how sincere his apologies were. Izuku, it's okay, I forgive you, he said with a smile under his mask. Ibara, you're smiling, I asked, she was confused. Izuku, of course not, he said, turning his head. Yui, of course, your mask lifted a little, she said, making fun of Izuku. Izuku, well, okay, yes, I'm smiling, but it's only because I like them to be my companions, he said in a whisper. Ibara, did you say something? I didn't understand you, she said, bothering the green-haired boy. Izuku, I like that you are my companions, damn. He said this one shouting so that everyone felt somewhat happy, but you know something. I think you are right, he said this one attracting everyone's attention. Between companions, no. Between friends we should not keep secrets, he said this one with a smile, while he took off his mask. I am Izuku Midoriya and this is my face, he said this one blushing at all the women without exception. Kendo, that's you Izuku, she said surprised. Izuku, why yes, I won't hide anything from my friends anymore except that I am Spider-Man. Setsuna, wow, how beautiful, she said blushing. They all agreed. Izuku, don't you find me disgusting? He said, surprised. Monoma, disgusting? Dude, I'm jealous of you, he said, laughing. All the boys started laughing at Monoma's comment. Izuku, okay guys, I think I'll go to sleep, he said as he left. Kino, wait, we'll watch movies, do you want to join? Asked the blushing mushroom girl. Izuku, it's okay now. I'll just go downstairs and change, he said, putting on some pants and a sweater. After that the green-haired boy went down, and as in the previous chapter the green-haired boy fell asleep with Ibra inside his sweater under the jealous gaze of all the girls who saw how Izuku began to hug Ibra and she snuggled more into his chest. The next day, Ibra was waking up and seeing how she was with Izuku, she blushed, but she enjoyed it. All the girls were jealous of Ibra. Ibra, what's wrong, girls? She said, sticking her tongue out at them. Yui, lucky, she said, annoyed like the other girls. Ibra just started playing with Izuku's hair while caressing his face, which made the girls even more jealous. Izuku, no mom, I'm too old for that, he said to hug Ibra more. Ibra, warm, she said while also curling up. Izuku, Ibra, he said this in his sleep. Kendo, not only does he hug you but now he dreams of you, this jealous woman said. Izuku, Ibra, he said this while unconsciously giving Ibra a kiss on the lips which made her blush but reciprocated, leaving everyone else jealous. Do you want to be my girlfriend? He said this in his dreams, making Ibra blush to abysmal levels. All come on! They all shouted annoyed, which woke up Izuku. Izuku, hey, why are you waking me up? I had such a nice dream, he said with a pout, making everyone blush. All very sweet, they all said, blushing. Ibara, and what were you dreaming about? She asked. She is bothering the others? Izuku, yeah, and nothing. Obviously it has nothing to do with you, he said, blushing just for Ibara to laugh. Ibara, okay, she said with a giggle that made Izuku blush. At this point, everyone was very jealous. They didn't know what to say or do to stop Ibra from staying with Izuku, so they just decided to leave him there. This will be all in love with Izuku, but Izuku x Ibra. Ibra, Izuku, I'm sleepy, she said, closing her eyes again. Izuku, I'll take you to your room, he said while carrying an Ibra inside his sweater. When they got to the room, Ibra held Izuku by the arm and laid down with him, making him blush. When Ibra saw Izuku's face, which was red, she giggled, making Izuku blush even more. Ibra, hey Izuku, she said in a loving tone. Izuku, why yes Ibra, this red one said. Ibra, come, she said, pulling the green-haired boy, giving him a kiss on the lips that made him blush, but he reciprocated it. It was a clumsy kiss, but full of love from both of them. I like you Izuku, she said with a smile and a blush. Izuku, Ibra, she said this just to kiss Ibra again, who was shedding tears of happiness because Izuku had accepted her. I like you too, she said with a smile. Ibra, so? Izuku, yes. Ibra, do you want to be my girlfriend? He said with a smile. Ibara, Izuku, she said, throwing herself on the green-haired boy to start kissing him. I thought you would never ask me, she said while kissing the green-haired boy. Izuku, I thought you didn't like him, he said somewhat sadly. Ibara, I don't like you. I love you, she said, making the green-haired boy happy. Now, let's sleep, she said with a smile that made the green-haired boy blush. Izuku, yes, he said, hugging Ibara. Ibara, hey, take off your sweater, she said so that Izuku would do as she asked. Now put yours on, she said, lifting up Izuku's sweater that she was wearing. Izuku just listened. Ibara was very warm. Ibara, without waiting, put his head between her breasts to sleep. Ibara, I love you Izuku, she said with a smile, looking at Izuku inside the sweater. Izuku, me too Ibara, he said, hugging her more. USJ and the CI Academy. Izuku was waking up inside the sweater that Ibra had stolen from him. It was Saturday, but they had to be at school at 11 where they would go to USJ with Class A. Izuku took the opportunity to look up and see that Ibra was also looking at him, this one with a smile and this one with a blush, but also smiling. Izuku, good morning princess again, he said, hugging and sinking into Ibra's chest, making her blush a little. Ibra, good morning Izuku again, she said, giving him a kiss on the lips. Did you sleep well? She said in a worried tone for her now boyfriend. You didn't have another dream like that anymore, she said, worried. Izuku, not this time. I think I slept peacefully this time, while he snuggled closer to Ibara. Ibara, you look like a little boy, she said while playing with Izuku's hair. Izuku, but you like it like that, he said jokingly with Ibara. Ibara, I love you like that, she said in a loving tone, hugging Izuku, bringing him closer to her. Izuku, well, it's 8 and we have to be at school at 11 to get to USJ on time, he said, looking at his phone. I'll prepare something for us to have breakfast. Wait for me here, he said as he left. Ibara, wait Izuku, are you without? She said this, but Izuku had already left shirt, she said, sighing. I hope they don't take it from me. I'd better go with him, she said, taking off her sweater and putting it on the shirt that Izuku had left. Izuku went down to the kitchen and found his companions who had had a meeting in the living room except Ibara, who had fallen asleep. Once again, they all blushed and wanted to throw themselves on top of the green-haired boy, but before they could do so, something happened that left them boiling with jealousy. Ibra was coming down wearing Izuku's shirt that covered her up to the middle of her thighs and with a cold aura. Ibra, what were you going to do with my boyfriend? She said, leaving everyone scared but in shock. Setsuna, your boyfriend? She asked with jealousy. Ibra, yes, she said, giving the green-haired boy a kiss on the lips, making everyone jealous. Izuku, I just have one question, he said, confused. Ibara, yes, love, which one? She said, blushing a little at Izuku because of the nickname. Izuku, what were you going to do to me? He said in a childish tone. All, how innocent, they all said, blushing. Ibara, nothing, I hope, she said while watching them. Are we going to eat? She said while holding the green-haired boy's hands. Izuku, yes, he said, following Ibara. All the girls were shocked by the scene. Their religious friend had a relationship with the one who could be the most handsome boy in the UA, but at the same time the most tender and kind. They are all jealous, but they knew how to hide it, so each one went to their room upset. Izuku would spend his time cooking something delicious for his girlfriend. What he made was a tower of pancakes with blackberries and chocolate, and he would pass them to Ibara. Izuku, for the most beautiful girl I know, he said, impressing Ibara with the dish. Ibara proceeded to take a bite, and her eyes would widen and she would start eating like crazy. Ibara, honey, this is delicious, she said with stars in her eyes. Hey, I'm sure I didn't beat you with a store ticket, she said happily. Izuku, shop ticket, he said confused. Ibara, because I won the lottery, she said, smiling and blushing at Izuku. Izuku, well, I'm the one who should feel lucky, he said while kissing Ibara, who returned the kiss. But don't eat so fast, you might choke, he said while laughing. And so Izuku and Ibara spent the whole morning chatting with each other in Ibara's room, both watching movies and hugging each other until 11 o'clock came, and the entire class B was ready with their hero outfits and Izuku in his new outfit. Just imagine him with the usual white mask and the hood closed, meaning you can't see the spider design. Monoma, dude, what a great suit, but why do you keep wearing your mask? He said, confused. Ibara, because we are going with Class A and Izuku only trusts us, she said while holding hands with Izuku. Always, because they are holding hands, he said, confused. Fukudashi, don't tell me that, said the comic boy, surprised. Class B men, they are boyfriends, these shocked men said. Ibara, yes, we are boyfriends, she said while removing Izuku's mask and kissing him. Monoma, congratulations, he said, congratulating the couple. And so were the comments of the men as they walked, and the girls just watched this with jealousy. After walking for a while, they arrived and saw that Class A was there. Everyone except 2 people were sad about what they did to Izuku, but they were surprised to see how Ibara was holding hands with Izuku. Bakugo, seeing that, became furious and decided to seduce Ibara so that she would leave with him. Serious mistake. Bakugo, hi beautiful, he said, approaching Ibara, why don't you leave that loser and come with me, he said, annoying everyone who saw. Ibara, no thanks, I already have a boyfriend who is much better than you, she said, putting her breasts between Izuku's arm and infuriating Bakugo. Bakugo, I think you don't understand me, bitch. I said leave that loser. This one, under the terrified gaze of everyone, was going to give a blow to Ibara, but they got more scared when they saw how Izuku took his hand. Kirishima, Midoriya, you already know how he is, he said, stuttering. Shuka, don't do something crazy, but this one couldn't finish because under everyone's shocked gaze Izuku had broken Bakugo's arm. Izuku, look, you idiot, he said, approaching Bakugo, for a long time I have put up with you, everything you have done. But this time you have gone too far, he said, raising his fists, but they were held by a bandage. You know, Aizawa, my quirk is not the only thing that makes me dangerous, he said, breaking the bandages, leaving everyone in shock. Aizawa, how? He said in shock. Izuku, now Bakugo, he said, preparing his fist, but was stopped by Ibara, who hugged him. Ibara, leave it alone, okay? She said with a tender smile, looking at Izuku. Izuku, okay, he said, leaving Bakugo on the ground while screaming for his broken arm. One more, Bakugo, one more, and I'll kill you, he said, activating his killer instinct, causing everyone except Class B to fall to their knees. After they healed Bakugo and went to the USJ, the bus ride was boring. Izuku sat next to Ibara and he had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Then Ibara played with his hair until they arrived at the USJ. Vlad, okay brats, get off, we've arrived, he said, so that everyone got off the bus and were surprised by the size of the facilities. After that, Class A and Class B entered and met the rescue and attack hero Empty Lady, who was there to guide the students. They walked a bit until they reached the center of the USJ. But in the distance they saw a shadow approaching. It broke the window and fell, creating a large crater. The smoke dissipated, and everyone was terrified to see the villain of the top 10, Muscular, who was going with a big smile. Muscular, look how many children I can kill, he said happily, but he saw that there were 3 heroes that he said it will be a bit difficult. Luckily I brought this, he said while injecting himself with something. Aizawa, Muscular, you are under arrest. But he could not finish this because at an inhuman speed he arrived where the 3 heroes were, and with one blow he defeated them. Momo, not even. Shuka, we saw how it moved, she said in shock. Muscular was about to kill the heroes, but everyone was left with their mouths open when they saw how he flew out due to a blow from Izuku. Izuku, Balans, I'll stop him, he said seriously. Bakugo, damn Deku, you don't even know, but he fell to the ground from a blow to the neck that made him faint. Izuku, take him away, he said this, but he didn't feel when Muscular hit him and sent him flying. Muscular, wow, that brat's blow really hurt me, he said, preparing another attack. Izuku, I can't move, what was that attack? He's going to attack him with another more powerful one. Damn it, Izuku, move, they're going to kill Ibra, he said, annoyed. Muscular prepared his attack. His muscle fibers grew very large. He was going to kill them. Everyone closed their eyes. They could not move for fear. Despite being hero students, he had finished off 3 professionals with one blow. They had no hope. The attack came, but no one felt it. When they saw, they were in shock to see Izuku for the attack with his arms. Ibara, Izuku, get out of there. He's going to kill you, she said with tears. Izuku, okay, he said through clenched teeth, shocking everyone. It won't go any further, so run, run, he said while everyone was crying. Izumi, brother, she said, she is crying. Ibara, no, I won't leave you, she said, crying. Izuku, Ibara, go away, and if I don't get out alive, forget me, okay? He said with a smile. Izumi, tell mom that I love her very much. Ibara, no, I won't forget you, I love you, he said, crying. Izumi, no brother, you will tell her that, she said, also crying. Izuku, Monoma, Shishida, take them away, he said as Monoma carried away a crying Ibara and Shishida carried Izumi. But everyone was in shock when they saw how Izuku was crushed by that villain. Ibara/Izumi, Izuku, they both said in shock. Muscular, wow, kid, you were strong, he said, but couldn't finish when he felt some vines hit him. Ibara, get away from him, he said, crying while Izuku opened his eyes. Muscular, vines? Wait, just give me a moment and I'll kill you now, he said this but didn't finish when he saw how Izuku was lifting him with his fist. Before you tell me anything, he has super spider strength. That strength is equivalent to 90% of Ofa's smiling face with sunglasses. Okay hand. Izuku, as if I were going to leave you, he said this one while tears came out of his eyes. As if I were going to allow it, he said this one, so that the others would be happy that their partner was alive, that you do that. He said this one screaming while a black mass surrounded his arm without anyone noticing. He hit Muscular and sent him against a mountain, leaving him unconscious. But in the process his mask broke while he also fell unconscious. But Ibra managed to cover him with her vines while carrying him. Everyone was in shock. They didn't know what to say. Their partner had managed to finish off a villain who had finished off 3 professionals in one blow. They could only think of one thing. Everyone, how strong is he? They all thought. While they were asking their questions, Ibra had made a cocoon where she and Izuku were inside. Izuku, did I do it? This weakling said. Ibara, yes Izuku, you managed to save us, she said while kissing him. Izuku, okay, just give me a moment, and I'll stand up now, he said while lying on the ground. After that Izuku stood next to Ibara, who was helping him walk. He put on his hood while looking down so no one could see his face. Everyone was about to leave, when they heard something that froze their blood. Muscular, come on kid, you're strong, he said as he stood up, but not enough, he said, shouting. Izuku quickly pushed Ibra to receive the full impact of the blow, which never came, as everyone watched happily as All Might grabbed him by the fist. Kendo, All Might. Melissa, Uncle Might, she said this happily. Setsuna, we are saved, she said happily. All Might, damn villain, this is what you get for messing with my students, he said, giving a punch that sent Muscular flying. Young Midoriya, I saw what you did. I'm sorry I'm late, he said, looking at Izuku. Izuku, it doesn't matter, All Might, right now, I just want to go rest with my girlfriend. Let's go, Ibra. He said this so that Ibra would nod as they left. After the police arrived while all the students gave their testimonies that Izuku rescued him in Izuku's room was another problem. Ibara, are you sure you're okay? Do you need more bandages? Yes, you need more bandages? She said, bandaging the green-haired boy more. Your head hurts? She said while hugging him. Don't scare me like that again, she said, upset. You know how bad I felt seeing you lying on the floor thinking about what you were doing? She said through tears, but Izuku hugged her. Izuku, I will never leave you. I will always be there for you, he said while hugging Ibara. Ibara, Izuku, she said while kissing the green-haired boy. You have to make it up to me, she said with a pout. Izuku, yes you do, he said with a smile. Ibara, a movie night, the girl said, smiling. Izuku, okay, tonight, he said while kissing Ibara. And so Ibara and Izuku continued hugging each other on Izuku's bed while they talked, but suddenly Izuku's phone started ringing, implying that he was receiving a call. Izuku, hello, yes? In your office, I'm on my way there, he said as he stood up. I'll go to the director's office. I'll be back later for our movie night, he said as he hugged Ibara. I love you, he said as he left. Ibara, me too, she said with a smile. After that, Izuku ran to the director's office and arrived only to be greeted by him. Director, young man, do you know why we called you? He said next to All Might. Izuku, I don't know, it's just the typical anime cliche that they'll send me to an all-girls school for some reason that I don't understand because the principal chose me, which is completely incoherent because they'll only send me for a week, he said, impressing the other two. All Might, how do you know? Izuku, comics, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Nizu, so you already know. That saves me explanations. Director Ryoka wants you to go to her academy so that women can learn how to share themselves, and she chose you because I told her about you. I told her that you were an exemplary student, strong and educated, and that I wouldn't be surprised if you were the next #1 hero, he said with a smile. Izuku, okay, he said, downplaying it. When will I leave, he said, surprised. Nizu, tomorrow, he said as if nothing had happened. Izuku, tomorrow? He said in shock. Okay, I'll have to talk to Ibra about it. He said this so the director would laugh. What's funny? He asked, confused. Nizu, nothing, it's just that the two of them are a couple and they both have green hair, he said with a smile. Izuku just let out a small laugh before going to his room where Ibra was waiting for him. In the room. Ibra, what? What do you mean you're going to be gone for a week? She said sadly. Izuku, it's the director's orders. They say that girls must learn to behave with a boy around, he said, also annoyed. Ibara, girls? This jealous woman said. Izuku, I didn't tell you. It will be an all-girls academy, he said, this as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Ibara. Oh well, she said with an angelic smile, but with a dark aura in the background. I'll have to put a mark on you, she said while launching herself at Izuku. After that, Ibara left a lot of hickeys on Izuku, and he was left alone. I found it funny to see Ibra jealous. Then they had their normal movie night, and so it went until the next morning where Izuku came out with a suitcase. Ibra, I'll call you every night, she said while showing her phone. Izuku, yes, he said with a smile before putting on the mask. I love you, he said, giving her a kiss and then putting on the mask. After that, a limousine arrived and took Izuku away. He didn't want to be separated from Ibra, nor did Ibra want to be separated from Izuku, but the director had to convince him that it would only be a week. After that, he arrived at the academy where he saw 3 heroines who were waiting for him. Ryoku, welcome young Midoriya, she said with a smile. Izuku, I feel like something really bad is going to happen, he said with a drop of sweat. This is your lesson. Saiko's companions, from left to right. 1 Aiko. 2 Akane. 3 Saiko. 4 Amaya. 5 A. CI Academy. Izuku, so what will I do? He said, confused. Ryoku, you will just have to live with the other girls so that they learn how to treat a man, and you were a recommendation from Director Nizu. Izuku, oh okay, he said calmly. I just have one question. How are you, empty lady? He said with a touch of concern. Empty lady here, why? She said, confused as she did not remember the young man. Izuku, I'm glad you're okay, he said, surprising empty lady. Empty lady, you were there, she said, surprised. Well, You should thank your partner Izuku for risking his life for you, she said with a smile. Ryoku, this is Izuku Midoriya, he said, surprising Empty Lady. Empty Lady, oh boy, it's you. Thank you so much for helping us there. If it wasn't for you, we would be dead, she said with a smile. Izuku, the essence of a hero is to get involved where he is not wanted. Ryoku, so you brought what Director Niza told you, he said this seriously. Izuku, clothes, hero suit and money, yes, I brought everything, and you, have what Director Niza told you, I asked confused. Ryoku, yes, in the computer room we fixed you one with all the applications you asked for, she said seriously, but why do you need that? You are famous, she said confused. Izuku, something like that, he said scratching the back of his neck, so, shall we go in? He said this just so the two of them would nod. After that Izuku and the two professionals went to where inside the academy murmurs were heard from the women like, that will be the man. I hope he's not a pervert. It's very high. Because he would wear a mask. After passing through the hallway they arrived at the classroom where Izuku would be that week. The teacher came in and told Izuku to wait outside while she explained the situation. Ryoku, okay ladies, we just wanted to tell you that the man who you were informed would come is already here. For personal reasons he wears a mask, so I hope you are nice to him. Well, that said, you can come in, he said this so that everyone could look expectantly at the entrance where Izuku entered with his hands behind his back. Izuku, hello, nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'm 15 years old. I'm from the UA Academy and I'll be with you for a week. I hope we can get along, he said while Asia bowed. Psycho. But teacher, we don't need a dirty man in this academy, she said with her airs of grandeur. For some reason Izuku was bothered by that girl, and when he started to think about it, it was because she reminded him of a lot of Bakugo. Izuku didn't say anything and just stayed quiet. Psycho, see, he doesn't even know how to defend himself, he just stays there quiet like the dog he is in this society. You know what, come on, she said as she approached Izuku and put a leash on him. From now on you will be my pet, and you will do whatever I ask, she said with airs of grandeur. Akane, Miss Psycho, always so funny, she said with a hint of laughter at what they did to Izuku. Amaya, yes, Miss Sai, but this one couldn't end because everyone fell to the ground, even Ryoku, when he felt Izuku's killing instinct. Izuku, oh, let's see what we have here, the rats of society, he said, taking Psycho by the chin. Psycho, how dare you, she said this, but Izuku didn't let her speak. Izuku, sure, be quiet, pretty girl, he said in a mocking tone, you want me to be your dog, so let's reverse the roles. Now you'll be my dog, he said with a smile as he took off his collar and put it on Psycho. Ryoku, Midoriya, stop it, you don't know who she is, she said, annoyed. Izuku, yes, I know who it is, he said this so that Psycho would put on a smile. Psycho, you already know who I am, damn it, now I'm on my knees. Izuku, she's my new pet, he said, increasing his instinct, making no one able to get up. You know, teacher, they brought me here so that they knew what the man of society is like, and in this society, there are rapists, terrorists, villains, heroes, but if this girl continues like this, she will never achieve anything. She will sink into her loneliness. She can have millions of money, but she will never have friends, a partner, not even a dog that barks at her if she continues like this. So Miss Psycho, look at my face, he said, looking at Psycho, who was shedding tears from the pressure. You are nobody in this world, and it is nothing against me, he said seriously, and what we agree on is that I don't want to be here either. I would rather be with my girlfriend lying down watching movies than being with a spoiled brat who thinks she has the whole world at her feet. You know, one last lesson, maybe in social class she is a queen, but in my class, in the class of being a human being, is a despicable shit, he said with hatred in his words. How does it feel that a boy who does not even reach the feet of your fortune has you prostrate before him, he said while bursting out laughing. I remember Miss Psycho, yes I want, he said, taking out a knife. Right now I will cut your throat, he said while Psycho began to cry. Ryoku, that's enough, he said, speaking with great effort. If you continue, I will tell Director Nizu to expel you from the UA. Izuku, tell him what you want, he will never expel me, I am his most precious token. He was the one who begged me to enter the UA, he said, surprising everyone. You know why? Because I am studying just to kill time. Because of my base form I am only 10% weaker than All Might at 100%, he said, scaring everyone. So now you know, right, Miss Psycho, he said while deactivating his killer instinct, and Psycho released tears of fear. The men of society are not creatures that will be at your feet, he said, looking at Psycho Intelli. It depends a lot on your quirk, increases your IQ while you drink tea depending on the brand. As far as I know, the most that can raise it is 300, or am I wrong? In that case, there would be no one smarter than you apart from the director of the UA. He said this so that Psycho, with what pride he had left, would answer him. Psycho, and what are you trying to get at? She said, scared and upset. Izuku, there are many people smarter than you, he said, surprising everyone. Amaya, that's not possible, she said in shock. AI, Miss Psycho is the smartest girl on the planet, she said with a sly smile. Izuku, my IQ is 350, he said this, shocking everyone, including Professor Ryoku. Psycho, that's impossible, said the skeptic. Izuku, I'm going to explain something to you, miss. The killer instinct is something that all humans possess, but there are only 2 people in the world who can use it, and only one who can control it by percentage, he said with a cold voice. The first is the hero killer Stalin. He can get killer instinct, but it's all at once. He can't control it. And the other, well, it's me, he said in a proud tone. This can only be controlled by someone whose IQ exceeds 320. That's why only I can use it, he said with a proud tone. Psycho, and how are you so intelligent? She said in shock. Izuku, studying, although I like to go unnoticed, that's why I almost never show it. Psycho, sure, with that very powerful killer instinct. But surely your quirk is a BAS. But she couldn't finish speaking since she didn't see when Izuku put a knife to her neck. Izuku, you don't learn, right? He said in a disappointed tone. Psycho, please forgive me, she said, impressing everyone. Psycho was afraid. She did not measure the consequences of her actions. She was scared. Ryoku, okay, Midoriya, to your place, she said, annoyed. Izuku, it's okay, he said, calmly leaving. After that day passed, Psycho looked at Izuku with fear and annoyance, since she even put a dog collar on him. And just as it happened, lunchtime came, where Izuku left without saying anything and entered without saying anything. Nothing interesting happened at lunch. Nobody spoke to Izuku for fear that they would do something to them. And they were understanding how they had to treat people, and especially men, not as inferiors but as equals. Here everything is gender equality. In the end, Ryoku smiled as he was achieving exactly what he wanted. When the night fell, Izuku went to the room that had been assigned to him, but a group of girls followed him to see if they could remember something embarrassing about him and get revenge. But Izuku just went out to the balcony, grabbed his phone and prepared to call on speakerphone, thinking that no one was there. Ibara, Izuku darling, how are you doing? She said in a happy tone. Izuku, hello princess, I'm doing well. Well, they tried to take me as a pet like high society women, he said between laughs, angering Psycho. Ibara, what? Who did it? Who messed with my Izuku? He said with an annoyed tone. Izuku, calm down princess, I made it clear to you why you should start respecting people, he said in a funny tone. Ibara, Izuku, you know I miss you, she said in a sad tone. Izuku, me too princess. But it will only be a week, he said with a smile. I hope you're not wearing my sweaters, he said laughing. Ibara was surrounded by Izuku's sweaters and even had one on. Ibara, just one, he said with a loving tone. Izuku, okay Ibara, I'll leave you. You know that today is my turn to stream, he said with a smile. Ibara, okay honey, let me know when you're done so we can keep talking. Izuku, if I tell you I love you, he said, hanging up. After that, Izuku went to the computer room while Psycho and her bootlickers followed him, and what they saw left them in shock. Izuku put on his Spider-Man mask and started talking to the camera, and just at that moment the Spider-Man stream started, and he was doing the same thing as Izuku. Then the girls started recording. They had something to get revenge with. Delusional. Stream. Juan, what the hell, Spider, you changed houses? He said, confused. Izuku, no one. For a reason I'll have to stream here like this during this week, said this boring guy. Roberto, we play Rocket, he said with a smile. Barca. Come on, they both said with a smile. And so they spent their time playing while recording Izuku, After that the stream ended and Izuku was about to call Ibra when Psycho and his henchmen entered. Psycho, oh look who we have here, the great Spider-Man, she said with a sly smile while showing a camera that recorded Izuku with his mask while he was streaming. Without thinking twice, Izuku threw a web at the camera, attracted it towards him and destroyed it. Izuku, apparently they don't learn, he said, grabbing them by the legs and hanging them from the ceiling. They will stay there for 2 hours, he said angrily. Oh, and I almost forgot, he said, getting serious. If you say something to someone I will take care of killing you slowly until you beg me for mercy, which I will not give you, he said in a cold tone, scaring everyone. Understood? He said while the others nodded their heads in fear. Okay, he said to call Ibra. Hello princess, I'm done. What Monoma, what? He said while laughing. Wait for me, he said, looking at the girls. This will be your lesson. Every time you break my balls you will stay like this for 2 hours, he said as he returned to his walk while talking to Ibra. Psycho, damn man, I don't care what I have to do, you'll be at my feet, she said angrily. I will get revenge. Why me? Izuku was in the classroom of Class 1E together with his teacher Ryoku. They were having a talk about how to be educated in modern society, and one was not paying attention, which was Psycho Intelli, curiously the most dedicated girl in the class. But why was she not paying attention? Well, it was because she was thinking of a way to get revenge on Izuku. But why don't we go somewhere else? The Midoriya house. Izumi, hi mom, why did you want to see me? She asked with doubt. Inko, it's about your brother, she said with a cold look that worried Izumi. Izumi, did something happen to him? She said worriedly. Inko, no, she said seriously, but I don't want him in my family anymore, she said, this leaving Izumi in shock. Izumi, but why? She asked, confused. He did something to you, no problem, I'll call him and they'll fix it, but you don't have to go to this extreme, she said, upset. Inko, Izumi, listen to me, the only thing your brother did wrong was being born, she said with a look of hate, pure remorse, leaving Izumi in shock. Izumi, but why mom? She said sadly. Inko, please, let's not pretend anymore. Since we were little you know that I never wanted him in my family. Because of him your father abandoned us. And he's useless. Climb walls please, she said with hatred. Izumi, what do you mean when you say that dad left because of him? She said confused. Inko, Izumi, your father left because he didn't want a useless person in his family. But he let him stay alone because you loved him. But he left, she said seriously. Izumi, so because of that damn my father left, she said. This is full of Inko's lies. Inko, yes Izumi. Your brother is to blame for everything, she said with a smile because her plan had worked. Izumi, what brother? I don't have any brother, she said with hatred. That useless man no longer belongs to the Midoriya branch, she said with hatred. Inko was happy inside, her plan to get rid of the useless when she called him when he wasn't there. She had had enough of having to give him false support, false tears. She hated him with all her being. Because of him her husband had left her side, and according to her he wouldn't last even 3 months in the UA because they would realize that he is a useless, she thought with hate. Izumi, and when will we tell the useless one not to look for us anymore? She said with hatred. The sooner the better. Inko, do you want us to call him or tell him in person? She said while looking at her daughter. Izumi, by call, I don't even want to see your horrible face, she said with venom in her words. Inko, okay, we'll call him tonight, she said with a cold look. With Izuku. Izuku, then I understand now, he said while doodling in his notebook. Ryoku, well, I'm glad, young man. Then everyone can go to lunch now. She said this only for Izuku to get up and leave without saying anything. At lunchtime Izuku ordered his faithful katsudon, and after that a cup of tea, which was the only drink they had at that school. Izuku ate lunch in the most peaceful way in the world at a lonely table, and a few girls who saw him, but he was not interested in the least since he was with Ibra. After that lunchtime passed and the day went by normally. Classes were quiet, and it was already night where Izuku went to his room to call Ibra, but he received a call from his mother. Izuku, he quickly answered the phone without imagining what would happen. Izuku, hi mom, he said with a smile. Inko, useless, she said, this confusing Izuku. Izuku, huh? Inko, you are useless and I don't want you in my family, she said with hatred. Izumi, you're a bastard, how could I love you all this time being so useless? Mom should have gotten rid of you, she said the same. Izuku, what? He said with a broken voice. Inko, I don't want you near me, or my daughter. You are no longer my son, you are just a useless. It's good that you wore that mask for so long to not have to harden your hidden face, she said in a cold tone that stuck like daggers in Izuku's heart, and don't get your hopes up because you're at UA. It won't take you 3 months before they see that you are useless, and that girlfriend of yours that Izumi told me about, she's just playing with you. I'm sure that the moment she sees how useless you are, she will leave you and go with someone else. Like Bakugo, for example. I wouldn't mind if she shared it with Izumi. He has always been strong. The opposite of you, so goodbye, trash. Here I say goodbye to you, and I don't want to hear your voice or see your presence near me or Izumi ever again. Izumi, goodbye, useless, she said this with poison. They hang. Izuku dropped his phone to the ground, not knowing what to do. The sky began to cloud over and soon it began to rain. Izuku was devastated. The only family he had left abandoned him, and all this time he was pretending that they loved him. They always saw him as useless. Izuku couldn't process this. He, with a darkened look, simply went to his backpack and took out a lighter and a cigarette. Just the parts of Sanji, the other girl, and Luffy, ignore them. Izuku, in a moment of sadness, decided to go and confront, not his family, not an enemy, but Ibara. He wanted to see if what she said was true. He had to be sure that she would not abandon him. He took his mask, his launchers, and headed to the UA. Arriving at UA, he saw Ibra in her room looking at her cell phone. She was wearing an Izuku sweater, which made him feel a little less sad. He knocked on the window, calling Ibra's attention, and she quickly opened the window for Izuku to pass. She was happy to see her boyfriend, but he had his head down. Ibra noticed this, and took off his mask, seeing how he was shedding tears. Ibara, Izuku, what's wrong with you? She said, hugging him. Izuku, promise you won't leave, he said in a low tone that Ibara could hear. Ibara, how? She said, confused by the question. Izuku, promise you won't leave me, he said with tears in his eyes. Ibara quickly hugged him while playing with her hair. Ibara, I will never leave Izuku, she said, giving him a kiss on the lips. Now, would you mind telling me what happened to me? She said this so Izuku would tell her. Ibara was upset. No, more than upset, she was furious at what they did to her boyfriend. She was about to start cursing, but she heard Izuku's question. Izuku, you think I'm useless? Do you think my face is horrible? He said with a broken voice. Ibara, of course not, Izuku, she said in a loving tone. Come, she said, patting her thighs so that Izuku would put his head there and start playing with her hair. You know, you will never be useless. You are the great Spider-Man, she said, making Izuku smile, the one who has saved millions of people, and the one who saved us in USJ. But above all, you are Izuku Midoriya, my boyfriend, she said with a smile on your face. You are the most beautiful person I've ever seen, she said, giving him kisses repeatedly all over his face. I am the luckiest to have you by my side, she said, to make Izuku feel happy. Izuku Midoriya, I love you, she said in a loving tone, just for Izuku to hug her. Izuku was crying into his chest. After hearing so much, he simply broke down. It hurt him that the only people who had supposedly supported him were saying that it was all a lie and that they hated him. He cried into Ibara's chest until he fell asleep. It hurt him a lot, everything they said about him. He was afraid that Ibara would tell him the same thing, but when he heard what Ibara told him, he relaxed and fell asleep on her chest while crying. Ibara just lay down next to Izuku while hugging him and whispering in his ear. Ibara, I will never abandon you, because I love you, she said this so that Izuku would put on a smile in his dreams. After that, the two fell asleep. The next morning, Izuku woke up feeling an extra weight on him. When he realized where he was, he realized that it was not a dream, which made him sad. Izuku, at least I still have Ibara, he thought with a smile. Ibara, you woke up already, she said. She was waking up, but she couldn't continue talking when she felt Izuku hug her. Izuku, thank you for being by my side, she said while sticking her face to Ibara's and carrying herself while she did the same. Ibara, Izuku, you don't have to thank me. I'm lucky for it, she said, hugging the green-haired boy. How do you feel now? Izuku, I feel good now, he said with a smile. You're not okay. Ibara, that's good, honey. Then you'll go back to that school, she said with a touch of jealousy. Izuku, not anymore. I just want to be with my girl. I'll tell the director that due to personal matters I had to cancel this, he said with a smile. Don't pretend to smile. Ibara, so let's go, she said, extending her hand to the green-haired boy. Izuku, yeah, let's go, he said the same. Just pretend. Izuku, get out of my fucking head, he said, holding his head on the ground, scaring Ibara. Who are you? Go away, he said, writing on the ground. Ibara, Izuku, are you okay? She said, worried. He doesn't really care about you. Izuku, get out of my head, he said, shouting. Ibara, Izuku, wait for me, I'll go for help, she said. She is running. I will not return. Izuku, he said, shouting. Ibara quickly went down and saw Class B watching TV and told them the situation. They all brought the green-haired boy down to the living room and thought of ways to help him until Kendo came up with an idea. Kendo, Shinso from the support class, he said, this confusing everyone. Yui, what does he have to do with this? She said, upset. Kendo, his quirk will help. Let's go find him, he said, bringing Monoma in a ways. On the way to find him, they met the girls from 1A who explained the situation, and they also went to find Shinso until they found him, and so they all went to the 1B dorms to help Izuku. Ibara, this is Shinso, he said, pointing at him so Kendo would nod. And what are they doing here? He said, pointing at Melissa, Shuka, Momo and Kyuka. Kendo, they helped us look for Shinso, but there is no time for questions. Izuku is suffering. Use your quirk on him to control him, he said, watching Izuku right on the ground. Shinso, okay, he said, somewhat upset. Hey idiot, he said, angering Class 1B, I have to provoke him to talk to me. Hey boy, answer me, he said desperately. Izuku, what? He said this so that his eyes rolled back in his head. Shinso, he's already in a trance, now let's ask him what he has. My quirk is not only the trance, I also brainwash him so that he tells me everything I want with the absolute truth. He said this so that everyone agreed. Okay, Midoriya, what's wrong with you? He said calmly. Izuku, I want to die, he said this, leaving everyone in shock. Kendo, W what? Melissa, W what? Momo, do you want to die? She said in shock along with Shuka and Kyuka. Ibra, but why do you want to die? Said the green-haired girl through tears. Shinso, because you want to die, he said, somewhat surprised by the boy's response. Izuku, I want to die, but at the same time I don't want to die, he said, leaving everyone confused. Shinso, for whatever reason, he said in shock. Izuku, my family abandoned me, the only people who accompanied me throughout my childhood, my sister and my mother, called me to tell me that everything is a lie, that they never loved me and that they never want to see me again. I want to die because of that, he said dryly, but I don't want to die because of Ibra, he said, so that the girl cried even more. She is the only reason why I am healthy, her and my friends, Juan, Victor, Diego, Roberto, April, my friends, and also if I die. Who will protect this city like Spider-Man, he said, leaving everyone in shock except two people who already knew. Shinso, why you are Spider-Man, he asked in shock since when he said, trying to return to his serious tone. Izuku, since 2 years ago, he said this so that everyone would be surprised. Melissa, he's Spider-Man, he said in shock. Shuka, so he's the one my father hates, she said with a smile and a slight blush. Momo and Kyuka just kept out of the situation. Shinso, and what was tormenting you just now, he said this so that everyone would pay attention. Izuku, that was. I will be here for you. Izuku, that was, I don't know, he said under the Shinso effect. Shinso, what do you mean you don't know? He said seriously. Izuku, they are voices in my head that tell me all the time what I am doing wrong. At first it was only once a day, but since what happened with my mother and sister they became stronger, he said. Shinso, I understand, I'm going to release you now, he said this, but Kendo interrupted. Kendo, wait, he this said, attracting everyone's attention. We will not tell Izuku that we know he is Spider-Man. We must keep his secret since he uses that mask for a reason. We will just forget about the subject, and we will not use it until it is necessary. He said this for everyone to nod. Okay, Shinso, he said this for Shinso to nod. Shinso, cancel, he this said so that Izuku's eye color would return. Izuku, what happened to me? He said, looking at everyone. Shinso, For some reason you lost control and I helped you with my quirk, he said seriously. Izuku, thank you very much, he said bowing, but what are they doing here, he said looking at the girls. Kendo, they helped me find Shinso, she said with a smile so Izuku would approach them. Izuku, thank you very much for helping me, he said bowing. The girls swore that for a moment they could see the green-haired boy's face, but they didn't say anything and just responded to the bow and left, but not before Melissa said something. Melissa, you should think about what I told you about wearing that mask, she said this to turn to see Izuku and be in shock and blushing when she saw how he took off his mask and smiled at her and put it back on. Izuku, thank you Miss Melissa, I'll think about it, he said calmly. Melissa, why yes, she said this to run away super red. Izuku, thank you friends, he said taking off his mask since Shinso had left. Monoma, you don't have to thank Izuku, that's what we're here for, he said with a smile. Tetsu, yes bro, don't worry, he said hugging Izuku by the neck. Ibra would just take Izuku by the arm and take him to her room with a cold look. Izuku, what's wrong, Main, but he couldn't finish after receiving a slap from Ibra. Ibra, how is it that you want to die, Izuku? She said angrily. Izuku, how do you know? He said in shock and scared. Ibra, that boy's quirk made you tell the whole truth about what you felt, why didn't you tell me? She said annoyed. Izuku, I didn't know how, he said this sadly. Ibra, tell me now, she said authoritatively. Izuku, I don't know how, he said sadly. Ibra, from what I see you don't trust me, huh? She said sadly. Izuku, it would be better if we took some time, she said, leaving Izuku in shock. Izuku, and no Ibra please, and oh, he said with tears, you are the only thing I have left, he said kneeling. Ibra, I'm sorry Izuku, but I think it's best for both of us to think carefully about what we want to do, please go, she said seriously. Izuku with a gloomy look just took his mask and left without saying a word. Ibra was crying, she didn't even know why she did that, she was confused. When she reacted to what she did, she was in shock. She left the person she loved, the person who saw her as the only pillar for his life. She left her Izuku. Ibra with tears quickly went down to the main room where everyone saw him and asked him what was wrong, and he told them. Yui, Ibra, what's wrong with you? She said annoyed. You were the only person he had left, now what will happen with Izuku? Did you think about that? She said annoyed. Ibra, I don't even know what happened to me, I didn't want to tell him that, but I was upset because he didn't trust me, she said crying. Setsuna, Ibra, he trusted you completely, he even gave his life for you, you didn't listen to what Shinso said, he didn't say it so you wouldn't worry, she said this so Ibra would open her eyes. Ibra, you must find him, she said through tears. Kendo, let's go find him. She said this so that the whole class agreed and went to find the green-haired boy. They spent a while looking for the green-haired boy. No one found him. No one knew where he could be. Ibra was crying for Mares. She called his cell phone but he didn't answer. Remember that his phone broke at the CI Academy. After that everyone stayed in the living room to see what time Izuku would return, and then they decided to turn on the news. Monoma, hey girls, I think you don't have to search anymore, he said seriously. Ibara, where is it? She said hopefully. Kendo, what is that? He said he is watching a big lizard on TV. Ibara, Izuku is fighting that thing, she said sadly. With Izuku. This one only remained silent, fighting against the lizard. He did not say anything, each movement was cold and calculating. But at one moment the battle turned around. Izuku was being beaten by the lizard. Ibara cried because of the beating they were giving Izuku. But from one moment to another he managed to put a spider web on his face and slam him against the floor, leaving him unconscious. But he also left with some strong wounds since the lizard had managed to open his stomach with his claws, but not serious enough to go to the hospital. After that Izuku limped to the main room where he saw all his classmates worried about him. He, without giving it importance, just went to the first aid kit. At this moment he did not care if they knew if he was Spider-Man or not, he just wanted to be alone. Izuku took off his suit and mask, cleaning his wounds while moaning in pain. Ibara, Izuku, let me do it for you, he said worried. Izuku, no! He said, surprising everyone but more to Ibara. I do not want more betrayals, I do not want anything, I already know what I am. I am someone destined to have no friends, someone who will always reject. Do not do this to me, Ibra. Not again. I trusted you. You were the only thing I had left to support me. But apparently they were all empty words. As always, if you look for me tomorrow, it is very likely that I have already left, he said, leaving everyone in shock. Please, do not pretend anymore, Ibra. I do not need anyone anymore. I can do it alone. I have always been like this, and I will continue like this, he said, walking to his room. Ibra just followed him. Izuku, Ibra, I know you're there. Why are you following me? He said with a dark look. Ibra, Izuku, please forgive me. I don't want to lose you, he said, crying. I didn't know what he was saying at that moment. I can't live without you, without your caresses, or your love. Izuku, please forgive me, he said, crying profusely. I can't be without you. You're the only person I love in this world, please, he said with tears. Izuku, are you serious? He said with light tears. Ibara, yes, she said, hugging Izuku while he was crying. Izuku, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, he repeated this many times while Ibara caressed his hair. Ibara, you have nothing to be thankful for, rather I am the one who should apologize. I don't know how I could make such a beautiful face cry, she said, giving kisses all over the green-haired boy's face that still had tears in it. Izuku, please, Ibara, never leave me, you are the only thing I have, he said with tears. Ibara, never again, she said, hugging him. Izuku, we're going to sleep, he said with a smile. Ibara, yes, let's go, she said, smiling. After that, the two went to the green-haired girl's room where they fell asleep, Ibara with Izuku's sweater and Izuku inside the sweater, and so on until they reached the next one where the two woke up. It was a very quiet Sunday, if it weren't for the fact that Ibara was possessively hugging the green-haired girl. Izuku, what's wrong, princess? He said with a drop of sweat. Ibara, I will never leave you, she said, hugging him more, and if it is necessary to hug you forever, that is what I will do, she said, sticking her breast to Izuku's face. I will never let you go again. You are mine, she said with a pout. Izuku, I will never leave. I would not separate myself from the only person I love, he said, giving a kiss to the green-haired girl. Hey, why do you have my shirt? He said, confused. Ibara, it smells like you, she said with a blush. Izuku, you are so cute, he said, carrying the green-haired girl in a bridal manner. Ibara, Izuku, put me down, she said with a tender pout. Izuku, no, he said, lying down on the bed. Still, it's Sunday. We can sleep a little more, he said, getting between Ibara's breasts. Ibara, you're right, she said with a tender smile, caressing her hair. Izuku, I already told you that I love you, he said, looking up. Ibara, and I never get tired of hearing it, she said with a smile. Izuku, well, I love you, he said, hugging Ibara more. Ibara, me too, she said while wrapping Izuku in her hug. Izuku, let's see what's on the news, he said, this to turn on the television, while he was inside the sweater that Ibara was wearing, and there was nothing interesting, just news about heroes and all that. Izuku turned off the television and went to prepare breakfast for him and Ibara. Ibara, as always, followed him with a shirt of the green-haired boy on, when Baho saw all his companions and apologized to them while bowing. Kendo, no problem, Izuku, we will always be there for you. Setsuna, sure, just ask and we will help you. Tetsu, sure bro. Ibara just watched that with a smile, but that smile would fade away when two unwanted people arrived. Inko, so the useless guy has friends, that's something new, she said in a cold tone, angering everyone. Izumi, he useless, I just came to leave you this, she said, throwing a guitar on the ground. I would keep it but I can't play it, she said angrily. Inko, oh, so you're the famous Ibra, she said, seeing that the girl had an Izuku shirt on. Hey, I have a guy for you much better than this useless one, she said, smiling. Ibara, go to hell, lady, she said with an angelic smile. Izuku, that's my girl, he said proudly, so Ibara blushed. Izumi, how dare you, he said, preparing his fire. Izuku, hey Inko, I have something to tell you, he said, this so that Inko could see him with mockery. Inko, what? They already realize that you are a useless person who does not belong here. Do not even think that I will let you into my house, she said, laughing, bothering the others. Izuku, actually no, you know I didn't want anything left between us, much less this, he said, putting on the Spider-Man mask, leaving Inko in shock. Inko, why, you are Spider-Man, she said in shock. Izuku, Did you ever wonder why I was always late or came home beaten? He said, laughing. Inko, son, she said in a loving tone. Izuku, they are my balls, he said angrily. Thanks for kicking me out of that family of hypocrites. I will never look for them again. And thanks for the guitar. It was going to be very useful to me, he said, to turn around and hug Ibara by the waist. Let's eat honey, he said with a smile, while kissing her. Ibara, yes, she said excitedly. Inko just stood there statically while Monoma pushed her and Izumi out, who were still in shock, and slammed the door in her face. After eating, Izuku and Ibara went to the main room because Kendo had called them all, saying that they would go to the bedrooms in room 1A because they were invited to a karaoke that they would put together. Everyone, including Izuku and Ibara, confirmed that they would go. Izuku, oh shit, but what time will it be? He said worriedly. Kendo, at 9, she said confused. Izuku, yes, he said excitedly. Ibara eats, he said, carrying Ibara. Izuku carried Ibara while the others only had a drop of sweat, and they all had the same thought. Everyone, what a beautiful couple, they all thought in unison. After Izuku took Ibara to his room, he gave her a surprise. Ibara, what's wrong, Izuku? She said confused. Izuku, princess, do you remember that you wanted to go to that super expensive restaurant but it's really hard to get into? Ibara, don't even remind me. I spent months making a reservation and they cancelled it, she said sadly. Izuku, well, it's good that your boyfriend is Spider-Man, he said, laughing so that Ibara would open her eyes. Ibara, don't tell me that, she said in shock while Izuku showed her the tickets to the restaurant. Izuku, she said, throwing herself to hug Izuku, you deserve a reward. What do you want? He said without thinking about his words, but she got nervous thinking that Izuku could ask her that. Izuku, a reward, he said, thinking, making Ibara more nervous. That when we leave UA we get married, he said, blushing. Ibara. Ibara, really? She said with a huge blush. Izuku, yes, he said with a smile. Ibara, Izuku, how do you manage to love yourself more every day? She said with a smile. Izuku, I try to make you love me more every day and it works, he said, smiling, but anyway, find your best dress and let's go. The reservation is at 6, he said so that Ibara would open her eyes. Ibara, Izuku, it's 5:30, she said with her eyes open. After that the two ran each to their rooms to get as elegant as possible and then went downstairs. The whole room saw them impressed and asked them why they were going like that, to which Izuku told them about his reservation but told them that they would come before karaoke. After that they went to the restaurant where everything was expensive, but Izuku told Ibara to order what she wanted. Ibara ordered the cheapest thing on the menu and was eating it by force. Izuku, Ibara, look at me, he said this so that Ibara would get sad. Ibara, Izuku, I'm sorry, I know it cost you so much to get a reservation at this place, but the food is disgusting, she said somewhat sadly. Izuku, honey, you should have told me before. I think there's a taco restaurant around the corner, he said while Ibara had stars in her eyes. Ibara, and what are we waiting for? Let's go, she said, holding the green-haired boy by the arm to leave, but not before paying the bill. When they arrived at the restaurant, the two were very happy, since Ibara had loved the food. After that, the two arrived at 9:20 at the 1A dormitories, where they found some students singing. They had a good time, talking among themselves, where some sang until a question from a girl with the ice and fire quirk attracted everyone's attention. Shuka, Izuku, why don't you sing? She said this so everyone could see Izuku. Monoma, yes, he sings, he said excitedly. Izuku, I would, but I don't have my guitar. He said this but immediately fell silent when he saw how Momo lifted his shirt to create one. Ibara only turned Izuku's mask. Remember that with Class 1A he has not shown his face, making a drop of sweat come out of everyone. After Momo gave the guitar to the green-haired boy, he had no other choice but to go up on stage to take the microphone. Izuku, well, first of all, I just want to say that I dedicate this song to someone special. He said this looking at Ibara, to someone who has supported me since I got here and never left me alone. He said this so that Ibara would encourage him. Izuku, well, without further ado, here it goes, he said to start singing. After that song all the girls were sighing with love. Ibara just cried while running towards the green-haired boy. Without thinking she sent the mask flying, making all the girls blush on her face, but she didn't care less. She kissed the green-haired boy, making all the girls of 1A jealous. Izuku, I love you, he said with a smile. Ibara, I love you too, Izuku, and remember, I'll always be there for you, she said while kissing the green-haired boy. Electro and Sports Festival is coming. All the girls had a big blush. Izuku's face had been revealed. They all stood with their mouths open because of how beautiful he was. But that was not all. He had a beautiful voice. The song he sang left more than one in love. Even Shuka blushed when she looked at the green-haired boy and Melissa. Well, Melissa couldn't talk to him without stuttering. Izuku was sitting with Ibra hugging each other. All the girls tried to get closer to him, but Ibara's gaze was enough to make them move away. Everything was calm when Monoma spoke. Monoma, turn on the news, he said, frightened. Momo complied with the order and quickly turned on the news channel where a blue man surrounded by heroes was seen. Reporter, we can see how a villain who can control electricity is attacking the city. The heroes cannot get close to him because he sends electroshocks. Izuku, without thinking twice, looked at the entire class 1A and 1B. Izuku, okay, I don't want anyone to tell what you're going to see, he said, confusing everyone. But everyone was amazed when Izuku began to take off his elegant suit, and inside he had his Spider-Man suit. Ibara, be careful, okay? She said worriedly. Izuku, I'll be back, don't worry, he said this before leaving under the surprised gaze of some of the A class, since some already knew what the B class is like and 4 girls from the A. Momo, let's keep watching the news to see how Midoriya is doing, she said this for everyone to nod. In the news. Reporter, we are informed that the Vigilante Spiderman has arrived at the scene, she said happily. In the battle. Izuku, hey Sparky, haven't they told you that harming people is illegal? He said in his happy tone. Electro, but I haven't hurt anyone, he said scared. Izuku, or? So why are you here? He said confused. Electro, I don't know what's happening to me, he said with fear. Izuku, okay buddy, just breathe, okay? Calm down, everything will be okay, he said. Electro, okay, he said nodding. What they didn't see was that in the distance a sniper was positioning himself to shoot. Izuku, we better go talk somewhere else, he said in a calm tone. Electro, yes, he said this to follow Spider-Man, but he was going to go through a grate. Izuku, oh stop, he said advancing against him through the grid. You know, electricity, he said laughing. Electro saw the screens that showed his face. He was a little nervous that he took a step back, stepping on a puddle of water that made more lightning come out of his body. At that moment the sniper shot Electro, which made him fall. Izuku, don't shoot. This one shouted, hey buddy, are you okay? This one said, but Electro didn't hear him. Electro got up annoyed and fired a large wave of energy that hit the railing where the sniper was, throwing him down. But Spider-Man managed to grab Electro's hand before that, but he took the shock instead. Ibra was worried about her boyfriend, but Kendo told her that everything would be okay, that she has been in worse situations. Everyone encouraged Izuku. With Izuku, he had crashed into a patrol car, but before that he managed to pull with his net the policeman who was going to be crushed by a giant screen. Everyone started to applaud and encourage Spider-Man. The screens went from recording Electro to recording him. This made Electro angry as they started to shout things at him like freak or villain. Spider-Man, hey buddy, you have to calm down, he said, trying to calm the situation. Electro, you set me up, he said angrily. Izuku, of course not, he said, shaking his head. Electro, shut up, he said to crouch on the ground and launch a large wave of electricity where there were some stands with many people. People began to run up the stands, which was the opposite of what they had to do. Spider-Man, seeing that, he threw his webs towards people to prevent them from touching the railings or falling. Then all the people left the stands thanking Spider-Man. Everyone was cheering Spider-Man on. Electro started throwing waves of electricity that he dodged masterfully and then threw a web at a fire hydrant to throw it at Electro, who managed to dodge it the first time around. But the second time around it hits him and he is sent flying against a big screen. But he also managed to hit Spider-Man, knocking him off the screen. Reporter, we didn't see Spider-Man anywhere, let's hope he's okay. Everyone was worried about Izuku, especially Ibara. She was even shedding tears, but what they saw scared them. Electro had managed to take 2 high-voltage cables, and by putting them on his chest he absorbed all their energy, managing to obtain great strength to the point of being able to float. He was throwing discharges of electricity at people, collapsing buildings and everything that was around him, and Spider-Man was nowhere to be seen. Everyone was worried, but suddenly they saw how Spider-Man came with a firefighter helmet accompanied by a hose and gave a jet of water under pressure to Electro, leaving him with attacks due to electricity. The police managed to put anti-Quirk handcuffs on him where they would take him to a prison. Spider-Man left without saying anything, but his wounds were a little serious since he had a broken wrist and cuts all over his body. He managed to get to the 1A dorms where everyone was. Then Ibra went to Izuku and helped him sit down. He only took off his mask and saw how he was hurt, and his wrist was hanging. "Ibara, Izuku, are you okay?" she said, worried. Izuku, "Yes, I'll be cured in 2 hours," he said with difficulty. "Shuka, they should leave him on this sofa. It's not good for him to walk," she said with her serious face but with a blush. "Ibara, they're right. We'll stay here for a while, Izuku." She said this so that the girls would be disappointed since Ibra would stay there. "Izuku, it's okay, princess," he said with pain. After that, Ibra put a bandage on Izuku so that he would heal faster. While they were talking, Bakugo arrived angrily where Izuku was. "Bakugo, how the hell are you, Spider-Man?" he said angrily. "Melissa, Bakugo, you have to calm down. Don't you see that he is hurt?" "Bakugo, I couldn't care less, so what, nerd? You're supposed to have been underestimating me all this time, huh? Well, here you go," he said, giving Izuku an explosion that he couldn't dodge because of his wounds. "Izuku, Bakugo fighting someone who can't defend himself. You're doing something new for a change, right?" he said mockingly. "Bakugo, piece of shit," he said, preparing an explosion, but nothing came out. "Aizawa, Bakugo, go to your room right now or I'll punish you," he said angrily. Bakugo angrily retreated to his room while Izuku stood up with the help of Ibara. "Aizawa, you did very well, Izuku," he said with a proud smile. "Izuku, thank you, Professor, but as you can see, it is not in the best condition," he said, laughing. Ibara just hugged Izuku possessively as the girls tried to get closer to him. "Izuku, Ibara, are we going?" he said, taking Ibara's hand. "Ibara, yes," she said as she left with Izuku while smiling. Aizawa just watched from far as Izuku left. "Aizawa, that boy fills me with pride," he said with a smile. After that, Izuku and Ibra went to Izuku's room where they fell asleep as usual, hugging each other. But Izuku for some reason was not sleepy. The reason is that the electricity that ran through his body filled him with energy. "Izuku, Ibara, are you awake?" "Ibara, what's wrong, love?" she said with affection. "Izuku, I can't sleep," he said like a child. "Ibara, you have nightmares," she said, worried. "Izuku, no, it's not that, it's just that guy filled my body with electricity, and now I have a lot of energy left over," he said calmly. "I'm going to train," he said to get up, but not before giving Ibara a kiss and covering her with a blanket. "Ibara, Izuku," she said with her face on the pillow. "Izuku, what's up, princess?" he said, almost leaving. "Ibara, give me your sweater," she said, lifting her butt into the air, looking like a dog stretching. "Izuku, okay, here," he said this to take it off and have Ibara put it on. "Ibara, it always smells so good, and it's so like," she said, putting her legs inside the sweater. "Izuku, you're going to stretch it out for me. You know it doesn't matter. I'll be back at 6, since classes start again today," he said as he started jogging. Izuku left the apartments and went jogging. It was 3 in the morning. On the way he met Melissa, who was also training. He decided to leave her, but he heard something that interested him. "Melissa, if I can use one for all before the sports festival, I could tell the world that I'm here. I promise you, Uncle Might, that I will win the festival. I will not waste the power that you gave me," she said, determined. "Izuku, I was right," he said, coming down from a tree with his web. "Melissa, Izuku, you scared me. Wait, what did you hear?" she said, scared. "Izuku, what I had been suspecting, that All Might gave you his quirk," he said, making a hammock with his spider webs and lying down in it. "Melissa, please, Izuku, I beg you not to tell anyone. If this information falls into the wrong hands, it would be fatal," she said, scared. Izuku, don't worry, I know what it feels like to want to keep a secret but have everyone find out, he said laughing, and don't worry about Ofa, you have to grow with him, you're not going to control 100% quickly, even All Might took time. Just go at your own pace, and one day you'll be able to do it, he said with a smile that made Melissa blush. Melissa, I'm jealous of you, he said looking up at the sky. Izuku, don't tell me you like women, he said in astonishment. Melissa, no! She said laughing, it's just that, seeing how you go out into the streets with that mask on and without fear you manage to keep everyone safe always with a smile or telling jokes, you are an excellent Spider-Man hero, she said making Izuku smile. Izuku, I'm always scared, he said impressing Melissa. I'm afraid that one day an enemy will appear that I can't defeat, and not being able to return with Ibra scares me. But I can wear it, why? Because as I always say, anyone can wear the mask, but it's your decision to put it on. And since the day I made the decision to be Spider-Man, I am aware that I could die at any moment. That's why I don't take it much important, because the true value of a hero is not a quirk, nor his suit, but the true value of a hero is here, in the heart, he said with a smile that made Melissa blush to abysmal levels. Melissa, why calming down, I think you're right. I'll take the Ofa at my own pace, she said with a smile. Well, thank you very much, Izuku, she said leaving. Izuku, you're welcome, he said with a smile. After that, Izuku continued training until 6 in the morning. When he went to wake up Ibara, she gave him a good morning kiss while hugging him with all her strength. She wanted to show Izuku how much she loved him. After that, everyone was ready and went to their classroom, where they had a special announcement. They all sat down and waited for their teacher until they saw the door open, and it was this one. Vlad, okay, brat, shut up, he said this one so that everyone would shut up. We just have to tell you that the sports festival is coming up. So even though we just started classes, you will have 2 weeks off so you can train as much as you can, boys. I have great expectations of you, he said smiling. The teacher didn't know it, but with those words he had managed to motivate the entire class. I'll be the winner. Izuku, from the sports festival, he said with determination. Izuku's birthday. Everyone was waiting for the sports festival. A week of rest had already passed that they used to train, and they only had 1 more week left. This day they tried not to make much noise since Izuku was doing stream and they didn't want to disturb him, so they decided to watch it on the screen in the common room. Everyone saw Izuku with the Spider-Man mask saying his jokes until something caught their attention. In the stream. Dead, so Spider, it says here when you were born, he said asking Spider-Man. Barca, hey, if I want, when Spider's birthday is, he said with a smile. Juan, let's see, tell it, he said excitedly. Roberto, go ahead, he said while smoking a cigarette. Izuku, well, my birthday is July 15th, he said, surprising everyone. Dead Barca. Roberto, Juan, is it today? They said, surprised. Izuku, yes, he said calmly. Dead, I imagine they'll throw you a mega party. Izuku, no, he said this, confusing everyone. I have never celebrated my birthday, he said this, surprising everyone. Roberto, why? He said somewhat sadly. Izuku, well, you see, since I was little, my mother always took advantage of the fact that I put my sister before me, that is, her needs before mine. They are June 16th, and she always told me I only have money for the birthday of one of you, or we celebrate your sister's or yours, and I always told her that it was my sister's. That's why I never celebrated a birthday of mine. Juan, fuck it, my friend. We would celebrate it, but we are too far away, he said sadly. Dead, but you don't have any spider friends, he said confused. Izuku, yes, I have friends, but I don't want them to waste time or money on me, he said in a calm tone of voice. Well, friends, it was a good stream, but I have to go, he said, hanging up the call. In the common room. Ibra, today is Izuku's birthday, and I didn't even wish him a happy birthday, she said sadly. Kendo, don't worry because he never told you, she said, somewhat sad. Monoma, this won't stay like this, right? He said sadly. Setsuna, I propose a surprise party, she said excitedly. Always, if you're right, let's surprise him in his room, he said with a smile for everyone to nod. And so the whole day went by where Izuku saw that everyone was avoiding him until Ibra, but he just thought that they were busy and didn't want to bother Ibra either. Those of Class B made a plan where the girls of Class A joined. They would all hide in Izuku's room with the lights off to surprise him. Everyone fits thanks to the power of the script, and so they planned every detail so that Izuku would have the birthday he never had. Then the night came, and everyone went to Izuku's room to wait for him. They would wait a while for him to fall asleep and then wake him up so that the surprise would be unexpected. Everyone hid. When they saw how Izuku came in with a cake and a candle, he had his Spider-Man mask on and turned on his camera and started recording alive. Imagine that he has his Spider-Man mask and that it doesn't say 57 years old but that he only has a candle. Oh yes, F for the Don sad face. Everyone at that moment, those who were in the room and those who were watching the stream, had a lump in their throat. Some shed tears seeing how lonely the boy was. They decided to wait a while to see what happened. Izuku, hello my listeners, wow, today I turned 16, he said calmly. I don't know where everyone has gone but it's better, so I don't bother you. Oh, and to think that I never celebrated my birthday and the first time I do it is alone, he said in a sad tone, but it doesn't matter. Surely next year will be better, he said in a calm tone. My family is supposed to be with me but nah, I care less, so in front of you I want to sing something, he said, preparing his voice. Izuku, happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me, may I have many more happy birthday to me, he said while starting to applaud. And to think that my entire childhood was a lie. Where did those years go, he said, smiling. Well, let's try the cake, he said to uncover it. Everyone, and when I say everyone at this moment, even the boys from Class A who were not at the party but still watched it live, tears of men came out at that moment. Everyone wanted to leave already so that Izuku would not continue feeling alone, but they were told not to wait until the moment when he fell asleep so that it would be unexpected. But at that moment Izuku receives a call. Izuku, oh look friends, he said, showing the call. It's dead, he said with a calm tone to answer. Hey, what's up brother, he said, lying down on the floor. Dead, nothing buddy, I just want to wish you a happy birthday, he said in a sad tone. Izuku, thanks friend, he said. Dead, remember that we will always be there for you, goodbye, he said this to hang up. Izuku, what a nice guy, he said laughing. Well then friends, let the party begin, he said to cut a slice of cake while lifting a part of the mask just to show his mouth to eat, while putting on a small speaker with music. He sang this one happily while eating his cake. Everyone who saw him live and those who were hiding in the room felt a pang in their hearts, seeing the boy who always helped them and was always with them being so alone. Ibra couldn't hold back the urge to throw herself at her boyfriend to kiss him, but she held back. She wanted her first birthday with friends to be something unexpected. Izuku, so friends, you know, enjoy with your family and friends, you do not have to be alone, he said laughing. Remember that nobody tells you that you cannot fulfill your dreams. Be what you want to be. If you want to be a hero but your quirk is useless or you do not have one, do not give up, you can be a hero. Look at me. I thought my power was useless, and 2 years ago I learned that it is not. But not everything is going to be rosy. Unfortunately I was left without a family, he said, but he heard how a donation arrived. Donation. Hey Spider, I want to wish you a happy birthday and tell me what happened with the girl you mentioned in the stream that time, everyone heard. Izuku, oh, well now she's my girlfriend, she's very beautiful and always takes care of me. From what I saw today she had a lot of things to do so we didn't talk much, but I still know that if she could she would be here. Maybe she was just busy and because of thinking about it she forgot my birthday, although I never told her when it was. But yes friend, thanks for asking. I am in a beautiful relationship with her, he said with a smile, and Ibra was crying. But remember, if you like someone and you are with that person, manage to defend them with your life. I did it once and I managed to keep them from doing anything to her, he said with a smile. Also learn that in life there are sometimes ups and downs, not everything will always be rosy, but you have to enjoy every moment you can, so that the day your heart stops, you do not regret anything because you could live your life well. And if you are in training to be a hero, remember, a hero is not measured by his strength or his quirk, he is measured by his heart, he said pointing to his heart. You know friends, this is your faithful friend and neighbor Spider-Man speaking, and have a good night, he said to turn off the camera and lie down in his bed to sleep. After a while Izuku began to hear noises, and when he opened his eyes he saw his girlfriend along with his classmates, and the girls from Class A including Shuka were there with a smile. Everyone, happy birthday Izuku! They all said with a smile. Izuku, what is this? He said confused. Ibara, it's just us who decided to throw you a surprise party, she said sitting on the green-haired boy's legs giving him a kiss. Setsuna, yes Izuku, we asked some questions and found out that today is your birthday, she said, lying, so we've been preparing everything since the morning, she said with a smile. Ibara, but what are we waiting for? Come on, he said, bringing down the green-haired boy with everyone so he could see how there were balloons, a cake and a karaoke. Izuku, wow, when they do all this, I didn't realize, he said, surprised but happy. Momo, we prepared it while you were in your room, she said with a smile and a blush. Shuka, I helped, she said strangely smiling, leaving her hostility and blushing. Izuku, well, thanks guys, he said with a smile. Ibara, but what are you waiting for? Go up and blow out the candles on the cake. She said this so that Izuku would nod. Izuku went up to where the cake was and smiled when he saw that it was Spider-Man themed. They turned on the Bella and started singing to him. Everyone, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday Izuku, happy birthday to you, they all said as Izuku blew out the candles and everyone clapped. Ibara, like the first piece, she said while watching Izuku take a fork and start eating the cake while light tears came out. Everyone at that moment was worried about the green-haired boy. Ibara/Yui/all, Izuku, what's wrong? They asked worried. Izuku, nothing, just that, this thing tastes better when you eat it at your own party, he said this so that everyone smiled. It's delicious, he said, wiping away his tears. Izuku felt happy. It was the first birthday he celebrated and it was with his friends and girlfriend. Izuku said this where everyone would be happy that he considered them friends, and Ibara went up to give him kisses all over his face, leaving some jealous, especially Shuka and Melissa for some reason. After that the party continued until it was time to sing. Izuku was going to be the last one to go up, and so everyone sang and went on until it was time for Izuku to sing, so he took his guitar and went up on stage where I sang this song. Ibra was crying because of the song. She knew that Izuku dedicated it to her. Without waiting, she went up on stage where she began to kiss him uncontrollably. Monoma, there are motels. He shouted this so that everyone would laugh and Ibra would blush. Kendo, don't ruin the moment, he said, hitting him in the neck. Ibara, sorry, it's just that, she said this but was silenced by a kiss from Izuku. Izuku, you have nothing to say, I love you, he said this so that Ibra would hug him. Thanks for the party, he said this with a smile. Everyone, happy birthday Izuku, they all said with a smile. Ibara, happy birthday darling, she said while kissing him. The Brown. 4 days later. There were 2 days left for the sports festival. Everyone had trained until they were exhausted, especially Izuku. He had trained every day after his party with Ibara, although she couldn't keep up with him. At this moment Izuku was finishing training and was all sweaty. His tank top was stuck to him. The moment he entered the room, all the girls stared at him with a blush. They were all going to say something, but at that moment a dwarf-haired boy arrived who is known for being the pervert of Class A. They were going to kick him out, but he said something that caught their attention. Mineta, hey Midoriya, I brought you one of the brownies that Melissa made, he said with a smile. Eat it while it's hot, he said in an oddly kind tone. Izuku, upon hearing that they were from Melissa, did not suspect the slightest bit, and brought it to his mouth under the gaze of Mineta, who had a smile. But not a friendly one, he had a mocking smile. He left without saying anything and joined Denki and Sato. Kaminari, did he eat it? He said with a smile. Mineta, yes, I told him they were from Melissa and he shut up, he said laughing. Melissa was passing by and heard someone mention her. Melissa, what? She said confused, scaring the 3 boys. Sato, the whole plan was Mineta's, he said scared. Melissa, what's the plan? She said confused. Sato, shit, he said, slapping himself in the face. Mineta would just start laughing. Mineta, we gave the stupid handsome boy from 1B to Magic Brownie, he said with a smile. Melissa, magical? She said, understanding, and how do I accept them? She said, upset. Mineta, we told him that you had made it for him, he said laughing. Melissa, Mineta. She said this annoyed to start hitting him with one for all. With Class B. We see an Izuku in a corner shaking. Monoma, Izuku brother, are you okay? He said scared. At that moment the rest of the class arrived, including Ibara. Kendo, why did you call us Monoma? She said confused. Monoma, it's Izuku, he's acting weird, he said scared. Reiko, strange you say? I saw that the purple-haired boy brought him a brown that the bone breaker girl from 1A made as a gift, she said, tilting her head. Ibara, what's wrong with my Izuku? She said worried. Tetsu, that's what we don't know, he said worried. He's saying nonsense in that corner, he said pointing at Izuku. Izuku, be free butterfly, he said while throwing a pencil. Why don't you fly? This one said excitedly. No, she's dead, butterfly, why? This one said crying, but he sees Ibra and goes with her and corners her against the wall. Hello beautiful, do you have a boyfriend? This one said sticking his face to Ibara's. Ibara, yes I do, she said, pushing Izuku away. Is it really so bad that he doesn't remember that we're a couple? What did that brown have? She said excited. Monoma, oh no, he said seeing a green leaf on the ground. Izuku was on the ground crying. Always, what's up, my friend? He said confused. Izuku, I met a cute girl with silky green hair, but she has a boyfriend. He said crying, making everyone sweat. He said, scaring everyone. Yui, what's wrong? She said worried. Izuku, I have to go to the bathroom, he said entering the kitchen. Ibara, Izuku, that's not the bathroom. She said worried, but she got a call. It was from Izuku and she answered and put it on loud so everyone could hear. Ibara, honey, what's wrong? She said confused. Izuku, hey pretty girl, I need your help, I'm lost, he said, making everyone sweat. A dragon, he said scared. They all arrived at the kitchen, and when they arrived they saw Setsuna preparing a sandwich with a depressive aura because of what Izuku said. Setsuna, Ibra, tell your boyfriend not to be so rude, she said crying comical tears. But suddenly they hear the door open and it was Shuka and Melissa coming with a mind tied up. Kendo, you guys gave that brown to Izuku? She said angrily. Melissa, it was this dwarf who gave him the brown. He said the same thing. Monoma, what the hell did you put in there? He said while carrying Mineta. Mineta, it was hard to get it but I was able to put marijuana in it, he said laughing. But then he noticed Izuku coming out of the kitchen and looking at them seriously, and went with Shuka and Melissa. Izuku, Neapolitan girl, he said looking at Shuka who had a serious look. Shuka, hello, she said coldly but with a slight blush. Izuku started making movements as if he were a professional skater. Ibara, what are you doing, Izuku? She said confused. Izuku, I skate on his coldness, he said this while spinning like a dancer next to Shuka. Everyone at that moment had a drop of sweat, but Izuku saw Melissa and went straight to her. Izuku, hey you, he said looking at Melissa, you're the one Fury sent, right? He said seriously, tell him that I'll never be an Avenger, and that Iron Man doesn't give a damn about me. But he fell silent when he saw a dog outside the yard. Dog, he said following the dog. Everyone at that moment followed Izuku worried about what he could do, and the worst thing was that the dog guided him to the 1A dorms where everyone was in the common room and they were confused when they saw Izuku, but Kaminari and Sato began to laugh, confusing everyone. Momo, what's wrong? She said, looking at Izuku's gaze with a little fear. Kaminari, we gave him to Brown, he said putting quotation marks around the word Brown. Kirishima, don't tell me what? He said scared. Oh, they drugged him, they said angrily. But at that moment they saw how Izuku saw Bakugo. Izuku, Bakugo, he said in a serious tone. Bakugo, what the fuck do you want? He said this but received a hug from Izuku who started to cry. Izuku, look at me everyone, this is Bakugo, and he said hitting himself in the chest, he is a brother to me, I love him, with all my soul, he said to get a drop of sweat out of everyone. Bakugo, leave me shit, he said moving away from Izuku, but then he sees his sister. Izuku, Izumi, he said happily. Izumi, what do you want, useless? She said, annoying everyone a little. Izuku, you're a bitch, he said at the top of his lungs so that everyone would feel satisfied because Izuku was finally defending himself from Izumi. Izumi, how dare you? She said angrily. Izumi launched an attack at Izuku, but when he saw a cat he dodged it and began to chase it. Izuku, cat, we need to talk about capitalism, cat, he said chasing him. Cat, he said chasing him. In that, Class A watches with a drop of sweat as Izuku walks away, and Class B, along with a tied-up Mineta, Melissa and Shuka arrive. Ibara, they have seen Izuku, she said, worried. Class A just points to where Izuku was chasing a cat. Melissa, thanks, we'll leave the guilt there, he said, throwing Mineta to the ground. Then Class B along with Melissa and Shuka began to chase the green-haired boy throughout the school until he reached the support course dormitories. Izuku saw how a pink-haired girl was coming out. He tackled her and began to nibble on her hair. Izuku, gum, he said, biting his hair. Mei, hey, what's wrong? She said, upset, but blushed when she saw the boy. Izuku, talking gum, he said, still biting his hair. At that moment all the pursuers arrive and see Mei crying comical tears while Izuku held her while biting her hair. Ibara, Izuku, what are you doing? She said this jealously. Izuku, pretty girl, he said this to throw himself at Ibara, another cat. He said this chasing him. All, not again, they all said to start following him. Izuku was arriving at a UA gym where all the third years were training. Tamaki, take this, he said, throwing a tentacle at Mario, but it never arrived, and when he realized there was a boy who made all the girls blush because of how handsome he was eating his tentacle. Izuku, Sasuke, he said, seeing Tamaki, who became sad because of that. Nijire, hey kid, are you okay? She said, approaching Izuku, but blushed massively when she saw the boy. Izuku, gum girl, he said, this confusing everyone, but they were surprised when they saw how Izuku threw himself at Nijire and began to chew her hair. Nijire blushed heavily, and at that moment those who were chasing him arrived. Ibara, not again, she said, this equally jealous woman. Ibara quickly took Izuku off of Nijire and hugged him. Ibara, he's mine, she said, making the girls jealous. Izuku, pretty girl, you already saw that I'm not that bad, he said, trying to kiss Ibara, but in the distance he sees a girl with purple hair, blackberry gum. He said, looking at Kyuka. Ibara, stop him now. But they weren't fast enough since Izuku had come out to chew the girl's hair. Everyone went out to stop Izuku, but it was too late. Kyuka, Kaya, she said, blushing. Midoriya, what are you doing? She said, blushing. Izuku, another talking gum, he said this while chewing the girl's hair. Kyuka, get out of here, she said while connecting her headphones to Izuku. Izuku, ah! He shouted this as he walked away from the girl and turned into a cat defending himself. Kyuka, Midoriya, what's wrong with you? She said, upset but blushing. Izuku, okay, Mr. Dragon, he said, sitting on the floor. Kyuka, Lord Dragon? She said, confused. At that moment the entire Class B arrives only to see an Izuku sitting on the floor talking to himself. Yui, Izuku, who are you talking to? She said, she is worried. Izuku, this is my friend Ramon the dragon, he said with a smile. Ibara, Izuku, you have to go back to your room and sleep until the effect wears off, she said. She is coming towards Izuku. Izuku, fine, but on one condition, he said this. Ibara, which one? She said, confused. Izuku, what a pretty girl sleeps with me, he said, looking at Ibara. Ibara blushed at that moment but agreed. So everyone arrived at the B-class dormitories and took Izuku to his room where Ibara fell asleep with him, and everyone left. Ibara, are you okay, Izuku? She said, hugging him. Izuku, pretty girl, he said, hugging her, you are so adorable. You know your boyfriend is very lucky. He must be the luckiest in the world, to have such a pretty, kind girl with an angelic voice. What luck that guy is, he said with a smile. Ibara, yes, it is, she said with a smile. He is the best boyfriend in the world, she said, looking at Izuku. Izuku, I hope to meet him one day, he said, changing to a smile and falling asleep while Ibara caressed his hair. At that moment Class A arrived to apologize for what Mineta had done. At that moment everyone asked where Izuku was, and they took him to where Shuka and Melissa would be jealous since Ibara is sleeping with Izuku hugged, but at that moment Izuku woke up holding his head. Izuku, have a look at my head, he said, holding his head. What happened to me? What are you doing here? He said, looking at everyone. Kendo, you feel better now? She said worriedly. Izuku, better than Kokol, he said as he pulled a lock of purple hair out of his mouth. Yui, well, it's a long story, she said, looking at Izuku. Spider-Verse 1 and first time. 2 years ago. Kingpin, That will teach you not to get involved in my plans, he said while giving Izuku a blow. Izuku, hey buddy, calm down. Many people are going to die with your plans. That stuff about drugs, and I don't know what, he said in a bored tone. Kingpin, don't get involved, he said, grabbing Izuku by the neck and slamming him into the wall, but what he didn't realize was that his wife and son were AI. Vanessa, Nilsson, what are you doing? What are you doing? She said in a scared tone. Kingpin, Vanessa, he said, surprised. But before saying anything, Vanessa and her son take the car and leave. The boy tried to see his father, but his mother told him that everything would be fine and that he shouldn't look back. But without realizing it, a truck was coming towards them and the mother, without paying attention, was run over by it and died instantly. Current affairs. It had been more than a week since the sports festival where Izuku had won and had managed to hide his face and his powers. Everyone was excited for a boy who could win the festival without using his quirk, but that is not what matters to us. What matters to us is what that powerful boy is doing right now. Ibara, honey, get up, he said, spanking Izuku, who had his butt in the air. Izuku, oh, he said, rubbing his butt. I'm coming now, he said in a sleepy tone, getting out of bed and hugging Ibara. How did you sleep, princess, he said in a loving tone. Ibara, good, she said while kissing Izuku. How is the winner of the sports festival? She said proudly. Izu, with the person he loves, he said while carrying Ibara. After that fun and loving moment from both of them, they went to bathe together. They already had enough confidence for that. Ibara, Izuku, what are we going to do today? He said while rubbing his back. Izuku, well, it's Saturday. I don't know what you want to do, he said with a smile. Ibara, what if we watch a movie? She said with a smile. Izuku, sure, which one do you want to see? He said in a loving tone. Ibara, anyone as long as it's with you, she said, giving Izuku a kiss. I love you, she said with a smile. Izuku, I love you too, Ibara, he said the same. After the two left the bathroom and changed, Izuku was combing Ibara's hair when the ground began to move. Izuku, villain attack? He said, confused. Ibara, no, it's an earthquake. We have to go down, she said this, but Izuku carried her in a bridal style and jumped out the window. When they got off, they saw all their classmates in the yard waiting for the earthquake to pass. 5 minutes passed and the earthquake finally stopped. Izuku, is everyone okay? He asked worriedly. Somewhere else. Kingpin, what do you mean it didn't work? This guy said angrily. Scientist, Mr. Kingpin, the reactor exploded, he said with fear. Kingpin, you know what, rebuild it, that has to work, you have 24 hours, he said angrily. Back with Izuku. Izuku, no one is hurt, he said this so that everyone would deny good, he said this taking Ibara by the hand. The moment everyone entered, the teachers came to check them to see if everyone was okay. After that, the boys relaxed and suggested watching a movie to calm down. Everyone watched the movie calmly, some insinuations from the girls towards Izuku, but he didn't understand them. He was only inside the sweater that Ibara was wearing. Ibara was playing with her hair. After that, the day passed. Everyone was going to return to their rooms, but outside the place they heard someone fall on the ground. Everyone saw a cloud of dust that had been caused by the fall, and when they saw better, what they saw was a man with a little belly and with a trench coat. Everyone at that moment approached, but Izuku told them to stop, that he was going to see it. Izuku, hey buddy, who are you? He said on guard. Izuku at that moment, along with the other man, felt their heads explode from the spider sense. Everyone saw this confused. Izuku / You're like me, they said, confusing everyone. Peter narrates. Peter, okay, let's start over. My name is Peter Parker and I was bitten by a radioactive spider, and for over 20 years I have been the one and only Spider-Man. I fell in love, I got married, I saved the city, maybe too much. My marriage failed, I never invested in a Spider-Man themed food store, I got divorced. But I carried it like a champ, he said with a smile. After that I neglected my figure and was in my apartment eating pizza when suddenly that portal sucked me in, and I ended up here, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Izuku, you're telling me you're Spider-Man, he said, confused. Everyone at that moment was surprised because his partner was also Spider-Man. Peter, yes, but not the one of this world, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Izuku, what do you mean? He said seriously. Peter, listen to me, kid, we have to find Kingpin so he doesn't activate his reactor again, he said seriously. Izuku Kingpin? The overweight penguin, he said this so Peter would laugh. Peter, you are definitely Spider-Man, he said laughing, but yes, he said changing to a serious face. Everyone was surprised because in front of them was a Spider-Man from another world. They were in shock because this opened their minds to the fact that there were different realities for them. Peter, well, let's go with your Aunt May, he said looking at Izuku. Izuku, Aunt May? He said confused. Peter, wait, take off that mask, he said, throwing a spider web at Izuku's face and removing his mask. Izuku, hey, what's wrong? He said, annoyed. Peter, hey, aren't you me? He said confused. Who are you? He said, confusing Izuku. Izuku, what do you mean I'm not you? He said confused. Peter, well, I thought that since you were Spider-Man the same thing happened to you as to me and that you are me but from this Earth. Aren't you a Parker? He said confused. Izuku, I'm not a Midoriya, he said seriously. Peter, how long have you been Spider-Man? He said seriously. Izuku, for 2 years now, he said seriously. Peter, hey, I think it's a little late for this, but why are they watching us while we reveal our identities? He said, pointing at the entire Class B. Izuku, oh, well, they know I'm Spider-Man, he said calmly, but received a blow from Peter. Peter, are you an idiot? He said angrily, everyone who knows your identity is in danger, didn't you know that? He said looking at Izuku. Izuku, but their powers are strong, they can defend themselves, he said confusing Peter. Peter powers? He said confused. Izuku, oh yeah, maybe it's not like that in yours, but in this dimension, we're all born with powers, he said, impressing Peter. Peter, so what does it mean to be Spider-Man? This boring guy said. Izuku, here Spider-Man is like a symbol of peace. Many heroes only seek fame, money, but Spider-Man seeks justice. I seek justice, he said smiling. Peter, I like you, kid, he said smiling, but we have to wait for the others. I'm sure they'll come soon. Ibra, there's more, she said this confused. Peter, yes, I came here, he said this but received a zap from Izuku, hey, and that why he said this annoyed. Izuku, she's my girlfriend, he said with a vein on his forehead. Peter, oh, I'm sorry, miss, he said calmly, but yes, there is more. Your spider sense will tell you where to eat, but for now I'm hungry. Can I have food? He said with all the confidence in the world. Izuku, come on, and he said this for Peter to follow him. After that, everyone went over and started asking Peter a bunch of questions about what it's like to be Spider-Man, to which he answered them all. Peter, oh, and a piece of advice, my friend. He said seriously. When it's winter, you have to lock yourself in. He said, confusing everyone. Izuku, because he said confused. Peter, we are spiders, December is the time to lay eggs, but since we are men we get into heat, he said this so that Ibra blushed. Ibara, I mean Izuku can get into heat, she said blushing. Peter, exactly, he said while eating. Izuku, but why has it never happened to me? He said confused. Peter, how old are you? He said looking at him. Izuku, 16, he said the same. Peter, this is going to be your first year. I recommend that you lock yourself in so that you don't cause problems for your classmates. He said, watching as they all blushed. They were going to continue talking, but they heard the door open and saw a white girl with black hair and a little shy. Hi, I'm looking for you, she said, and fell silent when she felt her spider sense along with the other two. It's you guys. She said excitedly, I've been looking for the Spider-Man of this world, but I didn't imagine there were two, she said, but because of the excitement she hadn't realized that the whole class was there. Oh, I said Spider-Man. I'm sorry, I meant this one, she said nervously. Izuku, don't worry, friend, they already know, he said with a smile that it was not noticeable since he had put on the mask before the girl entered. Oh well, then let me introduce myself. Nice to meet you. My name is Natasha Morales and I am Spider-Woman in my world, she said, surprising everyone since there was a Spider-Woman. And who is the one from this world, she said, watching when Izuku raised his hand. Oh, so you are the one from this world. And why do you wear a mask, she said, confused. Izuku, I don't like people to see my face, he said this so that the girl would understand. Then Izuku and Peter told Natasha everything about this world so that she wouldn't be surprised by what she saw, and they also told her that they had to wait for the others. Ibara, Izuku eats, he said. He is calling Izuku. Izuku, what's up, princess? He said, but was interrupted by a kiss from Ibara. Ibara, I've been thinking about it for a while and I think it's time. I want to do that, and I want it to be with the person I love, that is, with you. She hiding in Izuku's chest. Izuku, are you sure? He said to receive a nod from Ibara. Okay, wait here, he said, going to the kitchen. Okay, Peter, Natasha, I need you to receive the new ones. I'm a little busy. Don't go to me room, he said to leave with Ibara. Then, princess, let's go, he said, carrying Ibara in bridal form. Ibara, be gentle, it's my first time, she said with a blush. Little lemon. Izuku would arrive at the room carrying Ibara while kissing her neck. Ibara only let out light moans and hugged Izuku by the neck. Izuku at that moment positioned her on the bed and began to massage her breasts while kissing her. Ibara, Izuku, slow down, she said, this so that Izuku would be slower. Izuku, listening to Ibara, began to massage them slowly. Izuku's head went down to Ibara's breasts where he massaged the left one and gave small bites to the right nipple. Ibara moaned. Then Izuku stood up and began to lower his pants, which impressed Ibara because of the size he had when he was standing. Then Izuku began to rub his member in the intimacy, and Ibara, and seeing her, asked her, Izuku, may I? He said in a calm tone to receive a nod from Ibara. Izuku slowly pushed his member into Ibara's intimacy, causing her to start moaning a little louder, but those moans were drowned out by Izuku's kisses. Ibara, see honey, mas, she said between moans. Izuku, heeding the information, began to go faster and deeper, making Ibara moan more. Ibara was enjoying her first time since it was with the person she loved. It was with Izuku. These continued, where in the end Izuku took out Ibara's intimacy member so as not to come inside since there was no condom, but Ibara, in an act of impulse, took the green-haired man's penis and began to lick it, causing him to moan slightly. Izuku, Ibara, I'm coming, he said between moans. Ibara, do it in my mouth if you want, she said with a blush while continuing to lick the green-haired man's cock. Without thinking twice, Izuku let everything out in Ibara's mouth, who gladly accepted, swallowing all of the green-haired man's semen. She let out a sigh of satisfaction and lay down on the bed. She was exhausted. Izuku, what did you think, darling? He said, hugging her. Ibara, Izuku, I love you, she said, sinking into the green-haired boy's chest. Izuku, I love you too, he said while caressing Ibara's head. Ibara, for my first time it felt great, but I thought it was more because of the person who had it, she said with a blush. Izuku, whenever you want, I'll be here, he said with a smile. Ibara, promise me, she said the same. Izuku, I promise you, he said with a smile. Ibara, so what is stopping us from continuing? She said. Ibara was going to take the green-haired member again, but Izuku was called. Izuku, damn, he said angrily, get some sleep. Ibara, he said, giving her a kiss on the forehead. We'll finish it tonight, he said to receive a nod with a blush from Ibara. After that Izuku came out, but he didn't realize that he didn't have his shirt or his mask, making all the girls who were there blush. Izuku, what's wrong, Peter? He said angrily. Peter, sorry to interrupt you, kid, but the rest have arrived, he said seriously. Izuku, oh really, where are the boys? He said confused. You meant girls, said 4 girls coming down from the ceiling with their web. Izuku, shit, he said resignedly. Spiderverse 2 and a surprise. Natasha Morales. Everyone was surprised because it seemed that there were more female spiders than male spiders. When they all got together, their spider sense was activated, indicating that they were the ones. Gwen, and tell me, boy, what your name is, he said looking at Izuku. Izuku, didn't Peter tell them? He said so that everyone would deny it, and Peter just shrugged his shoulders. Okay, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and for more than 2 years I have been the one and only Spider-Man. Oh, that's what I thought, he said looking at everyone. And what is that robot doing here? He said looking at Penny. Samantha, wow, your name is identical to his, she said in a melancholic tone that no one noticed. Penny, well, my powers are not like yours. I have a psychic link with a spider that lives inside this robot, she said, hugging her robot while hearts appeared in her eyes. Izuku, hey, Your outfits look amazing, he said, looking at them. And where does that wind come from, he said, confused. Samantha, wherever I go, the wind follows me, he said, this with a touch of poetry. Izuku, oh well, he said, downplaying it. Gwen, and what do you mean when you say our costumes are amazing? Don't you have one? She said curiously. Izuku, oh no, it's not just that I was never interested in making such a professional suit, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Penny, I can make one, she said excitedly. Izuku, would you really do that? He said happily. Penny, yes sure, I just need your measurements, the girl said. After Izuku gave his measurements to Penny, she entered the robot and began to work. The Spider-Man continued talking, making a ball, drawing a drop of sweat from everyone until Kendo spoke. Kendo, so you all have the same powers, he said, asking the obvious so everyone would nod. And why doesn't she take off her mask, he said, pointing at Samantha. Samantha, I don't see the need for it, she said, shrugging her shoulders. Kinoko, you can tell us your stories, said the girl with mushroom hair. Gwen, okay, I'll start first, she said while standing up. Gwen, my name is Gwen Stacy, and 2 years ago I was bitten by a radioactive spider that gave me these incredible powers. I formed a band with my friends, and I also went out with my friend Peter Parker, she said with a sad smile. Unfortunately, I couldn't save him, she said sadly. And I'd better stop having friends, she said, so everyone would feel bad. But one day when I was battling Dr. Octopus, a portal sucked me in and pulled me here, she said, shrugging her shoulders. Penny, well, I'm next. Penny, my name is Penny Parker and I have been working as Robot Spider for 2 years. Unfortunately, my father died in a robbery, but that only motivated me to continue being a vigilante to save my city, she said with a smile. Samantha, well, I guess it's my turn. Samantha, my name is Samantha B. Parker, and for 4 years I have been working as a private detective and fighting against the bad guys. But in one case, unfortunately, I could not save my fiancé, Izuku Midoriya, she said, looking at the green-haired man who surprised everyone. But I think about him, and I continue to fight crime as a way to honor his memory, she said, smiling under the mask. Peter, I already did Conti, and I don't plan on doing it again, he said while watching television. Natasha, okay, I'll go. Natasha, my name is Natasha Morales, and for 2 years I have been the one and only Spider-Woman. Unfortunately, my uncle died, but my father helped me overcome it, and now I'm just looking for a way to get back home, she said with a sad look. After she finished telling her story, everyone gave her words of support, and told her that everything would be okay, and then they turned to look at Izuku. Izuku, what? He said, confused. Setsuna, it's your turn, she said with a smile. Kendo, yes, you only told us that 2 years ago you were Spider-Man, but then you didn't tell us anything else, she said curiously. Izuku, since he said, shrugging his shoulders. Izuku, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and I've been Spider-Man for 2 years. In this society of heroes, the only thing that makes you strong is a good quirk. Unfortunately, I wasn't born with it. The day they found out what my quirk was, they told me that I could only climb walls. That broke me down, but my mother and my sister were there for me. Or so I thought. My whole life I suffered bullying because I thought I was useless, and I could never have a friend. But 2 years ago, when I was skating on the pier, I discovered that my powers weren't just climbing walls. I could do what a spider does, and it started as Spider-Man. Unfortunately, one day my family called me telling me that they didn't love me and that I was useless. That was a low blow, but I took it like a champion, he said, smiling, but it wasn't alone. Thanks to my friends and my girlfriend, I managed to overcome it and move on as Spider-Man, he said, taking off his mask and putting on one sincere smile, blushing. The girls who were there, but Samantha, who could not believe it, also took off the mask, revealing her face. Everyone at that moment was in shock. The face of the black and white masked woman was the same as that of her partner Ibra, only a little older. At that moment Samantha hugged Izuku, but he pushed her away in the most careful way and said, Izuku, I know how it feels, but I'm not him. He said this so that Samantha would nod. Samantha, I know you're not him, but it's good to see you, you know, she said with a sincere smile. Everyone felt bad for Samantha, and not only does she look like her partner, but Izuku was her boyfriend in the other land too. Everyone gave her words of consolation, but at that moment Ibra came down. She was wearing shorts and a shirt of Izuku, but she was shocked to see a woman identical to her in a Spider-Man suit. Ibara, 3 Izuku, who is she? She said in shock. Izuku, honey, I'd like you to meet Samantha. She's like you but from another dimension, he said, making it seem like the most normal thing in the world. Ibara, is it me? She said, confused, approaching Samantha. Samantha, you could say yes, but at the same time no, she said, caressing the girl's head and whispering something in her ear. Take care of it. I know it's very important to you, like mine was to me, she said, so that Ibra would nod. After that, everyone calmed down and explained things better, which was that a villain created a machine to attract people from other dimensions. What they needed was to go through that portal to return home, but they needed a goober, which was what Penny was creating along with Izuku's new suit. After that, everyone continued to get to know each other until Penny finished. Penny, here, she said, giving Izuku a type of USB on a necklace and explaining what he had to do with it. Then she gave Izuku an outfit to try on. Remember that Izuku's is the one on the cover, and when he came out, everyone was blushing because of how tight it looked on the boy. Izuku, how do I look? He said, taking off his mask. Ibara, you look good, darling, she said, giving her a kiss, making the others jealous. Izuku, so, what's the plan? He said seriously. After that, everyone shared the plan, which was to place the goober and blow everything up after they left. Izuku was the only one who could do it, since if they stayed they would die. After that, Izuku informed the director that he would have to leave for a few days, and the director authorized him. Izuku was at the entrance about to leave. Ibara, take care, okay? She said, giving the green-haired boy a big kiss. Izuku, I'll be back, and when I get back, I think it'll be time to meet your parents, he said, this to make Ibara smile. Ibara, I'll let you know, she said with a smile. I love you, she said, kissing the green-haired boy. Peter, hey Zucchini Stem Head, we have to go. Kingpin will activate the reactor today, we can't waste time, he said, showing a vein in Izuku's face for the nickname. After Izuku and Ibra said goodbye, everyone went to a large hotel where Kingpin was in an elevator that went directly to the reactor. It was 3 in the afternoon. They would stay in a city elevator waiting for nightfall, and they began to talk to each other. Natasha, and hey Izuku, how did your girlfriend know you were Spider-Man? She said excitedly. Izuku just started laughing, making the girls blush a little because of his smile. Izuku, one day when I came back from patrol, I went to the wrong window and ended up entering her room. Since I was tired, I didn't realize it until I lay down and felt a lump. At that moment I saw how Ibra was looking at me. I swore at the air and she recognized my voice, so with her vines she tied me up and promised me that she wouldn't tell my secret to anyone, but now all of 1A and 1B and some teachers know it. He said this so that everyone would laugh. They continued talking like this until nightfall. They saw the lights of the penthouse, which is where Kingpin stays, turned on. That was their signal. Everyone jumped into action. Today would be the day they would save the multiverse. Everyone jumped into action and stuck to the roof watching as Kingpin came down. Gwen, is it time? She said excitedly. Izuku, yes, we're going all out, he said with a smile. Spiderverse 3, nothing, bad boy. Izuku and the others began to quickly descend to where the reactor was, making sure that no one saw them. They were about to place the goober, but their spider senses became present. Gwen, they know we're here, she said seriously. Peter, to the attack, he said, this one to launch himself to the other Spider-Man. The soldiers began to use their quirks, which made the place begin to explode, leaving the fight in the air. The news did not take long, and they were already documenting the case. At the UA, both the students from 1A, 1B and other courses were watching on the news how a bunch of Spider-Men were fighting against soldiers. Reporter, what we are seeing is a bunch of spider people fighting against soldiers with Quirk, while a strange orange vortex is in the middle of them, she said with fear. Ibara, come on Izuku, you can do it, she said, worried. In 1A. Bakugo, shit, that damn nerd always gets all the fun, this annoying guy said. Nobody paid attention to him as they were watching the fight intently. It was difficult, but they managed to stop the soldiers. Everyone was already on the roof ready to jump into the vortex. Penny, you know, it's good not to be alone in the universe, she said. Goodbye, goodbye, she said to jump into the portal. Samantha, well, it's time to fight crime again, she said. Goodbye, take care of her, she said, looking at Izuku. Izuku, with my life, he said with a smile. Samantha threw herself through the portal saying goodbye, leaving only 4. Reporter. For some reason the other Spider-Men are throwing themselves into the portal. It is possible that they are not from these parts, and that brings them back home, she said, making a theory. Gwen, well, it's time to go, she said to jump, but was stopped by Izuku. Izuku, hey, before you go, remember you have friends. It will cost you a little to get to them, but you have them, he said to raise his fist and bump it with Gwen. Gwen, yes, I'll keep that in mind, she said before launching herself. Natasha, well, here I go, she said, ready to jump. Izuku, I hope one day you come to my dimension, she said with a blush that was not noticeable because of the mask. Well, I'm going, she said, ready to jump. Peter, wow, it seems like I'm painted, he said laughing. Okay boy, I have to go too, remember, you're the best of us. You are and will be greater boy, he said bumping his fist. Sorry, but he couldn't finish because in the distance he saw someone approaching. Kingpin, you're not going anywhere, he said angrily. Reporter, oh, from what we see a new enemy has entered the scene. Let's hope the Spider-Man can handle him, she said, somewhat worried. Peter, boy, we have to face him. You won't be able to do it alone, he said this, but he couldn't continue as he was swept away by Izuku, who grabbed him by the suit. Izuku, Peter, go with your family, reconcile with them, I'll take care of him, he said to bump fists with him, and then throw Peter. At that moment Peter falls and takes off his mask, and with a big smile he sees Izuku. Peter, not bad kid, he said as he crossed the portal. Izuku with a web bullet managed to press the green button so that the reactor would turn off, which left Kingpin very upset. Kingpin, Spider, he said angrily, giving Izuku a punch that sent him crashing into the building in front of him. Everyone was worried. Ibra was crying seeing how Izuku had been thrown like that. The heroes were going to get into the scene, but Izuku told them no, that it was his fight, he started it, and he will finish it. Kingpin quickly pulled out a gun and shot Izuku in the leg, causing him to scream. Everyone was in shock. Spider-Man was being defeated and they couldn't do anything. Ibara wanted to go out and help Izuku, but Monoma stopped her. Ibara, what's wrong, Monoma? She said angrily. Monoma, I'm sorry, but at Izuku's request I can't let you out. Ibara, what? She said, this upset. Monoma, he knew how dangerous this was. That's why he asked me to tell you that if he doesn't come back, you should go ahead, he said with a sad look. Ibara, Monoma, let me out now, she said angrily. Monoma, I won't do it, he said with tears, surprising everyone. Izuku's my friend. He was one of the few people who saw my quirk as something great, and if he asked me for that as his last wish in life, that's what I will do, he said, annoyed so that Ibara would sit down. Ibara, he will win, she said, returning to the television. Monoma, I hope so, he said seriously. Everyone sat back down praying for Izuku to win. In room 1A it was something similar. Everyone was worried about their partner from another room. Shuka, he'll win, right? She said, scared. Melissa, yes, he will do it, she said seriously. In the fight, Kingpin quickly went to Izuku and showed him in front of all the cameras. Kingpin, all of Japan who is watching this, he said while laughing, I want you to see your hero fall, he said while removing Izuku's mask. Everyone was surprised and in shock to see a 15-year-old boy. They thought it was a lie that the boy was only 15. But what left them in shock was seeing that his face was bloody and he was very hurt. Now die, he said, throwing Izuku into the air and hitting him so hard that some bones were heard breaking. Everyone was in shock. Spider-Man had died. Ibra was crying to Marez while screaming Izuku's name. All Might in his office was just cursing himself that he couldn't do anything. Kingpin, trash, he said, turning around to leave. But the news recorded it. They saw how an Izuku came out without his mask, making the women blush deeply despite how hurt he was. Hope returned to Japan. The hero was alive. Kingpin, how are you still alive? This annoying guy said. Izuku, have you heard my school motto? He said this to make everyone smile. Kingpin, no, which one is it? He said mockingly. Izuku, go beyond your limits, he said, making a slingshot of spider webs. Kingpin, and you think that with that you will beat me? He said, laughing. Izuku, I'm more than sure, he said, launching himself plus as he said, shouting into the air. All ULTRAAA, they shouted in support of the hero. Izuku, Upon reaching Kingpin's face, orange rays came out of him, making his blow more powerful, launching Kingpin into the air, leaving him unconscious. All of Japan celebrated the hero's victory, but he just sat on the ground. The adrenaline had run out. Izuku was tired, he just wanted to rest. From afar, he watched brazenly as Endeavor approached him. Endeavor, but look who we have here, the most beloved vigilante by all, he said, raising his head. You are under arrest for your acts without a hero license, he said, so that everyone would get upset and start booing him. Endeavor put handcuffs on the green-haired boy who was already very tired and kicked him to where a patrol car was. The people just looked at Endeavor with hatred. Endeavor was going to climb up to Izuku, but he felt a stone hit him in his eye. Boy, you are a bad man, he said angrily towards Endeavor. In the dorms they saw this with anger. Everyone was upset because he was going to arrest Izuku even though he saved the city. Kendo, this is unfair, she said angrily. Ibra, we have to do something, she said with tears. In 1A. Shuko was on fire. If he hated Endeavor before, now he hates him even more. Everyone was worried about Izuku, so he wouldn't arrest him. Back to 1B. Yui, look, she said, pointing at the screen worriedly. With Izuku. You can see how Endeavor was heading towards the child. Endeavor, damn brat, hitting a hero, that is punishable by jail, he said angrily, but I'll only hit you, he said, terrifying the child. You should feel grateful, he said, preparing a blow. The child only closed his eyes, but the blow never came. Everyone watched scared as Izuku stood in front of the child, receiving the entire blow to the chest, burning all the part of his torso. He only had his pants. Izuku, you are not a hero, he said in a whisper. Endeavor, what did you say, brat? This annoying guy said. Izuku, you're not a damn hero. He said this so everyone could hear. Person 1, you're right, you're just a bastard, he said angrily. Everyone was starting to insult Endeavor. Endeavor angrily grabbed Izuku by the hair and lifted him up. Endeavor, say what you want, but he is a criminal, and right now he is sentenced to death, so what prevents me from killing him here? He said, preparing a fist of fire. Everyone came helpless. They wanted to help Spider-Man, but they couldn't. Ibra cried. She didn't want her boyfriend to die. Endeavor was about to kill Izuku until they saw someone approaching. Nizu, Endeavor, stop now, he said angrily. Endeavor, you also defend this criminal rat, he said, bothering Nizu. Nizu, one more, Endeavor, one more and I'll have your license revoked. I have the power to do so, and also look, he said, throwing the license with Izuku's name. Endeavor, it's fake, he said, throwing it, but then he sees another person approaching. Detective, it's not fake, Endeavor, and by the power that has been granted to me, your hero license is temporarily suspended for attempted murder of another hero and public disorder, he said, while Endeavor clicked his tongue and slammed Izuku against the ground to leave. Izuku slowly got up when he saw his mask approaching him. Child, thanks Spider-Man, he said with a smile as sincere as only a child could have. Izuku slowly put on his mask and began to get up as his handcuffs were removed. Everyone started to applaud him. They were all with Spider-Man, the 15-year-old boy who managed to go from being a vigilante to being a professional hero at his young age. Everyone gave him words of support as he stood up. Izuku, thank you, he said, looking at Nizu. Nizu, you're welcome, young Midoriya. But for now prepare yourself, because now that your identity has been revealed, more difficult things are coming, he said seriously. Izuku, I know, but I will overcome them all to see a safer Japan, he said, this to throw a spiderweb ego away. Nizu, not bad kid, not bad, he said with a smile. Izuku, with the little strength he had left, arrived at his bedrooms where before entering his web ended, and he shot out inside, worrying everyone. Ibara, honey, are you okay? She said, worried. Izuku, better than ever, he said, coughing while raising his thumb. Yui, you did well, Spider-Man, she said, putting her hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku, yes, he said, this staggering Ibra, he said this so Ibra could see it. Ibra, yes, darling, she said, confused and worried. Izuku, stand in front and raise your arms, he said this so that Ibra, confused, did what he asked. When Ibra did what Izuku asked him to do, he was unconscious from the effort and the blows. Ibra just took him to her room and undressed him so she could heal his wounds. Ibra only saw her boyfriend's body, which when seen closely was more muscular. Ibra took the opportunity to touch Izuku's body while healing him. After that 2 hours passed where Izuku finally woke up. Izuku, where am I? He said, looking around only to put on a smile when he saw that he was in Ibra's room and his wounds were closed. Izuku put on his shirt and went down to the common room only to find it was full of food and a sign that said, "Well done, Spider-Man." When he went down he saw how all the classes were there, and they started to applaud him. "Izuku, what's going on?" he said, confused. "Ibra, you don't know, honey, your fight was documented. They interrogated that Kingpin and it turns out that his reactor could make a chain reaction that could make the world explode. I mean, you're the savior of the world," she said, kissing her boyfriend just so everyone would get jealous. "Mei Midoriya," she said excitedly. "Izuku, what's wrong, Mei?" he said, confusing Ibara. "Ibara, they know each other," she said, a little jealous. Izuku, "Yes, she was my team at the sports festival, don't you remember?" he said, looking at Ibara. Ibara, "Oh yes, I remember now," she said with a drop of sweat. "Mei, but well, or what we came, the entire support course made you a new hero suit since yours was destroyed in battle," she said, giving him a box. Izuku, when he saw the box, only took out a spider-shaped ring. Izuku only looked at Mei, confused. "Mei, lift the ring," she said, this so that Izuku would do what she asked. The moment Izuku lifted the ring, the suit began to expand throughout his body. It was yellow and red. Everyone looked impressed at Izuku's new suit until Monoma spoke. "Monoma, here's to Spider-Man," he said, raising a glass. Everyone, "Long live Spider-Man," they all said the same. But Ibara approached Izuku. "Ibara, long live Izuku Midoriya," she said, standing on her toes and giving Izuku a kiss, making the others jealous. "You're taller, darling," she said, laughing. "Izuku, I think the dimensional formula stretched me a bit," he said, laughing as well. Kirishima. After that the party continues quietly and all the classes left. Ibara and Izuku went to Ibara's room to sleep. "Ibara, honey," he said, seeing Izuku inside the sweater she was wearing. "Izuku, what's up, princess?" he said, looking at Izuku. "Ibara, you're stupid," she said, giving him a slap. "Izuku, oh why?" he said with comical tears. "Ibara, how are you going to tell Monoma to tell me to get ahead without you? You knew I couldn't," she said, shedding tears, but Izuku quickly hugged her. "Izuku, I was about to die, you know. I used the plus ultra excuse to get up, but I was actually thinking about you. I couldn't leave the woman I love," he said while kissing her. "I love Ibara Shiozaki, my girlfriend and future wife," he said with a smile, making Ibara hug him tighter. "Ibara, Izuku, I love you," she said, kissing him all over the face. "Izuku, I love you too," he said, hugging her. "Ibara, remember that tomorrow we have to go meet my parents," she said with a smile. "Izuku, I'm ready," he said with a smile. "Ibara, well, then let's sleep," he said, lying down on a pillow. "Izuku, I have a more comfortable pillow," he said, placing himself between Ibara's breasts, making her blush. "Ibara, really they are so comfortable," she said with a blush. "Well, you are my boyfriend and today you worked a lot. I have to please you," she said, lifting her shirt, revealing her naked breasts. "Sleep," she said, so that Izuku with all the emotion in the world got between Ibara's naked breasts. "Izuku, they're more comfortable like this," he said, moving, making Ibara moan. "Ibara, you can sleep like this forever if you want," she said with a smile and a blush, but when she realized Izuku had already fallen asleep, he really liked them so much, she said with a drop of sweat, "Well, I have to sleep too. Tomorrow will be the day our relationship takes the next step," she said with a blush. "To sleep. What happened yesterday? Special. At the wedding?" "Ibara, Izuku, where are you? Emmy is already upset," she said, watching Ms. Joke hyperventilate. "Izuku, honey, we screwed up," he said, scared. "Ibara, why, what's happening?" he said, attracting everyone's attention. "Kendo, what's wrong, Ibara? Did they answer?" she said, snatching the phone from Izuku Midoriya. "If you don't come right now so Miss Emmy can get, I swear I will castrate you and your damn and fucking friends," she said angrily. "Izuku, wow, I don't think it's going to be possible," he said, breathing heavily. "Kendo, let's see." Izuku putting it on speaker. "Why do you say it's not going to be possible?" he said seriously. "It's just that You can hear mine in the background. Mineta, shit, we lost Aizawa. The girls will kill us. Why did they have to take drugs? Damn sick people? He said, shouting angrily. Bakugo, you were the one who drugged us, damn testicle head, he said angrily. Shinso, let's see, we have to calm down, he said seriously. Monoma, you shut up. Hey, Aizawa is your father, don't you have any mental connection so you know where he is? He said hopefully. Shinso, you're an idiot, this annoying guy said. Kendo, they lost Aizawa, she said angrily. Ibara, Izuku, how is it that you lost Aizawa? She said angrily. Izuku, Mineta drugged us with some kind of drink and now we don't remember what happened yesterday, he said, upset and scared. Ibara, let's see Izuku, you have 5 hours to bring Aizawa back or else there will be no warming for you, do you understand? She said this so that Izuku would nod. Izuku, yes, I will look for him, he said distressed. Ibara, well, I love you darling, good luck, she said. She's hanging up. But you may wonder how we got to this situation. Well, let's tell the story from the beginning. We met the other day after the Spider-Man party. Ibara, good morning darling, she said, giving Izuku a kiss. Izuku, good morning Ibara, he said, giving her a kiss on the left breast, making her blush. Ibara, did you like sleeping there? She said with a blush. Izuku, I loved it, he said, blushing at Ibara, but I love it more here, he said, touching Ibara's butt. Ibara, pervert, she said, laughing. Izuku, but only with my girl, he said, hugging Ibara. Ibara, well, remember that today we have to meet my parents at 1, she said with a smile and a blush. Izuku, I'll do my best, he said, swallowing saliva. The morning passed quietly. Izuku and Ibara spent time watching movies while showing affection for each other. It was 11 in the morning when they came down thanks to the fact that the teacher of Class 1A called them. Aizawa, okay brats, I need your help, he said, looking at them. Kendo, and why do you need us? She said curiously. Aizawa, well, especially those 3, he said, pointing at Izuku, Monoma and Tetsu. Izuku, yes, Aizawa, why do you need us? He said with a smile while caressing Ibara's hair. Ibara, Izuku, I'm not a girl, she said with a pout. Izuku, no, but you are very cute, he said, but paid attention to Aizawa. Aizawa, well, I need you to organize my bachelor party, he said in a sigh. Everyone, what? They all said, surprised. Izuku, are you getting married? Why us? With whom? He said, confused, asking a lot of questions. Ibara, let him talk, honey, she said, touching Izuku's shoulder. Aizawa, thank you, Miss Midoriya, he said, laughing a little, making Ibara blush. What happens is that I am going to marry Emmy, he said, surprising everyone. All Ms. Joke, they said, surprised. Aizawa, yes, and I'm asking you because I want something calm. I don't want alcohol, he said seriously. You and some guys from 1A will plan it, and let me know, he said seriously. Ibara, but we were going to meet my parents, she said seriously. Aizawa, oh, so you're going all out, he said, laughing, making Ibara blush even more. But don't worry, you can plan it when you come, he said before leaving without giving Izuku an option. Izuku, well, there is no option, he said, sighing and looking at the other 2. When we get back from Ibara's parents' house, we will go with those from Class A to fix everything, he said, so that the other 2 would nod. I don't know why I end up in things like this, he said, a little annoyed. After that, Izuku carried Ibara to his room, making everyone sweat. Izuku, honey, I'm bored, will you cuddle me? He said, making Ibara have a pang in her heart because of how tender he looked. Ibara, yeah, who is the cutest boy? You are, yes you are, she said while carrying Izuku's head. Who is the best boyfriend? Obviously you, she said while kissing Izuku. Who do I love and want to marry? Well, this boy, she said while caressing Izuku's hair, who is mine and only mine, and I will never leave him. It's you, she said while playing with Izuku's cheeks. Who is the cutest boy I know, even though he doesn't show it? It's you, she said while hugging Izuku. Izuku, I love you, he said, sinking into Ibara's chest. Ibara, I love you more, darling, she said while kissing Izuku. But well, it's time to make up, don't you think? She said so Izuku would nod. After that, the 2 went to bath where Ibara continued to caress Izuku. After that, Izuku and Ibara changed. Where Izuku was doing Ibara's hair, he was very nervous, which Ibara noticed. Ibara, Don't worry, she said, taking Izuku's hands. I know they will accept you, she said, so that Izuku would feel a little calmer. Izuku, it's just that I'm worried that they want to separate me from you, he said sadly. Ibra, and what will you do if that happens? She said with an angelic smile while caressing Izuku's cheek. Izuku, should I kidnap you? He said this so Ibra would laugh. Ibra, it won't be necessary, you'll see, she said laughing. Izuku, okay, it's time to go, he said as he took Ibra by the hand and left the bedrooms, cheered by everyone towards Izuku. After that they were walking towards Ibra's house where Izuku and Ibra were talking about trivial topics all the way. After that they arrived at Ibra's house where Izuku knocked on the door. After that a green-haired woman who was almost identical to Ibra except that she didn't have thorns in her hair opened the door. Ibra, oh daughter, it's you, she said, but finished opening the door and realized that AI was there. Izuku, oh, what is Spider-Man doing in this humble house, said the lady, a little nervous by the presence of a hero. Izuku, Ibara, bride and groom, accept me, madam, he said, bowing nervously. Ibara, are you my daughter's boyfriend? She said, surprised. Izuku, yes, I know I'm not what you expected, but I love your daughter like you have no idea. I love her, and she is everything to me. Please don't take that away from me, he said nervously. Ibara, honey, calm down, let her talk, she said for Izuku to nod. Ibara, don't be nervous, boy. It's just that I was impressed that Spider-Man is my daughter's boyfriend, she said in a calm tone. But what are you waiting for? Come in. Your father is waiting for us, she said so that Izuku would get more nervous. After that they entered the house where Izuku met a man of quite a tall height, and with thorns on his arms, a muscular build and a serious face. Ibara, oh, Spider-Man, he said surprised. What are you doing in my house? He said confused. Izuku, sir, Ibara, boyfriends, I love you, approve me, he said bowing, making Ibara and her mother drop a sweat because of how nervous the boy was. Ibara, calm down, boy, he said with a drop of sweat. Ibara told me that she would bring her boyfriend. For a moment I was suspicious, but when I saw that it was you, I only have one question, he said this seriously. Why my daughter? He said this seriously, confusing Izuku. Ibara and his mother, you are Spider-Man, you are young, why among so many women, surely someone with a lot of money, you chose my daughter. We do not have a fortune, we are not famous, and we are not influential either, he said this seriously so that Izuku would smile. Izuku, because, among all those women, Ibra was the only one who saw me for who I am. She didn't see me as Spider-Man, she saw me as Izuku Midoriya. I don't care about money, you know. If I had wanted money I would have revealed my identity myself. Recognition doesn't matter to me either, it would take away my privacy. But getting back to the question, I chose Ibra because she was the first to see me for who I am. It's because of her that every day I put on that mask and go out to fight villains, so that Japan is safe. So that she is safe, he said this so that Ibra's father would put on a smile from ear to ear. Ibra, that was what I wanted to hear, he said with a smile. Boy, what's your name? He said looking at Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, sir, he said nervously. Ibra, well, Izuku Midoriya, I approve of you, to be my daughter's boyfriend, he said with a smile. Ibra, are you serious, Dad? She said happily, so he agreed yes. She said happily, giving Izuku a kiss. Ibra, all we asked for was someone who was a good person and could protect you, he said looking at Izuku. You found it, he said to give Izuku a smile. Ibra, take care of her, boy, he said seriously. Izuku, with my life, he said this in a kind of military salute. Ibra, and a question, she said, looking at the two of them. How long have you been together? She said confused. Izuku/Ibara, 8 months, they both said in unison, surprising the parents. Ibara, and now you come to introduce him to us, he said with a drop of sweat. Ibara, well, a lot of things happened at the UA and we had almost no time, she said, playing with her fingers. Ibara, well, never mind, shall we eat? He said with a smile. After that 4 of them spent time eating where Izuku got to know Ibara's parents better. After they finished eating, Izuku and Ibara said goodbye and they returned to the bedrooms. Ibara, you saw that they accepted you, she said while caressing Izuku's hair. Izuku, yeah, that's good, he said laughing, but received a call. What? Oh yeah, in an hour, Okay, I'll be there, he said, hanging up with a grimace of annoyance. Ibara, what's up, honey? She said while caressing Izuku's cheek. Izuku, in an hour I have to go and decide what Aizawa's bachelor party is going to be about, he said, annoyed. Ibara, do you want some honey? She said with a smile. Izuku, yes, he said, sinking into Ibara's chest. After an hour of affection from Ibara to Izuku, he left, and Ibara stayed in her sweater to sleep a little since she was tired. After that, Izuku arrived at the 1A dorms to talk to the people who would help him with the bachelor party, which would be Denki, Mineta, Bakugo, Kurishima, Shinso, Tetsu and Monoma. Bakugo, upon seeing Izuku, just stood up. Izuku, not now Baku, but he was interrupted by a hug from Bakugo, surprising everyone. Bakugo, I'm sorry, he said with a sad tone, I found out what your family did to you, what you went through all this time. I think everything I did was in vain, he said, confusing Izuku. All this time I bothered you to forget your dream of hero, to protect you, but then that way of being took over me, and I could not put it aside, but now I have a new chance to get my best friend back, and I am not going to lose it, so what do you say, he said, turning his head and extending his fist. Izuku at that moment could not believe what Bakugo was doing, but without thinking he bumped his fist, and with a smile he said, Izuku, sure friend, he said this so that Bakugo smiled, but not in his typical way. Now it was a calmer smile. After Izuku and Bakugo's reconciliation, the boys began to plan where they would take Aizawa for his bachelor party, and they all arrived in one place. Everyone, Las Vegas. Everyone shouted upon hearing the boys' decision. Kaminari, yeah, we decided it would be a good place to take Aizawa, he said with a smile. Momo, that's fine, but you have to be careful. It's Las Vegas, you know, she said this so everyone could nod. Melissa, you should be careful not to get drunk over there, she said, a little blushed by Izuku's presence. Izuku, yes, we will not drink alcohol, it will be more like a tourist trip, he said, so everyone sighed. Shuka, I hope everything goes well for you, she said with a blush at seeing Izuku. Bakugo, well, let's call Aizawa, he said this to call him. After a while Aizawa arrived at the room where the boys were to listen to the idea. Aizawa, Las Vegas, it's okay, but no alcohol, he said, lifting his bandages. All promised the boys said they would go, but Mineta had his fingers crossed, which no one noticed. After that everyone went to pack their bags since the departure was tomorrow. Everyone went to get ready and go to sleep. Bedrooms 1B. Ibara, Las Vegas. She said, surprised. Go on. Hey Izuku, I don't want you to be unfaithful to me, she said with an aura that promised pain. Izuku, how do you think, princess? He said, giving her a kiss, calming her down. We will leave for just 2 days, to sightsee, and then we will return, he said calmly. Ibara, don't go drinking, Izuku, you get very sick with that stuff, she said, pulling Izuku's ear. Izuku, promised, he said while kissing Ibara. Ibara, love, she said. She is looking at Izuku. Izuku, what's wrong, princess? He said, confused. Ibara, I can, she said, raising her arms. Izuku, you know what, princess, he said to grab Ibara and start kissing her. This was a type of game between them where they kissed passionately but without getting anywhere while they cared each other. This was very nice for both of them since they were with the person they loved and they liked that. After that the two of them fell deeply asleep hugging each other. The next day, we find the entire Class A and Class B saying goodbye to their respective classmates, but more so to Izuku. Ibara, you know, love, no alcohol, she said seriously. Izuku, yes, we will return an hour before the wedding, he said this to kiss Ibara, leaving almost everyone jealous. Ibara, well, I'll call you when you get to the hotel, honey, she said, showing her phone. Aizawa, hey, it's time to go, he said so everyone could get in the car. Mineta, we're going to Vegas, bitches. He said this so the car would start. On the way everyone was talking about things until they arrived. They stopped at a restaurant halfway because they were hungry. Izuku, it's good that here in these parts nobody knows that I'm Spider-Man, if not, he said, annoyed. Bakugo, you think? He said, confused. Kaminari, I say yes, he said, standing up from his shoulders. Kirishima, man, let's pray they don't recognize you, he said, laughing. Tetsu, Kirishima, how about an arm wrestling match? he said, placing his hand on the table. Monoma, oh, I dare you, he said, provoking Kirishima. Kirishima, of course, why not? He said, taking Tetsu's hand. At that moment the two began to arm wrestle with their quirks activated. Izuku watched nervously as the tables slowly began to break. Izuku, guys, he said this, but nobody paid attention to them. Kirishima and Tetsu continued to press as the table cracked further. Aizawa, guys, I think you should stop, he said seriously. Izuku, guys, stop it already, he said, but it was too late. They had broken the table. The food fell to the floor, breaking the plates and glasses that were on them. The owner of the place and his daughter came out to see what was happening, and they got furious. Izuku, let's go to the car now, he said as he ran off with the boys. Owner, you're going to pay that now, he said seriously. Mineta, but we didn't even eat anything, he said, running. Owner, they said my food was delicious, he said angrily. Monoma, the only rich person in this place is his daughter, so hoot, he said as he ran to the car where they drove off at full speed. After that they went at full speed to the car where Aizawa began to drive to leave. Bakugo, the only good thing about this place is her daughter, he said laughing. It was good, he said laughing. After they arrived in Las Vegas where they stayed at the hotel where they would stay. Kaminari, okay, in 3 hours we're going to the roof, he said like he went to the bathroom. After that everyone rested a bit, and then went to the rooftop to enjoy the view. Bakugo, look at this view, he said taking a photo. After that everyone sat down and toasted with some beers. Izuku, for Aizawa, he said this for everyone to toast. All by Aizawa, they said happily. After that they spent a good time drinking so that Mineta could then speak. Mineta, hey, this is really boring, isn't it? He said, showing a bottle of rum. Izuku, no, Mineta, we won't do it, he said angrily. Mineta, come on, it's just one drink, what's the worst that could happen? He said while serving. Izuku, I told you that. The next morning. Izuku, what happened to me? He said getting up but felt that he touched something bulky. Bakugo, what the hell is going on? He said getting up but he sees Izuku's hand between his legs. Izuku/Bakugo, ah. They both said walking away. Izuku, what are you doing in my bed, you idiot? He said scared. Bakugo, no, what are you doing in my bed? He said angrily. Izu, hey, what happened yesterday? I don't remember anything, he said, rubbing his head. Bakugo, now that you mention it, I don't remember either, he said this, but he started to hear some knocks on the bathroom door. Izuku, what the fuck? He said looking at Bakugo. Then the two woke up and went to see what caused the noise. The two would be in shock when they saw how they had a dark-skinned man in a tuxedo tied up and gagged. Bakugo, who the fuck are you? He said confused, removing the tape from his mouth. Obama, rather, who the fuck are you? Better said, who the fuck are you? This annoying guy said. Bakugo, upon seeing better who the man was, took Izuku out of the bathroom and quickly closed the door. Bakugo, shit, we kidnapped Obama? He said scared. Izuku, who? He said while looking out of the bathroom. Obama, release me and you'll only get a life sentence. Release me now and you'll only get a life sentence, he said angrily so that Izuku would close the door. Izuku, shit, we kidnapped Obama, he said scared, scratching his head. Now what are we going to do? He said scared. Bakugo, look. Let's look for the others first, they said as they went out to the main room where Mineta was stuck to the ceiling, Kaminari giving energy to some lights on a T-bowl stage, a naked Kirishima on the couch, a Tetsu next to Kirishima, Monoma stuck to the T-bowl pole and Shinso spinning hanging from the fan with Aizawa's bandages. Bakugo/Izuku, oh shit, they both said upset. Izuku, shit, we fucked up, he said upset. Bakugo, wait nerd, he said taking a photo, now wake them up. After waking everyone up, they went to where Kirishima was and took photos since he had a Tetsu next to him, and they were hugging each other. Kirishima, what's wrong guys? He said waking up and realizing that he is naked next to Tetsu. He quickly runs to the bathroom to vomit. Tetsu, no way, he said this so that everyone turned their heads. I fucked him, he said shouting. Mineta, The most macho men of 1A and 1B jumped out backwards, he said, laughing. Shinso, let's see what happened yesterday, and where is Aizawa? He said, rubbing his head. Bakugo, no, we don't even know what happened yesterday, he said, irritated. Kirishima, ah! He shouted for everyone to go up and see what is Obama doing in the bathroom. He said, scared. Izuku, we don't know, look, I've already searched the entire room and Aizawa isn't there, he said, scared. Damn Mineta, why did you give us that? He said, annoyed. Mineta, it's just that the party was really boring and I wanted us to go crazy with stasis, he said, laughing, but a side effect is memory loss, he said, worried. Ah. We lost Aizawa for sure, now they're wrapping him in a motel in Las Vegas, he said, crying. Bakugo, let's see, ballhead, calm down, now the priority is to know where Aizawa is, he said, looking at everyone. Look in your pockets or phones, he said, taking out everything he had in his pocket. Let's see, I have some car keys, a condom, a casino chip, and oh no, he said, attracting everyone's attention. Izuku, what's wrong? This exalted man said. Bakugo, I got married, this hothead said. Oh, what? These fans said. Kaminari, with who? He said, surprised. Bakugo, with a certain gas eye, he said, confused. I don't even know who she is, he said, scared. Izuku, oh shit, let's see, I have a camera, my phone, and oh no, he said, scared. Shinso, what's up? He said to snatch the card that Midoriya had. Bakugo, what the fuck? He said, looking at the card. Izuku, am I a prostitute? He said, scared. Mineta, hey Midoriya, he said, scared. I think you should watch your Twitch channel, he said, scaring Izuku. Izuku, no way, he said this while watching his last live. In the live, Bakugo and Izuku are seen leaving a place called the chapel with a red balloon and a painted face. Izuku, we are here with the fucking Marionita, he said, shouting. Bakugo, she's not a little girl anymore, she's a whole woman now, he said with a nod in Russian. Shinso, and the Marionita, he said, shouting. Kirishima, Tetsu, Kaminari, with that fucking Marionita, they all said, raising some glasses in a place where there were girls dancing. Aizawa is seen in the distance lying on one of the sofas in the nightclub. Izuku, shit, Ibra is going to kill me, oh no, he said, crying. Tetsu, let's see Midoriya, calm down, he said, giving him a slap. We must keep our mind blank. First we go for Aizawa's car and then we will look for him. They were going to get off the hotel, but Izuku receives a call. Izuku, oh no, it's Ibara, what do I say? He said, scared. Kirishima, tell him anything but that we lost Aizawa. Mineta, don't mention that they drugged us, he said, frightened. Izuku, more like you drugged us, he said angrily to answer. Hey honey, what's wrong, he said nervously. Ibara, Izuku Midoriya, how did you even think of going to a nightclub and then record it live? You'll see what awaits you when you arrive. So for now I want an explanation, he said, making Izuku nervous. Izuku, well honey, what happened is that he said this, but Bakugo snatched the phone from him. Bakugo, Miss Midoriya, it's me, he said mockingly. We were kidnapped and drugged and that's why we don't remember anything of what happened yesterday, but we are remembering it, and Izuku was never unfaithful to you even though he was fed up with alcohol. We'll be back before the wedding, I promise. Goodbye, he said to hang up. Izuku, seriously, you made all that up just now, he said in amazement. Shinso, yeah well, that doesn't matter right now, we have to go to, but this one couldn't finish because Obama threw himself at them. Obama, motherfuckers of your children, fuck all motherfuckers of children, this annoying guy said. Obama started hitting everyone when he jumped out of the window. Kaminari, Obama committed suicide, he said, scared. But then they see Obama come up with a jetpack and fly away. Obama, vote for me, he said as he left. Shinso, that president hits hard, he said, rubbing his head, but they started to hear barking. Izuku, shit, now what? He said angrily, but everyone got scared when they saw a very horny dog come out of the empty room. Only the dog. Kaminari, we kidnapped a dog, he said, scared, but he sees that he has a necklace, maybe he will say his name, and we can return him, but he fell silent, and was in shock when he saw the name of the owner. Bakugo, no. Kirishima, you can. Izuku B. Mineta, okay, guys, this is where our life ends. We just have to wait for him to come for us. Monoma, we stole John Wick's dog, he said, scared. Izuku, shit, he said, shouting into the air. You know what, we are heroes. We should not be afraid of a Quirkless, he said nervously. Shinso, I remind you that this Quirkless can finish off All Might and All for One together. He said this so that everyone would start crying. Izuku, it can't be. Ibara's parents just accepted me and now I'm going to die, he said, crying. Bakugo, they accepted you. Kirishima, quite a boss, he said, raising his thumb. Izuku, look, this is not the time for jokes. First we are going to look for Aizawa's car and then we think about what we will do with John Wick's dog, he said. Scared. Ibra is calling me again, he said, scared, but Bakugo took his phone and threw it in the air. Bakugo, problem solved, now let's go, he said, to go down with everyone. After everyone went down to the reception, they met the receptionist who made everyone blush except Izuku. Izuku, seeing that no one was talking, decided to ask him. Izuku, hey girl, do you know where we left a red Lamborghini car when we got to the hotel? He said, seeing how the girl got upset. Miku, seriously, after what happened last night you only call me girl, he said, leaving everyone in shock. Bakugo, no. Monoma, can. Mineta, damn you, this annoying guy said. Izuku, excuse me girl, but what did we do last night? He said this so that the girl just put on a mocking smile. Miku, yesterday they came so high that your friends asked me to fuck, but I didn't accept until I saw you. You were so handsome and you look so cute that I accepted, but only with you. Don't worry, we use a condom. He said this so that Izuku sighed. Izuku, oh girl, I'm sorry, but as you already noticed, I was drugged and I don't remember anything of what we did yesterday. Could you help us? He said in a pleading tone. Miku, well, the only thing I heard them say yesterday was that they were going to the mansion at the foot of the mountain, and when they came back they brought a dog, she said, laughing. Izuku, shit, then if we steal the dog from John Wick, he said, impressing the girl. Miku, hey, can you give me a photo? She said this so Izuku would agree. Izuku, but why? He said, confused. Miku, I want to have the photo of the boy who took my virginity before he bites me, she said with a blush, leaving everyone in shock. Izuku, you know what, I don't want to hear anything anymore. Let's just go, he said as he left with the boys to look for the Lamborghini. After they found it, they climbed into it and turned it on. Bakugo, who knows how to drive? He said, confused. Shinso, I can do it, he said, taking the wheel. Izuku, okay, bitches and beasts, from what I see on my ID, it's 80 kilometers away, he said, to turn on the GPS and for Shinso to start driving. They had not even gone halfway as Shinso was driving very slowly. Bakugo, you drive like an old lady without legs, get out of the way, he said, moving Shinso. Come on, bitches, he said, taking off at full speed. All HH. They screamed at the speed at which he was going. In Japan. Kendo, they don't answer, he said, watching as Ibra tried to call Izuku. Ibara, he doesn't answer for some reason and I'm worried. He told me that they drugged him and I don't know what they're doing right now, she said, worried. Kendo, you know better, let's help Emmy to fix the living room and later we'll call him, she said, so that Ibra approved. Returning with our heroes. Izuku, Bakugo for the damn car, he said, scared. Bakugo, it will stabilize, he said worriedly. Tetsu, a patrol, he said, scared. All they said to hit the patrol car. They fainted. We can see a desert, 4 trucks and the 7 kids lying in the sand. Izuku is the first to wake up and then we see the other boys. Izuku, what happened to us? He said in pain. Bakugo, the last thing I remember is that we crashed into a patrol car, he said, laughing. Kirishima, what's so funny about that? He said angrily. Monoma, well, we woke up again in a place without knowing how we got there. Shinso, for a change, he said, waking up. Denki? Denki, where are we? He said with fear when they saw the 5 vans. The she-devil, It seems that they have already woken up, she said, looking at the 7 boys. Izuku, who are you? Where are we? He said with a headache. The she-devil, you stole $80,000 from me. Give them back or you will never see your friend again, she said, showing photos of Aizawa tied up. And I want you here at 8 p.m., she said, pointing a gun at them. Denki, excuse me, lady, but yesterday we were drugged and we don't know what happened, he said with fear. The she-devil, yesterday they left a hotel in Las Vegas and went to a casino where I was with their homeless friend. Since they didn't win anything, they took my $80,000 and left with a balloon they called Aracnido along with their prostitute friend here present, she said, pointing at Izuku. Izuku, I'm a prostitute? He said in shock. The devil, yes indeed, excellent services, she said, winning at Izuku. He just curled up into a ball and started crying. The devil, after that we followed you all night until we found you in a hotel. After that we waited for you to come out, and when we realized that you were going at full speed we put a patrol car in front of you so that you would crash into it, and luckily it worked. Now you are in Monterey and as I told you, you have until 8 p.m. to get $80,000, he said, getting into his truck. Izuku, shit, how long until the wedding? He said, scared. Bakugo, 5 hours, he said, this leaving everyone in shock. Mineta, shit, I don't think we'll make it. Izuku, well, I have no choice. Bakugo, give me your phone, he said this to call Ibara. Ibara, hello, she said, confused. Izuku, Ibara, he said with fear. And that brings us to now. Monoma, what did he say to you? He said, distressed. Izuku, if we don't arrive with Aizawa Kendo, he will castrate each one of us, he said, shocking the others. I have an idea. Here in Monterey I have a friend. I hope he can lend me the money, he said this so that everyone agreed. After that Izuku and the boys headed to Juan's house. They knocked on the door and a boy with glasses and a cap came out. Juan, yes, what do you want? He said, confused by the young people. Izuku, damn, there's no time to explain. It's me, Spider-Man, and I need your help because we really screwed up, dude. This guy said, scared. Juan, are you Spider-Man? Aha, and I'm John Wick, he said, frightened, to the young people. Bakugo, shit, we didn't give John Wick the dog back, this guy scared said. Juan, they stole John Wick's dog. He said, scared. Izuku, Juan, believe me, he said while throwing a spider web implying that it was him. Juan, oh, what a surprise, and what are you doing here in Monterey? He said, confused. After that Juan asked them to come for a cup of tea or a soft drink, and they accepted because they were very tired. Then Juan asked them what happened, and they told him everything. Juan, dude, he said looking at Izuku, so you need me to lend you $80,000? He said laughing, you're crazy, my friend. I don't have that much money, he said, saddening everyone, although I think there's a rap competition here that will start in an hour. Since it's international, I think the prize is $100,000, he said. Getting excited but saddening the boys. Kirishima, but no one here can rap, this sad guy said. Bakugo, well, one does know, he said looking at Izuku. Izuku, it's time to go back to my dark past, he said, putting on a sweater and a cap backwards. After that they said goodbye to Juan, where Izuku told him that one day he would visit him more formally, and then they headed to the competition venue. In Japan. We find a ways, said Suna, Komori and Reiko arranging the living room to be comfortable. Ibara, what are you doing? She said next to Kendo. Aways, the Mexican International Rap Competition is about to start, and we want to see it, he said while looking at the girls. Komori, come sit down, relax a little, they will come back, she said so that the two of them could sit down. With our heroes. After registering Izuku, the competition began. Those who were watching the event were excited. It would finally begin. Host, well, the first round will be between the great Sanjani Beltran, he said with a smile as Yohani left, against a contestant who entered at the last minute, he said, confusing everyone, the great MC. Spider, he said this so that all the women at the event would blush when they saw Izuku. In Japan. Everyone, what? They all said in amazement. Ibara, what are they doing in Mexico? She said, upset. Reiko, calm down, let's keep watching, there must be an explanation, she said, amazed. After that they announced the first round where nobody knows how but Izuku won. After that it was the special guest's turn who was Pepe Grillo against Izuku. Izuku vs. Jiminy Cricket v. In Japan. Ibara. I didn't know Izuku was so good at improvising, she said, impressed. Kendo, me less, she said with her mouth open. With our heroes. Bakugo. I didn't remember Izuku being so good, he said, impressively. Everyone, we thought he would lose in the first one, they all said in unison. In the battle. Host, there have been good battles, but now comes the grand finale, it's Aracnido vs. MC. Spider. The two go up on stage. Host, let's get started, he said enthusiastically. You already know who is who XD. After Izuku won, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. In Japan. Kendo. I win, she said excitedly. Ibara. But for it to be competitive, she said, this curious person. With our heroes. Bakugo. Izuku, you won. He said, looking at Izuku's suitcase full of money. Izuku. Yes, we go now, it's almost time, he said nervously. After the 7 friends went to the same desert where they woke up only to see that the 5 trucks were already there, then Izuku approached and threw the suitcase with money at them. The devil. Here there are 10,000, there are 20,000 more, she said, a little surprised. Izuku, for the trouble, he said, a little scared. The devil. Okay boy, take it, she said, throwing it at Aizawa. Everyone, Aizawa. They said excitedly. Aizawa. Oh, what happened to me? He said, rubbing his head. Izuku. We don't know, but we have to get to his wedding quickly. There are only 3 hours left, he said in shock. The devil? Wedding? She said, confused. Izuku. Yes, today she has to get married and it's not until Japan. We won't make it. Ibra will kill me, he said, sitting on the floor. The she-devil? Come on up. A woman's wedding is sacred, she said, smiling. After that the devil took them to one of his private jets where they would arrive in Japan in 2 hours. Kaminari. Wow, it was a great adventure, he said, laughing nervously. Monoma. This must not be told to anyone, he said this so that everyone agreed. Everyone was getting on the jet, but the devil called Izuku. The devil. Hey boy, take this, she said, throwing him $5,000. Izuku, why? He said, confused. The she-devil. May your victory be for nothing, she said, smoking. Izuku, thank you, miss, he said as he climbed up with the others. After they arrived in Japan in 2 hours, giving him 1 hour to get to the wedding. Aizawa. We are very far away, he said worriedly. Kirishima. Maybe not, he said, seeing a patrol car. Kirishima. Hey policeman, he said, approaching the patrol car. Police, what's up, kid? He said, confused. Kirishima. My friend is getting married and we only have an hour to get to the central church in Japan, and you know the saying, one man doesn't abandon another. Police, get in, he said, looking at everyone. In the church. Emmy was on the floor crying. Emmy, he abandoned me, she said, crying. Kendo. No, I know they are about to arrive, she said nervously. Emmy. But there are only 10 minutes left until it starts, he said, crying. Ibara. Izuku, eat quickly, she said, worried. Setsune. Hey, do you hear that? He said, he's hearing noise. Kinoko. Are they police? She said, worried. But in the distance they hear Izuku's voice. Izuku, there you go, he said while looking at the church. Ibara. That's Izuku, she said happily. In that they see how the boys get out of the patrol car and take Aizawa down in a suit. Izuku, we arrived, he said, entering the church. Ibara. Izuku, where were you? She said angrily. Izuku. Ibara, I just want to get to bed and have you cuddle me, he said, falling to the ground exhausted. Emmy. These idiots lost you and drugged you, she said, looking angrily at the boys. Aizawa. No, these guys embarked on a deathly adventure to rescue me and they succeeded. That's why I'm proud of them, he said this so everyone could raise their thumbs while Ibra comforted Izuku. After that the wedding happened where everyone was happy until the group plus Aizawa sat in a corner. Mineta, I have the camera with all the photos, he said, smiling. Izuku, we have to erase them, he said this so that everyone agreed. Bakugo. But one last check wouldn't do anything. He said this for everyone to nod. In the cabin. Organizer 1, hey, it's time to put the photos, he said, looking at the Bluetooth devices. Organizer 2, but there are 2 devices, which one do I put? He said, confused. Organizer 1, put any one, he said, choosing the wrong cameras. The lights went out, and the big screen came on to view the photos. Ibara, oh, the photos have already started. Where will Izuku be? Oh, there he is, she said. She was looking at him, but she heard his voice on the screen. On the screen. Izuku, we are with the fucking Marionetta, he said while looking at a balloon. Bakugo, she's not a little girl anymore, she's a whole woman, he said with glasses. Change of scene. Izuku, come on, boss, you'll have fun outside of here. Obama, release me apes, enemies of the country. Bakugo, what did he say? Izuku, he wants to go with us to drink, he said, running. We change the scene to one where Monoma is dancing in a tube while Mineta and Shinso throw money at him. Shinso, lots of clothes, he said this so that Monoma would start taking off his tuxedo. Everyone at that moment was confused, and Izuku and the others didn't even notice. We change the scene. This scene, we are on the balcony of the hotel where everyone was passed out in the back, and we see Bakugo and Izuku sitting with a beer. Bakugo, hey buddy, I'm sorry for all these years, Bakugo said with a sad tone. Izuku, yes friend, I forgive you, the past, he said smiling. Bakugo, also excuse me for trying to seduce your girlfriend, he said laughing. Izuku, okay, but don't do it again, he said laughing too. Bakugo, when this whole adventure is over, let's go to my room to play video games, he said raising his beer. Izuku, sure, buddy, he said, hitting her. Everyone had a tender look on their faces at the scene, and those from Salem 1A were surprised because Bakugo accepted his mistakes. We changed the scene. Aizawa was dancing with Izuku. Aizawa/Izuku, and if I invite you for a drink, and I get close to your mouth and I steal a kiss from you, then you'll get mad at me. We changed the scene. We found Mineta recording Bakugo while he was watching a TikTok. TikTok, it is not said among us, it is said among us, said a very annoying girl. Then the camera records Izuku and Aizawa. Izuku, it is not said Aizawa is going to prison to death, it is said. Everyone, Aizawa is getting married tomorrow. They all said, and even Aizawa. Then we changed the scene. Lie, hey Izuku, what are we going to do? He said smiling. Izuku, I will win this fucking competition to pay him the money we stole from the narc and to free Aizawa, he said, this surprising everyone. After those photos are shown. First photo. You can see everyone riding in the car while Izuku was holding Mineta's leg as he moved like a flag in the air. Second photo. We see the view of Las Vegas that Bakugo took. Third photo. We see Mineta holding a bottle of rum while everyone was raising a glass. Fourth photo. We see an Izuku with a Mineta tied up and hanging with his spider webs and this one hitting him. Fifth photo. We see Izuku at the competition throwing a rhyme towards the public with all his soul, which made many girls blush because of how good he looked, upset/inspired. Sixth photo. We see Bakugo in a chapel next to a pink-haired girl giving each other a kiss. Everyone, Bakugo got married, they all said, shouting, calling the attention of the boys who were watching. Izuku, turn it off, Mineta, turn it off. He said this, but before turning it off you can see one last photo. Seventh photo. You can see how they woke up in the hotel with Kirishima naked next to Tetsu, Obama tied up, them with John Wick's dog, Mineta on the roof, Shinso with Aizawa's ribbons on the fan, Kaminari lighting up a T-bowl stage and Monoma tied to the T-bowl. Monoma, I can't turn it off, he said, breaking the camera. It's off now, he said, but everyone stared at him. Izuku, we can explain it, they said these, but Ibra just took Izuku by the ear to his room. Everyone, mandolin, they said, watching Izuku leave. Bakugo, well, since he left, he said, but couldn't finish when he saw how the same pink-haired girl entered the wedding. You know, Bakugo, we're not done yet, she said while pulling Bakugo by the shirt. All, rest in peace, they said, giving a military salute. Izuku's room. Ibara, so that's what happened, she said. This I understand. Izuku, yes, my Netta drugged us and we didn't remember what we had done, he said, all hurt. Ibara, sorry for distrusting you, she said, hugging Izuku. Izuku, no problem, honey, he said, this while kissing Ibara. But for now I just want to sleep, he said, this while getting into Ibara's breasts. Ibara, sweetheart, she said, this to see how Izuku just raised his head and nodded. Ibara spent her time cuddling Izuku until he fell asleep. After that, Ibara hugged Izuku and also fell asleep. With Bakugo. Bakugo, then we get married, he said, looking at Yuno. Well, it's not so bad, he said, turning around with a blush. Yuno, you see, that's not it. She said happily. We could try it, she said, while touching Bakugo's member. Bakugo. In another place. So all 7 of them are from the UA, right? He said, looking at the photo of the 7 boys. Butler, Mr. Wick, the flight to Japan is ready, he said, bowing. John, that's good, those bastards will pay for stealing my dog, although maybe I'll forgive them if they complete the mission I planned for them, he said, laughing. In another place. Izuku, ah, he said, scaring Ibara. Ibara, what's wrong, honey? She said, worried. Izuku, I don't know why I feel like John Wick wants to kill me, he said, scared. Ibara, yeah, it's just a nightmare. Go back to sleep, she said, putting Izuku's head between her breasts. Izuku, I love you, he said, to sleep. Ibara, me too, honey, she said. She is sleeping while caressing Izuku's hair. With John. John, Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Denki Kaminari, Nito Minoma, Shinso Shitoshi, Tetsu, Minoru Mineta, prepare yourselves. The mission will be difficult, he said, laughing. Aizawa's Rescue PT-1. We find an Izuku waking up in his girlfriend's breasts. Ibara, good morning, darling, she said with a smile. Izuku, good morning, princess, he said, standing up suddenly. Ibara, what's up, honey? She said curiously. Izuku, you'll have to see me in the living room since I have to arrange the exhibition with Minoma and Tetsu. Ibara, okay, I think I'll sleep a little longer, he said, raising his arms. Izuku, okay, he said, to take off his shirt and have Ibara put it on. Ibara, I love you, she said, getting inside her shirt. Izuku, me too, darling, he said, kissing her. After Izuku arrived where Tetsu and Minoma were to prepare everything for their group exhibition. They prepared everything they would do, and after that they headed to their classroom. It was so late that they would barely make it to their exhibition. Vlad, does anyone know why Midoriya, Minoma, and Tetsu have not arrived? He said, somewhat annoyed. But he fell silent when he saw his 3 students enter the classroom dressed as princesses. Izuku, we're here, Professor, he said, this Elsa dress. Minoma, sorry, but we took so long with the costumes, she said, this Cinderella dress. Tetsu, but we already arrived ready and excited, he said, this one in a Rapunzel costume. Vlad, what are you doing dressed like that? He said disappointedly. Izuku, what do you mean, what? You told us to expose the Disney princesses, he said angrily. Vlad, surveys civilians. He said angrily. Idiots, he said, looking at his 3 students, with a depressive aura, and Ibra comforting Izuku. The whole room was normal and laughing at the situation when the heroine Ms. Joke arrived, with a very annoyed look. Vlad, Emmy, what are you doing here? He said curiously, but she ignored him and went to where Izuku was. Emmy, you! She said, slapping Izuku, surprising everyone and angering Ibara. Ibara, hey, what's wrong? She said, upset. Emmy, oh, nothing, it's just that because of your boyfriend, my Aizawa was kidnapped. She said, crying and angry. Everyone, what? They all said, surprised. Emmy, if you see, he said, turning the board so that a screen could be seen. Vlad, we always had that. He asked, impressed. Emmy, that doesn't matter now, look, he said, pointing at the screen. On the screen. John, oh, hello Izuku Midoriya, he said with a superior tone. All John Wick. They said, scared. Ibara, Izuku, what did you do? She said, scared. Izuku, shit, he said the same. John, did you think I was going to let my dog being stolen go right in my face? This guy said, annoyed. All, they stole John Wick's dog. These scared people said. John, so Izuku Midoriya, I give you a chance that nothing happens to you or your friends. If we play a game, if you save Aizawa in less than 3 days, nothing will happen. But if you don't, say goodbye to your loved ones. He said this to stick a knife on the table. Tic-tac, Izuku Midoriya. I left you a clue at the end of this video. Goodbye. They stayed in a very swanky hotel, but it's a pity that their friend didn't enjoy it as much as before. They were going to go to a place that wasn't so great, but a patrol car crashed into them and they couldn't get there. Izuku/Minoma/Tetsu, whores and beasts, they said, shouting. Ibra, like whores and beasts, she said angrily. Izuku, do you remember that Mineta drugged us? He said this so that everyone would nod. Well, we went there with a balloon that we call Marionita and we don't even know how, but for some reason I'm a prostitute. He said this so that Ibra would be in shock. Ibara, what? She said this cold. Minoma, but before you kill him, there was evidence that he didn't sleep with anyone because they just gave him the job and we left there, he said, saving Izuku. Ibara, are you sure? She said with an aura that promised absolute pain. Izuku, very sure, darling. The only one I want to do that with is you, he said with a sincere smile that made Ibra blush. Ibra, Izuku, don't say that in public, she said, playing with her fingers. Izuku, yes, I'm sorry, he said, stroking Ibra's head. Well, we have to go to 1A to explain everything, he said, so that the three of them agreed. After that, Izuku, Minoma and Tetsu came running to the 1A classroom where they confused everyone. Lita, oh, they're from 1B, what's up, guys? He said in a respectful tone. Izuku, get the fuck out, he said, pushing Lita, impressing everyone as he was very polite. Bakugo, what's up, nerd? He said, confused. Izuku, guys, John Wick, he said this, scaring everyone. Mineta, no. Denki, no. Bakugo, shit, it can't be, he said, scared. Melissa, Izuku, guys, calm down, tell us what happened, she said, confused. Mineta, we stole John Wick's dog, he said, frightened. All, they stole John Wick's dog, these worried people said. Kirishima, what's wrong with that? He said, frightened. Tetsu, Aizawa was kidnapped, and now we have to go rescue him, he said, scaring everyone. Bakugo, oh well, this is where we get to, he said, standing in front of Yaoyoro's damn ponytail, he said, giving her a kiss on the lips. Everyone, what? They all said in shock. Bakugo, I'm going to die. I'm not going to do it without giving my first kiss to the one I like, he said, turning his head, blushing. Momo didn't know what to say and just stayed silent while smoke came out of her head. Bakugo, well, we have to go, right? He said so everyone would nod. Wait, there's a condition in the deal, right? He said, watching Izuku fall silent. Izuku, we have to find him in 3 days, he said this so that everyone involved would open their eyes. Denki, 3 days, that's a short time, we don't even know where to start looking, he said, scared. Minoma, yes, we know, he said, confusing everyone. Mineta, where, he confused said. Tetsu, the place where he became a prostitute, he said, pointing at Izuku. Everyone, Izuku is a prostitute, they all said in shock. Izuku, I was drugged, okay, I didn't know what I was doing, he said with a depressive aura. At that moment, almost all the girls except Momo began to take out money and ask Izuku how much he charged. He respectfully told them no, that he already had a girlfriend and that it was because he was drugged. Kirishima, so what are we going to do? He said, scared. Izuku, let's get Shinso and we'll get ready in the 1A dorms, he said this for everyone to nod. After that they went to bring Shinso where they explained the plan to him, and he was scared and almost shot himself, but they told him that they could be saved if they found him, so he agreed and together they went to dormitories 1A to discuss the plan. After discussing the plan, all the classes and teachers involved arrived. Emi wanted to kill the boys, but she knew that if she did they would kill Aizawa, so she just stayed to listen to the plan. After they decided that they would leave the next morning in Vlad's car, he slows it down to them because although he doesn't admit it, Aizawa is one of his only friends and he is worried about him. After that the boys went to rest since tomorrow they would embark on a great adventure. Ibara, Izuku, how did you end up getting involved in all this? she said, hugging Izuku. Izuku, I'm being honest, I don't even know, he said, so Ibra would laugh. Ibra, you know that no matter what happens I will be there for you, she said, giving him a kiss on the lips. Izuku, I don't know what I did to deserve you, he said this so Ibra would laugh a little. Ibra, I don't know what I did to deserve you. Among so many women you chose me, she said with a sad look, but Izuku gave her a light blow on the head. Izuku, you know very well the reason. You are the girl I love, the one I will marry, he said, blushing a little at Ibra. Ibra Shiozaki, the most beautiful, kind and tender girl I know. Even when they drugged me I thought that about you, he said, laughing. Ibra, Izuku, she said, raising her arms. Izuku, yes, he said this to carry Ibra. Then Izuku began to kiss Ibra passionately while caring for her. They continued like this for a while until they laid down on the bed. Ibra, Izuku, I love you, she said, sinking into Izuku's chest. Izuku, I love you too, Ibra, he said, closing Ibra in a hug. The next day, we found ourselves in the 2 classrooms saying goodbye to the boys who were going on the mission. Emmy, bring him back, she said this for everyone to nod. Momo, Bakugo, yo, she said, approaching Bakugo. Bakugo, no problem, I should have guessed, he said with a sad look, but was in shock when Momo kissed him. Momo, I like you too, she said, leaving everyone in shock. Izuku, remove a boss, he said, raising his thumb. Izuku, well, we're leaving now, he said, looking at Ibara. Ibara, take care of yourself, okay? She said, kissing Izuku, making the others a little jealous. Izuku, for you, baby, I'll kill John Wick, he said, laughing. Well, let's go, he said, to get in the car and leave with the boys. Vlad, do you think they will succeed? He said, looking at Emmy. Emmy, I don't know, she said, worried. Ibra, Izuku will do it, he always does, she said with a smile. Vlad, that Brad is right, the boy always succeeds, he said with a smile. With them. Bakugo, why do they let Grandma drive if she drives like that? He said, thinking. Izuku like Grandma? He asked this. Bakugo, yes, that's it, he said, making everyone sweat. But then they feel the car slowly start to turn off. Denki, oh no, really, no gas, he said angrily. Then Izuku's phone starts ringing. Vlad, guys, I forgot to tell you that the car is out of gas, you have to go fill it up with gas. Ibara, Izuku, how are you? She said, worried. Izuku, Vlad, pass me to Ibara. Ibara, Izuku, what's wrong? She said, worried. Izuku, we ran out of gas in the middle of the desert, he said, crying comically. Ibara, it can't be, she said, worried. Wait for me, she said, to hang up. Shinso, what did he say to you? He said worriedly. Izuku, to wait for her, he said. Mineta, hey guys, see what he said, pointing to a patrol car. Denki, you won't think about. Kirishima Tetsu Minoma, steal it, they said with a smile. Izuku, no guys, that's illegal, but he fell silent upon receiving a photo. On the phone. Ibara, I have a new heroine costume that I would like to try with you when you return. I hope it will be soon, winky face. Off the phone. Izuku, it's a joke, let's do it, he said this so everyone agreed. Bakugo, but how will we do it? He said, confused. Minoma, okay, I have a plan, he said this for everyone to hear. A plan after all, let's do it, they said to address the patrol. This is how we see Mineta approaching the patrol car. Mineta, excuse me officers, could you help this blind boy? He said, putting on a great performance. Policeman 1, oh yes sure kid, he said as he got off with the other officer. But what they didn't realize is that at that moment the boys got into the patrol car and Izuku was at the wheel. Mineta, because they are so stupid, he said, laughing. Policeman 2, excuse me? He said, somewhat annoyed. In that they see how their patrol car starts and a spider web grabs Mineta and takes him away. Policeman 2, all units, a patrol car robbery, I repeat, a patrol car robbery, he said as he started running with his partner. At the UA. All the classmates from both classrooms were waiting for some news from their classmates. Ibra was worried since Izuku had not responded to the photo she sent him, until Awaze spoke. Awaze, turn on the news, he said, shouting. Everyone was confused, but they obeyed the order, and when they turned on the television they saw something that impressed them. Reporter: well, we can see how in the desert near Las Vegas we found some kids who stole a patrol car. The kids have not identified themselves, but we were able to record the driver's face. At that moment, an image of Izuku driving is seen, which made everyone sweat. All seriously, they stole a patrol car, they said, somewhat disappointed but impressed by their companions. Ibara, come on Izuku, I know you can do it, she said, worried. With the boys. All slow down, they said, scared. Izuku, the damn police is chasing us. I must lose them, he said this to start maneuvering around the car. Bakugo launches an explosion that creates a giant smoke curtain. He said this so that Bakugo would nod. Bakugo launched a huge explosion that blocked the vision of the police and the helicopter. When he realized the boys were no longer there, and there was only an overturned wooden sign that said, Las Vegas. The boys who were watching the news relaxed a little knowing that they lost the police. Ibara only had a drop of sweat since the photo inspired Izuku to do that. With the boys. Shinso, we lost them, he said, sighing. Denki, I lost my will to live, he said, crying. Kirishima, young man, what's wrong? He said, looking at Denki. Monoma, do you think our hero's race can continue after this? He said, scared. Tetsu, yes, we just have to go faster so they don't recognize us. He said this so that Izuku would start moving faster. After they arrived in Las Vegas and arrived at the place where they would begin to search all whores and beasts. Izuku, well, we have to go in, he said this so that everyone agreed. Aizawa's rescue PT2. Izuku, alright, let's go in, he said seriously. After entering the premises, the first thing that happened was that they were received by the manager. Manager, damn brat, there you are! He said angrily, do you know how many women came just for you? He said, giving him a slap. You promised to be faithful to Putas Waifiras, he said with a grimace of annoyance. Izuku, sir, if I'm honest, I was drugged. I don't remember anything, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Manager, okay brat, I accept your resignation. Take it, he said, giving him a wad of $5,000. Izuku, why does this happen to me? He said, confused. Manager, many women left tips for your excellent service. He said this so that Izuku sat on the floor with a depressed aura. Mineta, what the fuck, he said, laughing. Izuku, I'm a dirty whore, he said, crying. Bakugo, well, back to what we came for. Have you seen a vagabond with bandages on his neck and who occasionally goes in a yellow sleeping bag? He said, confused. Manager, oh yes, he came to have a few beers with the great John Wick. After that they told me that they went to the Grand Estrella Hotel in downtown Las Vegas to see the Franco Escamilla show, he said with a smile. Kirishima, thank you very much, he said as he left with the others. After leaving that place they went to the place where the show was going to be just to see how Franco was preparing. Izuku, Mr. Escamilla, he said, walking towards Franco. Franco, not now, boy. I'm very tired, he said, breathing heavily. Denki finally started thinking about how to solve the problem. Denki, you saw the professional hero Eraserhead with John Wick, right? He said this so that Franco would nod. So what do you think? You tell us everything you heard about them, where they were going or where they would be, and Izuku does the show for you. He said this so that everyone would be surprised. Franco, sounds like a good idea, he said, thinking. Shinso, did you really come up with that idea? He said, watching Kaminari puff out his chest with pride. What a miracle, they said, looking at Denki. Denki, that hurts, he said, holding his chest dramatically. Franco, well, they convinced me. I hope you have some good anecdotes, boy, he said, putting the jacket and hat on him. At the UA. Always, hey, what if we watch the Franco Escamilla show to relax? He said, drawing everyone's attention. Vlad, yeah. It would be a good way to relax while we get information from the guys. Ibara, I asked for the shore, he said, this one coming down with an Izuku sweater. Setsuna, where did you get that sweater? She said, confused. Ibara, they belong to my boyfriend, she said, emphasizing the word boyfriend, and they are in his room. After that, everyone went up, except Momo, to get a sweater for Izuku, but Ibara couldn't do anything about it. Setsuna, now I understand why you like them so much, she said, sinking into luck. Shuka, warm, she said, hugging her legs. Melissa, it's very comfortable, she said with a blush. Always, you know what, we better put the screen on. With the boys. Bakugo, okay, nerd, go to the signal, he said with a smile. Presenter. Our good friend Franco Escamilla was too tired to continue and took a short break, so we will leave you with his replacement, who also has good anecdotes. He said this so that everyone could see how Izuku came out with a jacket and a hat. At the UA. Ibara, what is Izuku doing there? She said, confused. Momo, and isn't that Bakugo the one behind the curtain? She said with a slight blush. Shuka, Izuku is Franco's replacement, Washi said, impressed. With Izuku. Izuku, how are you, Raza? He said, greeting. All good. Izuku, well, Ojit, he said this so that everyone would laugh, and speaking of being assholes, I will tell you how I got Ojit with a brown, of course, he said this so that everyone would laugh. At the UA. Ibara, he will tell what happened to him that time, she said, laughing. Yui, I want to hear it in his own words, she said, letting out light laughs. With Izuku. Izuku, well, to start, I study in a school where there are dormitories, to begin with, and I go to classroom B, the best of all, and if A says otherwise we'll start fighting, he said this one so everyone would laugh, but that's not what it's about. The problem is that there's a guy who's really asshole, really stupid, really short. And also perverted, he said this one, laughing. It's that, imagine, being like that, it's like wanting to hook up with a Kardashian being a dog, dude, he said this one so everyone would laugh. At the UA. Ciro, that's very true, my Neto will never get a girlfriend, he said, laughing. Ibara, shoo, shut up, I want to hear it, she said. She is watching her boyfriend on TV. With Izuku. Izuku, the thing is, that day, it was like 3 days after my birthday, I don't remember, the guy came to my dorm with a brown and said to me, here, this brown was baked by a friend of ours and she asked me to drop it off with you. Izuku, that's what he told me, and I believed him, even though I know what he's like. I mean, imagine, it's like accepting a shiny drink from a bastard scientist. Don't do it, he said, laughing. It's just that day I thought, if there was a prize for the biggest idiot, I'd lose it because of being an idiot, he said this so that everyone would start laughing. That day I remember very well that there were only 2 companions with me. They are both my best friends, they are part of my squad. But the problem is that I started to feel dizzy and started to see how a pencil transformed into a butterfly, he said this so that everyone would laugh. Then I tried to make it fly, and when it didn't fly, my logic was that it was already dead, and I started to cry. For a butterfly pencil. Fuck the one who laughs, he said this so that everyone would laugh. After that, I saw my girlfriend, a beautiful young lady with green hair, standing there. I knew she had a girlfriend, but I didn't remember who it was, so I went to my girlfriend and said, hello beautiful, do you have a boyfriend? Izuku, so stupid, I mean, I was unfaithful to my girlfriend, with my girlfriend. He said this so everyone would laugh. At the UA. Ibara, I hadn't thought of it like that, she said with an aura of terror. All men asshole. With Izuku. Izuku, but something very nice, my brothers, is that my girlfriend told me, yes, I have a boyfriend, and he walked away. That when I was fine, I was happy. I said, damn. What a beautiful girlfriend you can trust, he said this so that Ibra would smile, but when I was drugged it hurt me. Doubt. I well remember that I started to cry and my friend consoled me and said, hey kid, what are you up to? Izuku, and I told him. I met a cute girl with silky hair, but she has a boyfriend. Izuku, and I told him, crying, but then a tremendous urge to urinate grabbed me and like a Viking at war I gave a primal scream. Ah. Izuku, everyone at that time was worried and told me. What's wrong? What's wrong? Izuku, everyone was worried and I told them. I have to go to the bathroom. Izuku, and I went to the kitchen. He said this so that everyone would laugh, and in a moment of my stupidity I felt lost. I saw my cell phone, the most recent number was my girlfriend's, and it didn't even have a photo, as it was in contacts not on damn WhatsApp. I called her and said, pretty girl, I got lost, come get me, a dragon. Izuku, For a moment I swore I saw a dragon, but it was only my companion who looked more like a fucking lizard than a dragon, he said to laugh. At the UA, we see Setsuna with an aura of depression. Setsuna, Ibara, Izuku is very bad, she said, crying comical tears. Ibara, yeah, she said, comforting Setsuna while everyone had a drop of sweat. Shuka, Izuku is very funny, he said, laughing a little. With Izuku. After that, I went back to my girlfriend and I wanted to hug her and kiss her, but without knowing that she was my girlfriend. But brothers, there are some things that you can't make up. I saw a cat and I started chasing it to talk about capitalism, he said, shouting so that everyone started laughing. After that, Izuku began to tell all the events of the chapter. The Brown. Izuku, thank you very much, people. I'm Izuku Midoriya, ciao, he said this so that the curtains would close. At the UA. Ibara, that was fun. Well, at least we know they're okay. Reiko, but we don't even know what direction there is, she said, confused. Ibara, it must be something like what happened in the Mexican rap competition, she said, shrugging her shoulders. Setsuna, if you must be right. With the boys. Monoma, man, that performance was great, he said excitedly. Franco, yeah boy, that was awesome. Now look, I heard them say that they were going to Lucifer's Morningstar bar to talk to him. You should go there and see if he tells you something. Izuku, thank you, Mr. Franco, he said this but stopped abruptly. Wait, where is that? He turned his head. Franco, it's in Los Angeles, 7 hours by car, he said this so everyone would leave. Bakugo, according to my calculations we can rent a car, stay at an inn and arrive the next day, he said this for everyone to nod. After that they went to a car park where they did not expect who they would meet. Miku, oh it's you again, she said, a little impressed. Izuku, girl, there's no time, we need a fast car. How much do you charge us for the fastest one you have? This desperate man said. Miku, okay kid, but don't worry, you can take the red Ferrari that's over there. Just for being you I'll charge you $100 for 3 days, he said, impressing the others. Mineta, hey, but that's not very cheap, they won't fire you, he said this so everyone agreed. Miku, no, I only work here for my father, he owns all these cars. But what are you waiting for? Your time is running out, she said while receiving the $100 bill. After that the boys quickly arrived where the Ferrari was, but they saw that it was a gearbox. Nobody could drive it until they heard something that surprised them. Mineta, I can drive it, laughing face. Everyone, what, really? Everyone asked in shock. Mineta, yes, now get on, he said so everyone would get on. And so, like a true professional, Mineta began to drive the Ferrari all over the road. 5 hours had passed and Mineta was already tired, so they decided to stop at an inn. Everyone was very tired, so they said that tomorrow they would pay for the inn. The hotel managers, upon seeing them, allowed them and they went to sleep in the same room. The next day. Izuku, guys, we have to go now, he said this so that everyone would get up. Bakugo, okay nerd, pay the hotel and let's go, he said this confusing Izuku. Izuku, but you have the money, he said confused. Bakugo, no, you have the money, but Bakugo remembered shit, I lost the money, he said scaring everyone. Mineta, now how the hell are we going to get out of this hotel? He said scared. Izuku, I'll talk to the manager. After a chat afterwards. Izuku, I have good news and bad news. Kirishima, the good one. Izuku, there will be a karaoke and if we do a good performance they will let us go. Denki, the bad one. Izuku, it will be until tonight, he said, scaring everyone. Bakugo, we'll take a chance. If Aizawa isn't where that morning star is, we won't count it, but yes, if he is, we did it, so wait. After that they waited all day until it was time for karaoke. Tetsu came up with a bass, Kirishima with an electric guitar, Bakugo with the drums and Izuku singing. Shinso, Monoma and Mineta would just watch, but Mineta would start recording. The whole stage rose, everyone was screaming, they had loved the performance, and Mineta sent a message to Ibra from Izuku's phone along with the video. At the UA. Ibara, I got a message from Izuku, he said for everyone to see. Shuka, and what does it say? Momo, Bakugo is fine. Ibara, let's see, he says. Hi, I'm Mineta, let me explain how we're doing. Yesterday we found out where Aizawa's location could be, so we rented a Ferrari to get there faster. Luckily the one renting it was a friend of Izuku's, so she gave it to us for a cheap price. I drove it, but that idiot Bakugo lost the money. So now they had to give a concert where I sent it to them by video. Right now we're going to wait for them to let us out, and we'll head to Los Angeles where we hope he is. Mineta loves you. Setsuna. At least we know they're okay. Reiko. I want to see the concert, she said, exciting everyone. And so everyone put the video on the screen where they saw the concert that the boys threw and supported them so that they would arrive on time. After everyone left and got into the Ferrari to get to Los Angeles at maximum speed. Saturday 5 a.m. 4 hours before time runs out. Izuku, shit, we're taking a risk, let's hope Aizawa is there. And indeed, when they arrived at Morningstar's bar they found Aizawa tied up and John having a beer with Morningstar. Izuku, Mr. Wick, we arrived on time, he said, breathing heavily. John, those great guys. But now comes the last challenge, he said, scaring everyone. You can choose one to have a piano battle against my friend, Morningstar. Almost everyone was scared. No one knew how to play the piano until someone raised their hand. Mineta, I'll do it, he said, this determined one. Denki, but blowjob. Bakugo, leave it, maybe he'll surprise us, he said hopefully. John, okay, if your friend wins you can go, but if he loses, he said, pointing at Izuku. You're dying, he said, scaring Izuku. Izuku, Mineta, my life depends on you, he said, scared. Mineta, my time has come. John, okay, let's start, he said, so that the two of them could start playing. Mineta is the one in black. Everyone was speechless. No one imagined Mineta's talent, but they thanked God that he had it. Morningstar, boy, you beat me, he said in shock. A human beat me, he said, surprised. Boy, I hope I can compete against you another day, he said with a smile. Mineta, yes, I say the same, he said, shaking his hand. John, well, I keep my promises. Take your friend, he said, to untie Aizawa. You do something like that again today if I don't give you a chance, understood? He said, looking at Izuku. Izuku, yes sir, he said, making a nervous bow. After the boys left, the mission had been accomplished. Everyone was going in the car to the UA. Aizawa, I can't believe he risked his life to save me, again, he said, laughing. Izuku, well, that's why we're heroes, right? He said, laughing. Denki, always there to help. Kirishima, even our teacher. Monoma, even John Wick, he said, laughing. Shinso, it was a great adventure, he said with a smile. Bakugo, if I'm honest, I wouldn't change this for anything, he said with a calm smile. Aizawa, and thanks to you I will be able to tell my son that he is my son, he said, impressing everyone. Izuku, and who is it? He said, impressed. Aizawa, Shinso, I am your father, he said, looking at the purple-haired boy while everyone laughed. Shinso, as it is worth seeing. And so they continued on their way to the UA. The mission was completed, nothing was forgotten, right? Elsewhere. Miku, and where have these people gone? She said, confused. And so, our heroes arrived at the UA. At the UA. Ibara, don't you hear something approaching? She said, confused, but this turned to happiness when she saw a vehicle with the boys and Aizawa approaching. Yui, they did it, she said with a smile. Kinoko, they did it, she said excitedly. Izuku, guys, we're home, he said while laughing. The car arrived and parked where everyone got out. Ibara and Momo quickly ran towards Izuku and Bakugo, each with their own. They received them with a kiss and each went to their room. In Ibara's room. Izuku, we finally made it, he said, hugging Ibara. I was afraid of dying and leaving you, he said with comical tears. Ibara, but you didn't do it right, he said, laughing. You did it, and I saw your concert, and it seemed very nice to me, he said, confusing Izuku. Izuku, how? He said, surprised, but showed his phone with Mineta's message. Oh, for now I'm just very tired. I don't want anything, he said, turning to Ibara and putting his face on her butt. Ibara, pervert, she said with a small blush. Izuku, I can, he said, this one already about to sleep. Ibara, it's okay, she said with a slight blush. Izuku quickly fell down on Ibara's but that he used as a pillow. Ibara, sleep darling, you deserve it, I love you, she said this to sleep too. Izuku, I love you too, Ibara, he said this before falling asleep for good. Oscorp. The sun is rising, and we can see how a couple of green-haired guys are waking up in a somewhat peculiar way, since the green-haired guy woke up on the girl's butt. Ibara, good morning darling, she said with a blush, did you like sleeping? She said laughing a little. Izuku, I loved it, it's very soft and smells very good, he said moving his face between Ibara's butt. Ibara, to Izuku, don't say that, she said blushing a lot. Izuku, okay, he said, letting out a few light laughs, and what are we going to do today? It's Saturday and yesterday was a crazy day, he said, laughing. Did you know that Mineta plays the piano like a professional? He said this so Ibara would laugh. Ibara, really? She said laughing. Oh, and answering your question, I think the UA organized a trip to the beach for all the courses today because of all the things that have happened, she said with a finger on her chin. Izuku, oh really? He said, imagining Ibara in a swimsuit. Ibara, what are you thinking? She said, looking at Izuku with her eyes half closed. Izuku, nothing, I was just thinking about how you would look in a swimsuit, he said, burying his head in Ibara's stomach. Ibara, well, you'll be the first to see it, she said with a slightly flirtatious tone, but her stomach started to growl. I'm hungry, she said in a childish tone. Izuku, seeing this, just laughed a little and told her to accompany her to the kitchen to make her something. Ibara, I don't want to walk, she said, raising her arms. Izuku, okay, he said with a laugh. Izuku carried Ibara on his back and they went down to the kitchen where his companions were making the itineraries. Kendo, hey you two, you should get ready, the trip will be in 2 hours, he said, confusing the two. Izuku, travel, but the beach is close, he said, confused. Monoma Beach? Ibara, yes, aren't we going to the beach? She said, confused. Kendo, oh, they were not notified. Oscorp Industries reopened, although they stopped experimenting with animals like spiders and all that. They dedicated themselves to new technology and prepared a trip for all the first-year courses. The place is somewhat far away, so it will be a 2-day trip by bus, she said this so that Izuku would open his eyes. Izuku, ah, he said, irritated. Tetsu, what's up, bro? He said, confused. Izuku, you should know what's going on. We were in the car for more than a day and I got bored. I don't think I can last twice as long, he said, irritated. A ways, but I still think that after that we will go to the beach, he said. Quickly everyone saw Izuku in board shorts with no shirt and a duck float. Izuku, what time are we leaving? He said, making everyone sweat and the girls blush slightly. Kendo, yes, but I recommend that you wear a sweater because it's a little cold where we're going, she said this so that Izuku would lower his head. Izuku, well, with that, all my sweaters are lost, I can't find them, he said this so that all the girls started whistling. Ibara, well, that doesn't matter, I can lend you one of mine, she said with a smile. Izuku, I can always count on you, he said, giving her a kiss on the lips. Kendo, well, get ready because we have to go to the buses now, he said while giving some light applause. After that, Izuku and Ibara went to prepare where they had their little game before leaving. The two got ready and it turned out that Ibara's sweaters were almost all Izuku's, but he better stayed quiet. His annoying girlfriend was not something he could face. After that, everyone left and found several buses. One for each course except for the heroic courses that would share a bus. Then the presidents of both classes directed the students to their places where Izuku had to sit with Bakugo and Ibara with Yui. The bus started and it would be a long trip. The boys began to talk until a question from Mina caught Izuku's attention. Mina, hey Aizu, how did you and Ibara become a couple? She said this so that Ibara blushed but started to laugh lightly and Izuku too. Melissa, it's true, I wanted to, you know, with a fake smile and great jealousy. Shuka, me too, he said this in the same way. Izuku, okay, I'll tell you, he said this so that everyone would pay attention, even Bakugo. One day when I came back from my patrol at night, I went to the wrong window, he said laughing. Tsuyu, and what does that have to do with it? She said confused. Izuku, that window was Ibara's, he said this so that everyone would understand. After that, being very tired, I simply threw myself onto the bed and I could feel a lump underneath me. When I lifted the sheets I could see how Ibra was looking at me with a surprised face. He said this laughing so that everyone could see Ibra. Ibra. After that, Izuku let out an insult, but I managed to recognize his voice. He was about to escape and I managed to hold him with my vines. At that moment I told him that I wouldn't tell anyone if he took off the mask. At that moment I discovered what his face was like, and we began to become closer than we already were. And in the end it happened. She said this so that everyone would be surprised. Toru. It's like a romantic comedy, she said laughing. Tsuyu. Toru is right, it's a very nice story. Kendo. Even though it sounds strange, I'm curious, how was your first fight? He said this so the two boys started laughing. Izuku. A pancake. Oh? They said confusedly. Ibara. We fought over a burnt pancake, she said laughing. Flashback. Izuku. Honey, it's ready, he said while serving her some burnt pancakes. Ibara. But honey, this is burnt, she said looking at the pancakes. Izuku. Oh okay, then this is your breakfast, he said indignantly. End flashback. Izuku. After that I told him it was a joke since his real breakfast was in the freezer. And when I told him, he got mad at me and didn't talk to me for a whole day, he said laughing with Ibara. Ibara. I spent the whole day asking for forgiveness so that he would tell me that it was a joke, she said with a pout so that everyone would laugh. After that the trip was quiet until night came where nobody wanted to sleep, so they decided to tell stories. Bakugo. Let's see, nerd. Tell us how your first patrol as Spider-Man was and how you got caught, he said. Ibara. I want to know too, she said with a smile. Izuku. Okay, I remember my first patrol, he said, telling the story. Flashback. Izuku. I want to train these powers, but I can't tell anyone. It would be weird if I started to have other powers out of nowhere. What can I do? He said with a finger on his chin. End flashback. Izuku. And on my first patrol I was caught by a racer, but luckily for me my shooter still had my web. He said this so everyone would laugh. Tsuyu. And that spider web of yours, is it a rope or something? She said this so everyone could see Izuku. Izuku. My triggers are connected to my arm by small needles, since I secrete the spider webs, but I can't shoot them. Thanks to these and some small formulas I can do it, he said showing the triggers. Denki. So if I put them on I could shoot spider webs, he said excitedly. Izuku. Unfortunately no, he said, disappointing Denki. Ibara. And now tell us, how did they find you? Because as I recall, you entered the UA late, she said, confused. And so Izuku told what happened with All Might and Director Nizu and how they caught him. Ibara. They took advantage of your sense of justice, she said, a little upset. Bakugo. And they gave you the option of going to jail or the UA. Izuku. Yes, and after that what is happening now happened, he said with a smile. Kirishima. Don't even remind me. I still have nightmares about what happened in Vegas, he said laughing. Ibara. Yes, Izuku, you didn't tell me why you won that competition in Mexico, she said this so that Izuku and those involved would laugh. Setsuna. Hey yeah, I wanted to know, you improvise very well, she said with emotion. Izuku. We accidentally stole $80,000 from a drug dealer, and she took us to Monterey to get her money back. A friend of mine didn't have enough to lend me, but by miracle there was that competition and I was able to win, he said laughing. Shuka. And why were you Franco Escamilla's replacement in Las Vegas? He said this so that everyone could expectantly see the answer. Izuku. Well, we needed information. When we got it we went and rented a Denki. Oh damn. Kirishima. We didn't return it. Momo. They didn't return it, this curious person said. Bakugo. We stole Ferrari? He said, he's scared. Oh what? They said surprised. Izuku. We didn't return it, he said worriedly. Mineta. Look on the bright side, he said this for everyone to see. Tetsu. Which one? Mineta. We left you $100, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Izuku. I remind you that a Ferrari is worth, oh, and it doesn't matter, he said, recovering from his seat. Reiko. And then Kirishima. We had to go to Los Angeles for Aizawa, where Mineta faced a piano battle against a certain morning star where if he lost John he would kill Izuku, but if he won we would take Aizawa, and miraculously he won, he said, surprising everyone. All, Morningstar? The best pianist in the United States? They said, surprising the boys. Mineta, I1, the best pianist in the United States, he said with a smile. Zero, wow, I didn't expect that, what a great revelation, he said, amazed, so everyone agreed. After that the trip passed, everyone fell asleep until the next day where nothing interesting happened, until they arrived at the Oscorp laboratories where Shinso went with the adventure boys and the other courses got together to watch as a boy came down the stairs. Harry, hello my friends from the UA, welcome to the Oscorp laboratories, place of the most advanced technology on the planet, where you will have a tour of the facilities, he said with a smile. Izuku, and if we have a tour of your mom's house? He said, angry Harry. Harry, who was he, Izuku? He said, surprising everyone. All, they know each other, they said in amazement. Izuku, hello again Harry, he said with a smile.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.